I had to have a mute button because I don't have one on my mic again anymore. But I have all that set up. So I was going to get all of the hair situation done before stream because I woke up like early. I didn't sleep well last night, which is might be why my brain feels today. Uh, but I have the videos that we were gonna watch up, but I'm gonna wait for a little bit because it usually takes people about an hour to get here. Anyway, oh, I have to go to Discord because I can't do it. The reason that the stream is so fucked up is because like I had to switch to the headphones because I can't really wear my over-the-ear headphones while I dye my hair. So I just switched headphones, which means I had to plug in the other mic, and then something happened with the audio rendering, and it got messed up. So like YouTube wouldn't play or anything, so I had to fully restart the computer. So doing my best, struggling out here. Also like really anxious today. I don't know why. But I got the videos up that I watched about Sam and Colby being exposed, Cody and Satori being exposed, and then I have that clip of that comedy thing that I was talking about yesterday. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. So for now, I was just hanging out and I was gonna get my hair dyed, so I guess I can turn these like way down. It's not down enough for me. You know I'm across it, got a 40 on my hip and I'm liable to spark it. Throw down these hits, my click is indivisible. I aim, you duck, I squeeze, now you invisible. I had like 2 cups of tea already and I'm still like, I can't wake up. But I got up at like 9 o'clock. I should not be, like, I've been consistently sleepy. I've not like woken up and then got my afternoon sleepies at like 3. Fuck, what's going on? I figured I'd wait a little bit until we get into videos and stuff. Gotta dye my hair. But yeah, I was gonna get it all done before a stream, but then I just like kind of chilled out for a little bit, and I wanted to let my hair fully dry after bleaching it. So I just did that part. I'm like, I don't know why she's doing this. I have this like thing about bleaching my hair. No, 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 no. Not the stream remote. About bleaching my hair either on video or on stream because I'm afraid I'm gonna like melt it off or something. But like there's not much I can do with the red semi-permanent dye that's gonna do any harm. Yeah, and the reason I have that behind me is because it's a mirror, so when I'm dyeing my hair, I'll sit in front of it. But the only thing you can see is my YouTube tab, which you guys have already seen, so. Hey, baby, what do you want? I'm gonna have to Benadryl you. She's all like stuffy. Why? Dude, she was snoring up a storm when we were when I was getting ready before like the whole audio situation happened and I had to restart. Like you probably could have heard it from like all the way on the other side of the room on my mic. She's so loud. Oh my god. Like, tons of fucking hair, as if I didn't like de-shed her once this morning and last night before bed. I think that's why she comes to me sometimes, because she gets itchy. And she doesn't have teeth, so she can't like bite things. And she struggles, so I just use my nail. I have a de-shedding brush, but and it's plastic, so it doesn't scrape her skin or anything. But sometimes she just likes fingers. Oh, that's bleach. Let's not get hair. Yeah, this is my bleaching shirt. I didn't mean to wear the same colors twice in a row like yesterday. I didn't expect I would dye my hair on stream today because I didn't think I would do something like that. But today me woke up, I don't know, so fuck it. My tea. Your pepper. I'm gonna grab that one. I refuse to wear clothes that fit my body. I can't handle it. That's clearly not a lack of fucking water because I drank 2 of those last night and 1 already almost this morning. Today, whatever. I didn't realize how long I've been up. Time is an illusion. Tired. My brain just won't wake up. Oh yeah, I put the humidity stone back in my tweet because it was getting dry again. I'm so proud of myself with this mic. Can't believe it. Let me get a Dr. Pepper. Nah, but I do have the clip of the comedy bit I was talking about with the buckets yesterday. So, will you watch that? I linked it to myself in Discord so I can. Because, I don't know, bringing that up out of nowhere kind of sounds ridiculous, but the story he tells kind of has can of corn energy, so we're gonna do that. Oh, that's so much better. More like wasteful to me when it's like super dry. Dude, my brain. I don't understand. I guess it could be I've been scripting a lot, which I can't really control. I think it's like a trauma response because my mother being who she is, I had to explain myself a lot. So when I am like talking to people or meeting people or whatever, and I'm shortening things or I just felt like can of corn. I lost my train of thought. It's gone. Brain fog. Seriously not gonna come back. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh, when I'm holding back, so my brain is constantly like scripting of like basically how am I gonna explain myself, because I was constantly like accused and shit like that when I was younger. So my brain still does that, and one way that I've gotten it out is to be able to write and everything, but I couldn't do that yesterday because my hands like, I don't know, if my hands are achy, then my brain is like, I don't want to fucking do this because it's more pain than it's worth. And I have a really hard time, like I was gonna, you know, just sit and talk like I do like this and then just record it and, you know, put it away or whatever to get the scripts out, but I was having like a lot of anxiety, like I said, and like when I'm dyeing my hair stuff, I can't have my noise canceling headphones on, so I hear constant like slamming and yelling and things like that, and it makes me anxious just because of like the environment that I grew up in. But it's completely me, so I know how to like handle everything. It's a me problem, and I know how to handle myself, but it does affect me, and that could be why I'm tired, because I have a difficult time sleeping when my brain is constantly trying to script, because my brain is like constantly trying to like keep myself safe, I guess. It's constantly like, if we say this and this and this, then we'll be safe or whatever, and that's not the life that I've lived for a long time. So coping with that, and like I've never found anything that gets it to completely stop, but coping with that and finding ways to get it to go away in my mind, to like quiet down, has been helpful. But because I streamed late last night and things like that, I didn't get time to necessarily get all that stuff, and I was exhausted, so I didn't journal, things like that. So it could be it 100% is my own fault why my brain is so foggy today, but we'll get past it. Okay, so I wanted to, let's put it in this. And yeah, there we go. And this guy is Josh Johnson Comedy. Based on the numbers, he doesn't need my promo, but always want to credit where credit is due. I don't have audio. Okay, now I have audio, and I have really loud audio. Yeah, like I said earlier, I was having audio issues because I switched over to the Snowball, but I still need the headphones, and plugging the microphones in and everything caused my audio rendering to mess up. So now all my audio is like off and shit. Sound. In that corner.
It's really upsetting. Like, you don't.
Okay. I think that's the beginning. And it's just titled "I Almost Got Robbed in New York City." And I watched, because normally when this kind of stuff comes on my feed, this wasn't the first bit that came on my feed. I go and check to see if they're like consistent in comedy or whatever, if they're the crowd is consistently interacting with them or whatever. And 99% of the time I find that one bit is like the one good one. But I've watched like I would say less than 10 of this guy's bits, and consistent all the way through. So I highly recommend.
I don't know what I'm going to do about it, but I think that my face is too friendly. It's really upsetting. Like, you don't understand. Like, I don't even mean to be this way, but I'm like, it's my attitude and it's my face. I just think it's too much. It's like I don't know. Everyone that sees me on the street is like, you want to talk? It's like, and it's very jarring. It's like, some of you know what I'm talking about. Some of you have, some of y'all look, I can see good smiles in here. Some of y'all have that smile that makes people go, I can be a part of your day. And it's the last dude that just saw me, and I just walk around with a sort of half smile, because when I read about it when I was like in my early 20s, I was like reading this book, and it talked about how you should walk around with a half smile, so anytime someone needs a smile, you're halfway there, right? And so then I was like, yeah, and so I adopted it as a person, and so I'm walking around with this half smile. But if you half smile at crazy motherfuckers in New York, that is an invitation. It's not, but it is. They take it as one, even though they should. And so I was just walking, half smile, enjoying my day, enjoying life. And then a dude with his feet were in buckets, all right? My man's shoes were buckets, okay? I don't even know if he had real shoes on in the but the bucket seemed taut. Like it seemed like it was sticking to the foot. And he just walked up and he was like, "What's up, young brother?" I was like, "Hey, what's up, man? What's up? How you doing? Because this is also like a black thing that a lot of people don't know about. When you're walking down the street and you see another black guy, the number of brothers he calls you is the situation that you're in. If he goes, "Hey, brother," that's just another black guy. If he's like, hey, brother," he needs something. If he goes, hey, brother," that is drugs. That's drugs every time. No one needs you to call you brother that much unless they're your actual brother, okay? So I'm walking over and this man is like, hey, brother. I'm like, I am in danger, okay. This is a lot, and I don't know if y'all, like, I'm being real for a second. I don't know if y'all have ever felt this, but have you ever had somebody try to rob you before? Yeah, okay. Did you feel it before they did anything? Were you like, "Oh, okay, he on some bullshit"? Like this, you know what I mean? Okay. So this man walks up. He's called me brother 17 times in 6 bucket steps. So he is on one. My man is cooking. He is on one, right? And so he was like, and then he walks up, and I can already see from the stance that he got the buckets ready to run in case he needed to run. Like, because he's not standing just flat bucket. He got that tip. For those of y'all in the back that can't see, he got his foot like this. So when he need to go, he can go, right? So my man is like this with the bucket. The bucket's like sideways, you know what I mean? And so he's like, "Do you have the time?" And I just looked at him and I was like, "Yeah, 4:22. And he looked so disappointed. He's like, "Who just knows the time?" Right? And I didn't know the time. I made it up. But it seemed like time wasn't really an issue for me. And so then he was like, "Hey, wow, that was fast. You got a watch?" And I was like, no, I just know that it's 4:22. And it's like, "Oh, did you just look at your phone or something? You got a phone?" It's like, why would you ask me if I have a phone, right? So that's when I knew he was going to try to rob me, right? And so then he's like, "You got a phone or something?" I was like, "Yeah, I have a phone. I looked at it 2 minutes ago when it was 4:20. So that's how I know it's 4:22 now." And he made this move. And this is the thing, it takes a crazy person or a brave person to try to rob bare hand, right? You barehanded and you bucket-footed. That's not a recipe for success. And so my man he's like this, and he's like, "You got a phone or something?" I was like, "Yeah, I have a phone," and looked at it 4:20, everything. And then he's like, "Give me the phone." And then when he reached and tried to say, "Give me the phone," he reached for my pockets, right? So he tried to reach for the pocket. I took a step back, and this is when you need shoes. My man started slipping on the bucket. So he's just doing this. He's just like slipping on buckets so hard. And I'm just backing away, but he's skating towards me on buckets. He's like getting closer and closer on buckets. And so then I'm backing up and everything, and he's like, "Give me the phone, give me the phone." I was like, "I'm not gonna give you my phone." And then finally I had backed up into a wall. So now it's like fighting time, you know what I mean? And so now I'm in the wall. He keeps sliding up to me. He's like, "Give me the phone." I said, "Give me the phone." And so I just pushed him. And the way he fell back, because basically it was, okay, you know when Bambi's mom died? Like, you know how sad you felt? This man was trying to rob me, but it took him so long to slip on these buckets that I almost helped him. Like, it was like, because he was like, "Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa." He was on his own footed roller coaster. And I almost reached my hand, and I was like, "No, wait, this nigga tried to rob me. He deserves nothing." And then he fell back, and then I ran, which is crazy. How was he gonna catch up to me if it wasn't downhill? You know what I mean? You all were so great. Thank you so much. I'm Josh.
I muted myself because I know I was gonna be laughing harder than he could talk. That is so good. Yeah, that's Josh Johnson comedy on TikTok. He probably has other pages too, but really funny dude. Consistently with stories of enjoyed. Yeah. I don't know when to start shit, but yeah. No, I get what he means though, because when you're approachable, I'm one of those approachable people. Apparently, I don't know why, but yeah, it gets interesting. You can ask like one of the weirdest I think instance, not weirdest, but it was just like it caught me so off guard I didn't know what to say. Um, was when I was a cashier. I used to be a cashier on the Turnpike. I've talked about it before. So when I was a cashier in the travel center on the Turnpike, it's just like I would randomly get like, how's your day, whatever. But because people are on the road so long, they're just desperate for somebody to talk to. And a lot of the times, it's fine. I used to have this guy that came in that used to show me like pictures of Canada and the places he was driving and stuff like that. But this one time, someone came to me, and when I asked them how they were, they vented to me about how I think it was their brother had just died and there was a bunch of family drama about it. And they went into like all of that, and I was like, this is a Sunoco. Like, I didn't need to know all of that. Like, but I have never had the buckets. But in New York City, I did have a man. What park? I forget what the park is called. But I was just walking through. It was after I went and saw Hedwig and the Angry Inch. And this guy started singing, what was it? Black Magic Woman at me, I think it was. Something like that. Something about like a specific woman like that, and he like locked eyes with me. But luckily I wasn't alone. I had my husband with me at the time, so not that not that he was an intimidating person or anything. I forget what the song was off the top of my head. So, what I have for the Sam and Colby drama is the first video is like it's a long analysis video, but at different parts I want to stop it and go to different videos so we can get a little bit more context to layer on top of this shit. I have a podcast that a couple people were talking about it, and the clip is not like, I don't want to play the whole podcast, it's just clips from it of people talking about it. And then I have another reacting or person that I watched saying that this was fake, like another debunking video, because different people touch on different things in the videos, so that's why I want to because some of them debunk Cody, which is the guy I'm telling you. I stand firm, and this was all a ploy just to get laid. I'm telling you. And it just like got way away from him. And then I have a video that I tried to watch because like I was watching. I told you I got sucked into like how it's like kind of reality TV. It's like so bad, but like you still, it's comfortable, predictable, that kind of thing. So you can just put them on like play, and they'll just keep playing the next one or whatever. So that's what happened, and this video came up and recommended that was called "My Scary Experience Story Time" by Colby Brock, and it has like I think a mugshot or something of him or whatever. And normally, like when people tell story time, it's only a 20-minute video. When people tell like story time videos or whatever, if it's something that I find to be interesting topic or whatever, I'll listen to the whole thing, and you know, not typically have a problem. Doesn't mean I'm gonna like fully support this person or anything like that, but like I meshed long enough that I can get through the story. I couldn't even get through the first 2 minutes of this video. There's something so just off about this dude, and I can't I can't put it like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like I can't read neurotypicals, and or like nothing about him is real. Something's weird. So I just wanted to show like a short, because I can't put more than 2 minutes into it. So just wanted to show a short thing of that. And like now, I'm not gonna lie, I'm questioning the whole cancer thing, because I can't believe a thing that this guy says. Like, not a single thing. And I didn't see like Instagram stories of him going through treatments or anything like that. I wasn't like on the journey. I don't know if he did that, because Sam and Colby have they're a couple of the YouTubers that operate under the never explain yourself, never address it, never talk about it kind of thing. Even to the point that one of the clips that is going to be shown in one of the videos or whatever, their friend with the long hair from the Conjuring video or whatever, he ends up putting up an apology, like a notes app apology kind of thing, but these two never address it. And there's actually something really creepy that I found while I was like going through all of their videos that it doesn't really have anything to do with them, but they were doing an abandoned, they go through abandoned places and like, I don't know, they explore, X-P-L-R, explore. It was from a couple years ago. They were in this place. It has been an insane asylum, I think, and that's not proper terminology, but that's what they say. So I didn't look into this place, and I didn't think I'd be talking about this, so I don't have all the best word pulls, brain fog, and all that. But they were in this like abandoned, like mental institution, and they hear like these. First of all, they hear people, and they hear police, so they think that, you know, they got ratted out, so they quietly start leaving. And as they're leaving, they like have to duck into the bushes because they see a guy and two girls like go into this building, because, you know, they ask like, hey, you know, Colby was ahead of them like when they're all squatting down, and he's like, did you see how close I was to them? And they're like, no, we didn't, but, you know, we saw whatever. And they said, is it a cop? Was it cops walking by? And he says, no, it was a guy and two girls. And then as they're like still trying to leave and get to like the edge of the property and whatever, they hear these like literally blood curdling screams, woman screaming out for help, and like it's all in the video and everything. And what they found out like 5 years later, I think it was, then the team that was with them ended up posting a video, but they literally never said a word about it. 5 years later or whatever, they found out that at the same time that these guys were in the house or in the insane asylum exploring, the woman or the two women and the man, he ended up stabbing the one woman like 8 times or something more than that, and she died. Like they literally caught a murder on their YouTube video, and they didn't know it for like 5 years or something like that, and they literally never came out and said anything about it, which in my opinion, that's something that you would do for views, because if you watch the video that the other guys did, it's a little obvious. But in that stance, like, they never address anything. That was like my point of the whole thing. And the fact that they literally captured the audio of one of the girls got murdered and the other one was like running away. She ended up surviving, and she was screaming for help, and they ended up like getting the fuck out of there because all they had was like cameras on them, and they're all like 21, not small dudes, but like, what are they gonna do, So they ended up going to the closest road and getting an Uber to call the police and talk to the police. And they said they did and everything, but Sam and Colby never come out to address it or anything, even though the audio is still in their video and everybody knows it. Their partner, or not their partners, but they were with two other guys like they normally do. And the other guys addressed it and they just never said anything, never posted a statement or anything like that, just never addressed it. Which I feel like if I had that audio, I would have to say something. I don't know. I would probably have to say something and take the video down because that's like, it's sickening. But the videos were just playing as I was playing like Fallout or something. One of the days I stayed up like really late playing, it was either Skyrim or Fallout. And so like the videos one after another were just playing, and they came on and I heard the scream, and it made me remember that something came out about these guys capturing them, like being murder witnesses, like capturing a murder, and the fact that he saw them and everything, like that literally makes you a witness to murder, like as terrifying as that is. But yeah, they never came out to, from like what I know, because I couldn't I know this isn't about that because timing and everything. This my scary experience story time, excuse me, I know it's not about that because they got arrested for something else, probably trespassing. But yeah, there's another thing, but one of the podcasts covers it, so. But it usually takes about an hour, so we're almost through. Usually the first like hour or so of my streams is just me getting comfortable talking to myself. Sam has a video 2 years ago. I witnessed a murder on a cruise ship. You think they would address it? But no. That's so weird. So, I think what I'm going to do is start with the more in-depth one, because it's just kind of a review of everything we've covered so far. Yeah, and I was gonna point out something, but I can't. Like, I want to wait until we get into the videos and stuff because in context it will make more sense. But there's just, I don't get as much of like the that feeling from Sam, but Colby, dude, I don't know. There's like something odd. I don't. It's not like, obviously, because like I'm autistic. It's not like that uncanny valley thing that I get a lot of, like I'm human adjacent kind of, because I don't move the way you expect me to move, things like that. It's common in like certain autistics, but it's not that kind of feeling. It's just like I don't know how to explain it. So this was the one on his channel, on Colby's channel, which I'm not gonna link or do anything like that because I don't. They don't need it. They've made fucking millions off of this shit and like fucking with people's beliefs and stuff. But I just mean, I don't know. There's
was
something.
arrested while I was in
Oh,
jail,
jeez.
and I'll get
Fucking jeez.
to
How
what
is
actually
YouTube
happened
so
during our
off?
arrest in another video. This video, I'm just gonna be talking about my personal
Yeah,
experience
that's how far I got in
in
the video
myself.
before I stopped because I couldn't.
Hello guys, my name is Colby Brock. Welcome back to my channel. It's been a while. I missed you. I hope you missed me too. Today, I'm going to be channeling my inner Tana Mongo, and I'm going to be telling you guys the story.
Side note, I think it is absolutely hilarious when nobody like obviously it's not Colby, it's a common thing when creators who know her act like they can't pronounce her name. I don't know why, but I think that's just
Of when
funny.
I went to jail. Now, in all seriousness, guys, I literally had to watch like 4 of Tana's videos before making this video because I have no idea how to do a story time video. This is my first time ever, so please bear with me. But so many people have been wondering and asking about what actually happened to me while I was arrested, while I was in jail. And I'll get to what actually happened during our arrest in another video. This video, I'm just gonna be talking about my personal experience in my cell for 24 hours. But really quick, just to let you guys know, the reason I wasn't able to talk about this situation beforehand was because we were still going through like some legal issues with Florida, and yeah, legally I couldn't. Now that that's all figured out and taken care of, I can finally talk about it. Here's a picture of me and what I was wearing the day I got arrested. And basically, long story short, me, Sam, and these kids called the Ireland Boys went to this abandoned school that was under construction, exploring an abandoned place like we usually did, and we ended up getting caught and arrested. Like I just said, I'm gonna explain that entire story.
Yeah, I didn't even make it to like this
On
part.
the Sam and Colby channel or with Sam, like on this channel, I don't know yet. Basically, they took us individually, threw us in separate cop cars. We tried to explain ourselves, and they said, nope, sorry, this is a felony because technically, which I had no idea, in Florida, if you are caught trespassing on a construction site, which that school is under construction, then it's considered a felony, and
There's no way you didn't know that.
go to jail. Also, a lot of people were wondering why I stayed in there longer than Sam. That doesn't make sense, right? And my dumbass had fake IDs on me. Not gonna even lie to you guys. When I was 20, obviously I wanted to go to like the bars and clubs in LA.
Something about him, I just could not get through that I don't, is not real? Like, is that, like, I don't know if a sheer lack of authenticity has, like, confused me so much in somebody. But the more I watch of Colby, the worse I feel about him. And like the more confused I am, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, I'm gonna know that. But the guys he was talking about, how he was exploring with the Ireland Boys, that's the same guys he was with at the murder place. But again, does a story time on this, doesn't do a story time of being a murder witness. Maybe he's not allowed to. If he actually went in and gave a statement because he saw the people, then maybe there's like a 5-year statute and it's only been like 4 years since it happened. I don't know. I don't want to play the video because I don't want to hear the girl scream again. So
A pair of YouTubers recently spent
okay. This is John Wolf on YouTube. He has 874 subscribers, so probably doesn't need an introduction, but I've never seen him before, and I ended up subscribing. I did like all the videos that I went through and watched for this and everything like that to make sure I'm supporting and all of that. And I do the thing of like their names and everything because I know that when my brain is not at its best, I might forget to link people or things like that when the videos go up later. So if I do, then the information is here and giving it as best I can. Because if I put links in the chat, it doesn't do anything for YouTube.
Colby were so astounded by what they saw at the house that they offered a very public challenge to anyone who could explain it.
Tried every single way that we could in our minds to debunk it and absolutely couldn't. So if you guys have any other ideas, let us know.
Sure thing,
Turn that up
guys.
a little.
Happy to help. Let's dive right in.
Because again, it's
discuss
YouTube, but it's so
Sam and
wildly
Colby's
different.
Conjuring House series. A About a month ago, YouTubers Sam and Colby.
Okay, so yeah, I skipped that. That was just the introduction and the fact that they said,
First meet Cody and Satori.
we tried everything to debunk this, and then they challenged people to debunk it. And I don't know how much it's covered in this because I don't think it's as big of a deal as everything else that has happened around the situation, but comments being deleted or removed, or maybe they block certain phrases or something like that, but comments about it haven't either, like, they've completely gone unanswered because, again, Sam and Colby don't address things. They did a video on their reaction channel. We watched it already, I believe, but they haven't, like, further addressed any of this.
Outside the Conjuring house when Sam and Colby first arrive, and the new owner of the house introduces them. They set things up by telling.
But I'm gonna
Sam
let these
and Colby
I'm gonna let this guy play in longer segments because he does the scientific things and explains how, like, different objects that they're using actually function and things like that. Like, actually says a little bit about it. One, so I can get my hair dyed, but also to understand things, because I remember we were asking questions about, like, the Alice box and all these other, like, boxes that they have and things like that. So this guy does explain it, but when he gets to certain segments, I will stop it to open another video because I'm going to add layers of context to what is happening that he's talking about.
one of the ghosts there.
Because not only did Sam and Colby get exposed, but Cody and Satori also did. So I'm going to hopefully touch on that.
Wants to talk to them. A ghost named Abigail.
This
Right
isn't
away,
prepared,
Cody
so
mentions that he and Satori have a cool
I'm
trick
just
they can do to
speaking
speak with ghosts.
We figured out this method
off
that
the
we could
cuff.
do when we first met each other. Everyone in the room can hear what's going on.
Okay.
We're not mediums per se, like we can't sense anything, but just something strange happens.
And on the first night, Cody and Satori officially showcase their trick,
I can
not just to Sam and
not
Colby,
use that
but to the
mirror
more than
anyway.
15 million people
I forgot
watching.
that I have to be, like, over.
We were paired up with each other to investigate a private residence. We thought the place was really active, and then the next investigation we went on, the same activity, a lot of footsteps and banging sounds, and
The way that he just looked at her. They are a couple. We have confirmed that they are a couple. This is my theory is this man did all of this to get laid. And now that they just either decided to make money doing it, or it got out of hand and they didn't realize how much this was going to be viewed. I don't know. They are together, though. But this guy was just trying to get laid, and he is sketch.
And then the other team members were like, maybe it's something with you guys. You should go experiment. We found out that eventually, over
The
time,
other
whether
team
we hold
members.
hands or hold wrists, it's almost like flipping on a light switch and kind of draws them in a little closer. So we're not mediums or anything. We can't sense anything. Whatever happens, everyone is here to witness. We can't control it, and we only do this for people who cross our paths naturally and don't do it for money or anything.
Yeah,
like
obviously
that.
this isn't planned because I just did all of that with my hair looking as ridiculous as it did.
Because the elevator pitch for this thing sounds like a complete nothing burger. In fact, we're about 20 minutes into this thing now, and I was starting to get, I don't want to say bored, but I was just kind of like, can we move it along, please? But if anyone is sensitive to how your attention span is holding up, it's YouTubers. Sam and Colby come to the rescue, letting us know that we're not gonna wanna miss this.
The following footage you're about to see, we left completely unedited and completely uncut so that you guys could experience it the way that we did.
This affected us so much that we even flew back to the Conjuring house a month later to try to debunk what we saw, and we couldn't. We'll include that footage here at the end.
We want you to watch and give your honest opinion about what you think, because after Sam and I experienced this, we've been thinking about it every single day since.
Wow. Now that's an elevator pitch. Are you paying attention, Cody? This is how you sell it. Anyway, I'll just let the clip play. I'll see you in a couple minutes.
Can you come in here, please?
I feel the vibration. Yeah.
If anybody's here, I'm going to ask you. Okay, if anybody's here, I'm going to ask you to make that same noise you just made, maybe, let's say, 4 times, to let me know you can hear me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Might be a bit exciting. So, I know. Okay, hold on a second.
I know.
So
Like
I'm
she's a
going
dog.
to
Like
play a
like they're
little game.
dogs.
If you'd like to tell me your first name, I'm going to go through the
I mean,
alphabet.
she's Abigail,
When I
but we
get
know
to the
Abigail's
first
not
letter of
real,
your
so it
name,
just.
you're gonna knock. I'll restart. When I get to the second letter, you're gonna knock, and I'll keep restarting until I spell out things, okay? All right. So I'm gonna get your first name. A. B. Abigail. Abigail Arnold. Perfect. It's great to talk to you this evening.
Who, if you weren't here the first couple times that we covered this, Abigail Arnold did not exist in the capacity in which that they say she did. The person who died at 90 something in the house was Susan Arnold, and the person who died at like 90 something in the house was not Abigail, or she didn't hang herself, or whatever they're claiming. The story does not add up. Also, I thought that we were being like too skeptical or too ridiculous when we were, because I thought we were just getting into it and just like being silly and ridiculous when we were talking about how their story didn't make sense, Cody and Satori, of the fact that they met in 2018 and then, or 20 something, and then they worked at Conjuring House like 2019, 2020, whatever the timeline was. We were like joking around that it just didn't make sense or whatever, and I thought it was just because, when people explain their stories, sometimes they change information a little bit to make it a little more understandable for whoever's listening or whatever. So I thought that maybe that was the inconsistencies, but no, apparently we were dead on with that. And it was right to point those things out because their stories don't make sense.
Wait, is this and that? Is this
I thought we were just like half paying attention and just being asses or whatever. No, well, I was, but no, it legitimately doesn't make sense.
So basically, when Cody and Satori hold each other, they're saying that it creates a connection with the spiritual plane and they're
Hold
able
each
to
other.
communicate with spirits like Abigail. The ghosts interact with them through a series of knocks that everyone in the room can hear. They captured it on camera. You heard it yourself. And Satori turns into kind of a human Ouija board where she starts reciting the alphabet until the knocks line up with the letters that she's reciting, and the ghosts can spell out a word that they want to communicate. The first way they show this is by having Abigail identify Colby and spell his name.
Is? Can you tell us his name?
I didn't, when I did the rewatch last night, to just quickly scan through and see who covered what. I wasn't sure if this was something that was talked about or not, or if this was a different creator that mentioned that that woman is the owner. She bought this house for 1 point something million with the intent to make money. So when you look at every way that she feeds interactions, you can see that it's all just a sales pitch. Which, I mean, I pointed out before, but I just want to point out again.
A, B, C, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Now this time I'm looking at like every micro thing of when she like looks at him and stuff.
A, B, C, B. I know, I went fast on that.
Maybe the
one.
reason his face looks so blank all the time is because he's
Abigail spells
focusing
out Sam's name too,
on the
before
letters.
telling him that there are, quote, people here who also want to talk to Sam and Colby. One of those other spirits comes forward.
my hair
and
dye is
identifies
neon
themselves
red. I forget
as
the brand.
Libby
It starts with an
Golbeck,
I.
which Sam has a big reaction to.
Libby Golbeck?
Your grandma?
It's my grandma.
Now, Sam's understandably really caught off guard by this. I mean, if I heard a stranger spell out my late father's name without ever mentioning...
Oh my gosh. Also, so the grandma made me think of this because the grandma's the one that came up with the onward and upward or whatever it's called, or whatever their phrase is. I got a Snapchat ad from somebody whose name was like onward and upward 21 or something like that. And they sent me like, it was like, you look like the type of girl who, and then it was just like sexual, and I was like, that is a really weird thing to say to somebody, man. I said, that is a fucking weird thing to say to somebody. And I obviously like, they're not my friend anymore, but I removed them from my friends, but I thought that was so funny that it was their tagline. Obviously, I'm not saying it has anything to do with them whatsoever because of, you know, what I do and what I have on the internet and everything, but it's just hilarious to me that it was like onward and upward or whatever, which is like their phrase, their whole, like, it's a huge part of this. It's Colby. No, I'm kidding.
Him to them or telling them anything about him, I would be reacting just like he is. Sam even clarifies that he's shocked they said the name Libby.
There's no way in fucking hell they know anything.
No.
That's not her real name. That's her nickname. No one in my family, no one besides my family would ever tell anybody like that. What the fuck?
I hate to tell you, but we only have access to toilet paper.
You guys are gonna pull a stunt like this and then not even have tissues available?
Thank you.
Sam's just like, I'm good. Don't want to be wiping my nose.
I think I
with
said that the
toilet
first
paper in
day.
front of 15 million people.
There's no fucking way.
We commonly do these sessions
There's no fucking way.
that evoke these
It's
responses,
funny to
but
me
we
that
don't
they
have
repeat,
tissues.
There's no way, over and over, to the point where Colby pauses to try to think of a different way to phrase it, and he comes up with,
There's zero way.
there is a severe lack of a way. There is a complete and total absence of a way. No, but in all seriousness, you know, even though I'm skeptical when it comes to YouTubers like this, I found myself really buying their reaction here. It seemed sincere. And maybe I'm a sucker, you know, but even though I'm not familiar with them outside this series, I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt. With that said, they end up
Every
freaking
time I give a
themselves
man
out in
the benefit of the
parking
doubt,
lot,
I
and when they
regret
come
it.
in, they tell the Conjuring House staff that something was, quote, running at them outside.
Because, like, someone
Or an animal or something.
ran at us.
So that's a little more of that YouTuber energy I was expecting, rearing its ugly head. They end up coming back inside though, and Cody and Satori resume their spirit communication act to relay more messages from family members. Sam's grandmother says she's watching over him, as well as his brother and sister, Allison and Ben.
Allison and Ben are my brother and sister.
They even pull Sam and Colby's producer, Zach, into the mix, although Zach chooses to not have his session filmed. Even though we don't get to see it, Zach appears to get emotionally moved by the information they gave him.
I'm not a public figure. There's no way that anybody in this room would have known anything about any of these people. It's impossible.
Up until this very moment, you've always been a skeptic. Does this help at all?
I don't even know what to believe at this point.
Cody and Satori end up relaying messages from Frank Brock, who wants to tell Lane that Elizabeth and I are okay, which Colby identifies as his family members.
I think Elizabeth and Frank are my great-grandparents. Lane is my dad, and nobody spells Lane like L-A-Y-N-E.
They go on to give more messages to Colby, things like,
Dude doesn't even know his own
Lisa,
family.
Janelle is with her, with Lisa being Colby's mom. Needless to say, Sam and Colby
Dude's not
continue
real.
to have big reactions to all this news.
Good, that makes me happy. Anything else?
Satori then tells the guys that their family members just walked away.
They just walked away.
Oh my god, wait, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. And then they're done for the night.
So, let's review. When Cody and Satori join hands together, sorry for all the clapping, they say they're able to connect with spirits. What immediately follows is a mysterious knocking sound, and Satori recites the alphabet to coincide with that knocking sound for the spirit to spell out a message. Now, if you're a skeptic, if you're the type of person that's always looking for the rational explanation, you probably are already starting to form theories about how they're doing this little magic trick. And thankfully, the guys have some theories too. Sam and Colby can get a little caught up in the moment sometimes.
That is blinking!
That just blinked.
That just flickered.
Something just moved.
Something's out here.
But I was both relieved and surprised to see them immediately start attempting to debunk Cody and Satori's act, even when they were still
got me with
reeling
that
from it in the
too.
parking lot.
Full honesty, I was looking at their feet like, who's tapping?
And immediately after Satori says the spirits walked away, they start asking if they can change location.
Can we follow you upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and just do it upstairs.
And then do it again upstairs.
Okay.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Wait, where is this? Can we do it in this room right above us?
Yeah.
So guys, just take a peek at. This is what it looks like. There's just wood. There's nothing. There's absolutely.
I want to point out the fact that they say that there's wood, there's absolutely nothing there, things like that. But the fact that the floors are wood, they are very old wood, and they state when the tapping first started in that room they were standing in that they could feel the vibrations, which means that the floors transfer like sound and movement.
Absolutely nothing on all of that. Just take that in. Okay. Now
It becomes relevant later.
Here we go. You ready?
Cody and Satori do the same routine upstairs, and the same knocking sounds are heard. The spirit Abigail spells out the words woods, cautious, and good intentions. So, nothing like the personalized information they were getting downstairs, but they're still getting communication. Cody and Satori's spirit revelations are the show stealer of Sam and Colby's Conjuring House series. And like I said earlier, for me, it was really unexpected that the most controversial part of this series had nothing to do with the Conjuring House at all. I mean, I came into this series expecting to see like fishing line tricks, moving furniture around, maybe somebody getting like cartoonishly possessed by a demon or something. But
No, that's too much effort.
The main attraction of this whole thing is Cody and Satori's seemingly unexplainable connection to the beyond. Now, you may be thinking to yourself right now, it's fake. They're trying to fool us. And I agree. I think we're being fooled. But how are they doing it? We need more information. Luckily, Sam and Colby are already on the case.
While we were editing, we realized that there were some possible
Yeah, wait.
explanations for...
Wait.
While we were editing...
That. They say while we were editing. Is that a sound wave? Because if it is, for a natural sound, like natural audio, is not going to be that like copy paste clear. And you see the purple like hill looking things, that looks like something that was like copy pasted, which means manufactured sound.
We realized that there were some possible non-paranormal explanations for Cody and Satori's knocking method, so we went back to Rhode Island to figure it out for ourselves.
They wanted to answer a few questions. 1. Is the knocking trick part of the house?
There's just wood. There's nothing.
2. Is there anything in their shoes?
And just for reference, nothing built into our sneakers.
And 3. Where is the sound coming from?
Do you mind if I try to see like where the noise is coming from?
Can you keep stomping your feet as much as possible?
Sometimes you'll hear it move around the room. Can you walk?
Yeah, now it's over here.
Now
it's over here.
Yeah, it is moving.
Dude, I can't even follow it.
So first, Sam and Colby take them outside to test it. And as it turns out, yes, they can do it outside.
All right, Abigail or anybody, if you're here, can you come up to the front for me?
Here it is. It's outside.
Come over here.
Next, they take Cody and Satori to a random park nearby that one of their team members blindly chose, and they even made them change into surprise shoes they had just bought.
We got shoes at Walmart.
There's nothing in their shoes, everybody.
Turns out they were able to do it at this random park too. And this really impressed Sam and Colby.
From what we were experiencing, there's no way we could explain how they could possibly be faking this.
Now, what impressed them so much about this was that Cody and Satori started talking to a random spirit at the park named
Terry Fossey.
And Terry starts giving them very location-specific information. For example, they spell out that they were a teacher and then say the word globe.
Globe Park School is 800 feet that way.
No. No way.
There's zero way.
Park, we had a team member look up all the information that we got from Terry, the spirit that came through, and it was all true.
September 20.
Dude, tell me that Sam, the blonde kid, does not have the eyes of, like, when you look him dead in the eyes, of, like, a Wendy's worker at, like, 3 a.m. who's had a very long shift and just desperately wants to close. Dead behind the eyes.
27th, which is today. No! 2007. So, 16 years ago, today, Terry...
She is so fake.
At Globe Park School.
Oh my gosh, we had zero
There's no way. As
idea.
Colby put it, there's zero way. Now, you may not have noticed
There's
this, but
zero
according to the footage, Terry got her own name wrong.
Terry Fossey.
Terry says her last name is Facci, but the screenshots they show spell her name as Fika, which is an interesting inconsistency. Now, how would this
Your ghost has dyslexia.
get her own name wrong? It's a mystery. A mystery we'll revisit later in the video, but
Well,
just bookmark it.
that's
for now.
gonna be
Sam
me,
and Colby conclude their
because
investigation
I have
by
a
asking
difficult
Colby and
time
Satori to do the
spelling my
trick
name anyway.
again in a random parking lot.
So
and
I'm gonna
again
show
inside
humans
a
the
dance
proof as a
studio
spirit. They're gonna be like,
in
nah,
Is
it's not real.
Ma'am,
She would know how to spell her own name.
are they with this building?
Giving me a lot of credit.
Are they with somebody in this building?
outside the building?
They're from outside. Okay.
And these tests lead Sam and Colby to proclaim a stunning revelation.
Based on our experiences with Cody and Satori, we 100% wholeheartedly believe that this is true.
Alright, not so fast. Let me stop you right there, buddy. If you guys have seen my other ghost videos, like my 28 Days Haunted video or my Blackwell ghost video, you know that media literacy and critical thinking are things that I take very seriously. So while I'm happy that Sam and Colby at least attempted to do some more basic debunking and testing, frankly, it wasn't enough.
True.
Now, like I said, I came into
Those
this
eyes.
series expecting to see some classic, obviously fake, ghost caught on camera type of stuff, fronted by a couple of YouTubers who didn't question anything and didn't care whether what they were portraying was real or not. But instead, at the end of episode 1 at least, I came away actually kind of liking these guys. Now, don't get me wrong.
What's up, guys? It's Sam and Colby.
It's clear that these guys' priority is to make entertaining YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, they call these
So,
movies, by
throughout
the way.
series, they're very excited.
Well, not these ones, but
carried away.
ones they've done in the past, they call the movie.
That is Robert. What the fuck? No.
So no, they never claim to be documentaries, but yes, they do claim to be movies.
But I don't know. I didn't get the vibe that there was
Filmmakers.
any malicious deception going on, which is more than I can say for some. However, I do think they came to the conclusion that it was legit a little too quickly.
We 100% wholeheartedly believe that this is true. True.
I'll come back to Cody and Satori later in the video, but
Just imagine saying,
meantime,
hi, welcome
just
to
think
Wendy's.
about
What
it.
can I get you
There's
today?
these mysterious knocking sounds that are happening pretty much no matter where they are. The knocks appear to bounce around the room. It doesn't matter what shoes they're wearing. They're also able to recite real names of real dead people that are either directly related to the stranger that they just met or the location that they were just taken to. If it's not real, how are they doing it? Well, hold on to that thought. Time for episode 2.
Some on the back of my head so I don't have a big blonde spot.
Episode 2 of the series is a whopping 1 hour, 43 minutes long, and it's about their trip into the aforementioned woods that the ghost Abigail warned them to be cautious of. That caution goes out the door almost immediately.
Alright, guys, so as you can see, we are now in the middle of the woods, actually.
I'll be honest, even though I thought Cody and Satori were faking it, episode 1 got me hooked on what would happen next. Unfortunately, episode 2 is mostly just Sam and Colby getting excited about their ghost hunting devices lighting up.
Oh my god, that thing's just going off! What? Yo! Wait, yo, okay, that's not
us. Oh, now it's freaking the fuck out.
You may be wondering what these
Should
mysterious
break for a
devices
second, my
are,
arms are killing
especially
me.
since a lot of them are commonly seen on ghost hunting shows to detect paranormal activity. Well, considering the bulk of this 100-minute episode is comprised of Sam and Colby reacting to these devices, I guess we better find out what they are. The most common one is called a REM pod, and this was the one Sam and Colby get most excited seeing light up. I was actually curious about what parts it was made of and how scientific it was, so I looked it up. I found this article written by this guy, Kenny Biddle, whose name you might recognize as someone who also wrote about debunking the Blackwell ghost that I covered in a previous video. Turns out he's a very experienced paranormal debunker, and he's written tons of articles about this stuff. Anyway, this article about the REM pod confirms the hunch that I had that it's quite the unscientific device. The main component is a junior theremin circuit, which is a miniature version of a theremin. The theremin is a musical instrument that a musician controls without physical contact. Basically, it creates an electromagnetic field using two antennae, and the thereminist moves their hands
That makes so much more sense
inside
now.
that electromagnetic field.
Because I remember we were like talking about what
Capacitance is what
the fuck
happens
those were.
when two conductors are in the same field but not touching. Sorry, you probably didn't want to learn today.
You're wrong. I always want to learn.
So the REM pod is a miniature theremin, meaning the electromagnetic field it produces is much smaller and has a range of about 6 inches. So what does it mean when a REM pod lights up? It means
Nothing.
that its tiny electromagnetic field has been disturbed somehow. Think of it as the invisible hand of an invisible theremin player. The problem, though, is that objects in close proximity aren't the only thing that can set off a REM pod. Radio waves, for example, can activate a REM pod from surprising distances. Here's a demonstration by a YouTuber named Minnesota Ghost Seeker, who activates a REM pod simply with a walkie-talkie.
Watch.
I didn't, but it would be interesting to check how many of those things that they did
Walkie-talkies away from the REM pods.
Know what
when
else emits radio waves? Cell phone.
Sam was in the basement alone and Colby was upstairs, and they have walkie-talkie issues and Sam's dies and all that or whatever. At that time, if they were reactive to like the REM pods around them or whatever, especially Sam downstairs, it would, I guess, make sense that they were setting them off themselves with their own walkie-talkies. I guess is what I mean. My hair looks absolutely insane. Are you afraid of looking dumb on the internet? Apparently not. But I have to pee real quick. I will be right back. I'm not gonna.
Or smartwatches, like the one Colby's wearing in pretty much every clip. All I'm saying is, when you see a REM pod light up, it doesn't necessarily mean that something in close proximity set it off. Especially with all the equipment that Sam and Colby use, and I'm guessing they didn't put their smart devices into airplane mode or anything like that. There's a lot of potential electromagnetic interference. What's interesting,
Yeah, what I was saying was like it would be interesting to look back at it at the scenes where they're freaking out about the REM pods going off or whatever, and seeing like in their hands what devices that they're using or whatever. Because if they're holding a walkie-talkie like that guy did in the demonstration, and then they freak out because it goes off or whatever, that it's like you can see that it's triggering, you know. But that was just my brain.
Sam and Colby focus a lot on this one REM pod they place in front of the basement, which seems to constantly be going off when they're around.
Literally, as soon as I touch the front door.
It's like doing an alarm like a police siren.
But their paranormal investigator friends, Josh and Seth, tell it.
Like, what did they do right before
It's
that?
weird because when we were here without you guys, it didn't go off at all.
I'm sorry, what was that? I didn't quite catch that.
When we were here without you guys, it didn't go off at all.
Now, it's hard to say for sure because Sam and Colby play really fast and loose with their REM pods. There's no Faraday cages to limit interference or any kind of interest in having a control group to see what's affecting it and what's not. But the fact that Josh and Seth noted that the REM pod was only going off when Sam and Colby were around makes me think that they probably had something on them that was interfering with it. But don't just take my word for it. Here are some of your favorite ghost hunters, Ryan and Shane, learning this lesson in real time.
This REM pod just started going fucking crazy.
Oh!
That's because you're using the radio. Oh, does that happen? Yeah.
I didn't even...
Now, while I would consider the REM pod to be somewhat unreliable and to be taken with a grain of salt,
Sorry.
some of the other devices they use are even less scientific. For example, here's one that Cody and Satori casually introduce as a, quote, static box.
That's a static box? Is that what it's
Yep,
called?
so it detects static anomalies in the air. So it's
Like
gonna
that?
give you proximity of where it's coming from. Can you walk around that and show my friends how it works? I'd appreciate it. Walk either to the left or to the right. Thank you.
Wow.
If you could get all the way to blue, I'd be very happy. If not, it's okay though.
Knock it all the way around.
When I watched this, I guess I didn't realize that that they showed BuzzFeed doing it. I usually like put my headphones on, or I'll just have the video playing and I'm walking around the room and stuff. So I didn't, that whole spiel about watching them prove it in real time, I didn't know that they were going to do that.
Wow. I have no idea what this thing is. I couldn't find anything about a static box online, and the description that Satori kind of gives up on giving about halfway through doesn't even make any sense. Like, it detects static anomalies? But how? And what are static anomalies? At this point, I'm looking at Sam and Colby like, either of you want to jump in and ask how this mysterious static anomaly device works? No? Whatever happened to all the debunking energy from episode 1?
Wow.
Satori tells the ghost to make the lights move in a circle, and they do, but
once
since
they get
this
you
is
to
just
believe,
some mysterious device that they introduced that even Sam and Colby apparently haven't heard of.
like the whole
who's
open
to say
mouth
it's not totally
insert bullshit.
rigged?
Like,
Basically, I'm
once it's
saying
open, it's like
REM pods are unreliable, but at least they're a
they don't need to do
known
any more
quantity.
debunking.
Meanwhile, anything at all could be in these so-called static boxes. So I'm going to be really quick to write off anything they show with the static box. Another device Sam and Colby use in the woods is called an Alice box.
This will go off just every once in a while, spit out a word just like an ovilus.
I wasn't familiar with the Alice box, so I decided to look it up. There's not a whole lot of information out there, but according to the website, painstaking lengths in this description to not tell you exactly what it does. The one thing I was able to glean about the Alice box was that it comes with a preloaded dictionary of between 2,000 and 5,000 words. And that's what it pulls from when it spits out a word. And yes, I do have thoughts about that preloaded dictionary. We'll get to it. One last device I saw in the episode is the so-called music box, which detects motion using a laser sensor.
Oh my god!
Something's happening right there, dude. What the fuck?
I don't know, man. It's hard to verify that these devices have any scientific merit at all, considering how readily I saw these guys just accept Cody and Satori's so-called static box without even asking any questions about it.
That was circle, just like you asked.
I'm not saying that nothing paranormal is happening at this house, but I am saying that it can't be proven using these devices. And honestly, at this point, I was getting a little bothered by how laissez-faire Sam and Colby seemed to be about using these devices, considering they went to comparatively great lengths testing Cody and Satori's little trick. They've been making paranormal investigation content for years now, so I feel like it's irresponsible of them to not at least acknowledge that the devices may not be accurate, or that there could be non-paranormal reasons for the results that they get. Like, I know it's kind of a vibe killer to
But how are they going to make the consistent 100% proof?
Like, now remember, kids, this thing lighting up might not mean anything, because it kind of dampens the horror effect, and it's way more fun and exciting to just treat every instance like it's a ghost. But
Damn it.
I was kinda bothered by it. Anyway, we do get more Cody and Satori content in this episode, and this time, Sam and Colby brought a special guest.
Gotta save the best for first, I guess.
Sam and Colby bring in their friend Amanda, who is a medium.
After the last time, I swore I would never come back here.
I don't want to spend too much time debating whether or not she's actually seeing or communicating with spirits, although I will say there were a couple eyebrow-raising moments with her that we'll get to. They also have a video.
I'm glad he pointed that out too.
Andrea Perrin, who's mostly here just to hawk her book.
My name is Andrea Perrin. I am the author of the true story behind the film The Conjuring.
Although she does mention some Conjuring House lore about 7 soldiers buried somewhere around the house.
There are 7 dead soldiers buried in the wall. There are 7 dead soldiers buried in the wall.
Do you believe those soldiers are still here?
I do believe that.
Just keep in mind that the 7 soldiers being buried around there is a thing that they've beaten into the ground, quite literally, okay? It's relevant, I promise. So we're finally going to get some more Cody and Satori content, or as I'll call
The
them
cat's right by me, so I'm
moving
sorry for dripping on her.
And this time, Sam and Colby's friend Amanda the Medium is here to witness it. Cody asks Amanda if she's sensing anyone.
You picking up on anything?
One is a boy and one is a girl.
Is that true? Yeah, good.
Wow.
Satori starts translating for the ghosts, starting with Abigail spelling her name, and then
Is she
saying that there was
worried?
a, quote, man outside. It's at this point that Amanda points out she wrote down the word soldier.
She literally has written down soldier.
Soldier right there?
Wow, wonder how she could have possibly known there were soldiers around. Anyway, Abigail says one of the men outside is named Frank, which Amanda tries to point out that she wrote down the letter R right before Abigail spelled it out. Sorry, I just had
Maybe
to
the
jump
thing
in here
about
real quick.
Colby is
Try
like
to erase the name
he's
Frank
fake, but
from your
it's
mind if you can.
obviously
Now try to
doesn't believe his own
think of
bullshit.
A male name that starts with F.
Whereas like someone like Amanda,
You probably thought of a name that starts with FR
At some
because
point.
R is the most common second letter for male names starting with F.
She started
Francis,
believing in it.
Franklin,
Believing
Fred,
in herself.
Frodo. Okay, it's the most common one. Abigail says Frank's last name starts with Bart, which just so happens to be...
My last name is Bartlett.
Do you know a Frank?
My dad's name is Frank Bartlett.
So you can see what's happening. The ghost claims they're Amanda's great-grandfather, Frank Bartlett. Frank tells Amanda through Abigail that he's watching over Tyler.
That's my brother's name.
Oh my.
Right, so you get it. They're doing the same thing again, just with Amanda this time. Now, last time Amanda was here, last time Sam and Colby were at the Conjuring House 2 years ago, and they referenced this a few times, something supposedly wrote her name in some sand that was just one room over.
Amanda and Scotty's name were both etched into the sand.
I was watching this part with my wife, and she pointed out that the handwriting was very modern, so she hoped that they wouldn't try to say it was somebody that died a long time ago who wrote it. Well, I have some bad news. So Sam decides to ask who wrote the name in the sand.
Can you help us understand who wrote the name Amanda in the sand?
Wouldn't
Abigail
it
starts
be
spelling
really?
out the word name,
Imagine like a
and Amanda
the old soldier with like that
says-
handwriting.
That's what I wrote down.
Name?
You wrote down the word name after you're already on the subject of a name being written in the sand. Right. Okay. These guys are starting to give me a migraine. Abigail spells out, he says he saw her, which the group is
I feel
confused
better
by.
now that I'm not the
Abigail
only one that had a
clarifies
reaction like that to
he
Amanda.
is the soldier, which is a reference to something Amanda saw last time she was here 2 years ago.
I was just nope, nope.
That is literally...
You saw the soldier outside.
Uh-huh.
The
He
soldier-
said he saw her.
The soldier was the one that was requesting that Amanda help the soldier like 2 years ago. But we just got that through a music box section. We didn't actually get confirmation of that.
But I saw the soldier the first time I was here.
So like he's confirming that you guys saw.
We saw each other.
Or he saw you.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that's.
Wow.
I don't know anything about this, so I'm just going to. If you know what that means,
Yes.
It's getting harder and harder to not just dive straight into the dedicated Cody and Satori theory section of the video, but for this one, it's just like, come on, guys. You watched the video. It had like 30
Yeah.
million views, and you work at the place the video was about. Of course you watched it. There's no reason to pretend like,
Which
I didn't know about
that
the
if they do
soldier."
watch,
I'm just
did watch the video,
honestly, this was a weird one to lie about.
then they
The
did
soldier
know
ghost
how
goes
big
on to
Sam
say
and
that
Colby
he wants
were,
to leave,
so they
which
did
basically
actively
wraps
know what
up
they were
his
doing.
story arc for the series.
You know?
After that, Colby asks if Abigail can make one
Whereas,
of the devices
like-
light up. And of course, the mysterious
Oh, God, of
static
course it's not
box
gonna be
is the one
better.
that lights up, but only after Cody moves it around first.
We were like, I was the theories of like, obviously this guy did this to get laid. That's where we're starting. But the theories of like, did the owner call up Sam and Colby to investigate, to get promo, to rent out these buildings or whatever, because they have like we went over them before, they have camping sites, but they're not like camping. They call it gamping, which is GH, which is ghost camping. But you're in like a fucking yurt, like, and it's expensive as fuck. And like I pointed out in the last video, or the last stream, it seems awful convenient that a lot of these ghost hunting YouTubers, after they go to these places, or at the time that they go to these places, they're advertising some kind of new like tour or attraction, whatever it is. They're advertising something new, and I just think it's too much of a coincidence that like these big YouTubers come and suddenly they have like these extra tour packages, and they have like, for Conjuring House, they have You can rent it as like regular people doing like ghost hunting, I believe. And then you can rent as content creators doing ghost hunts. And there's like a bunch of limitations on that, like the 2-hour rule. If you're live streaming, you can't live stream for more than 2 hours from the property at a time, things like that. So if the theory is that the owner, whatever, brought in Sam and Colby, and those two didn't know that the scale of what they were about to be exposed to, like they just hear from their boss that some YouTubers are coming in, whatever, they didn't look into that, or, you know, whatever, claiming somehow some kind of innocence as not expecting this to blow up as big as it did. But again, if they watched the video, then it proves that they were complicit in what they were doing. Like 100% calculated. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh my god.
Satori asks
Or without
Abigail
reasonable
if she
doubt,
could
you can
tell
believe
people what the
that they
afterlife
knew.
is like.
Can you say anything that would tell people what it's like or about?
To which Amanda furiously scribbles into her notepad, and Satori spells out the word good.
Good.
Like, it could be, because they claim that we don't do this for money, or whatever. What they mean is we don't do private readings for money. And they still do the tours. Obviously, they work at the Conjuring House, and this is part of a lot of the tour. They have their own tours on it. They do, like, events and things, and have their own social media and promote. So they actively do this for money. Without claiming that they do this for money. But I lost it. It bugs me with that. Like, I don't know.
It's good. You said good.
I did. I wrote it down
my god.
right after the question got asked because that's what I heard her say.
Oh my god, my migraine's back. So again.
So like I think after watching these things or whatever, I changed my opinion, because before I couldn't land on who was behind it, who knew that it was bad or whatever. Like, so basically who has been complicit in this is like Sam and Colby, Cody and Satori, the owner of the Conjuring House, all of this, every person involved or whatever, how complicit they were, producers, all of that. And now it is my belief, after watching a lot of this, that every single person involved was 100% complicit with what they were doing. That's all I'm trying to, I guess, prove with that.
Abilities or anything, but it's just the fact that the word good was so obvious.
I'm losing my train of thought a lot today.
The
It's weird.
answer to the question, what is the afterlife like? Can you imagine if Abigail had said something and said like agony, torture, eternal pain? I would be impressed if Amanda wrote that down. Hey, that's what I wrote. Eternal pain. Agony. Endless torment.
A question for you guys: is that mentally exhausting?
Not so
Physically
much
more.
mentally, yeah.
It's like energy, like
Yeah.
draining.
I kind of feel like shin splints in my ankles.
You can feel it in your ankles. Can you, Cody? That's interesting. Okay.
Well, I'm glad that we can excite you by holding hands and making knocking noises.
Holding hands and making knocking noises?
People tell on themselves constantly.
Speed round on the rest of the video. Sam, Colby, and Amanda have a debriefing where they fawn over Katori some more.
Is there any way that is debunkable?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I mean, we literally don't have time for this. Let's keep going. Sam and Colby decide to set up that fateful REM pod by the basement door before they head off to the woods when something interesting happens.
Let me see if this is recording.
Good to go?
It is.
Yo, that collar just opened and that just went off. It's going off.
Okay, this is what I was talking about with the floor.
This was one of the more interesting bits I saw. Now, I can't help but notice that Sam's conveniently zooming in when it happens, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that this cabinet opening wasn't blatantly faked. There's a lot of possible explanations for this cabinet opening like that. The room could be in an incline, for example. It also happens directly after Colby walks right in front of it, so it also could have been a draft from his nearby movement, or his walking compressing the floorboards and slightly nudging the cabinet open. It could be a lot of things. They spend a brief moment considering non-paranormal explanations.
Was it footsteps?
It could have been footsteps for sure.
It wasn't a draft, only because we shut it, and when we shut it, this side clicks shut.
True.
But like with a lot of moments in this 1 hour, 43-minute video, they barely have time to react.
So my point of that is he said like a draft or whatever. And she's like, this guy said draft, and then Amanda in the video says there's no draft, whatever. As I pointed out earlier, and I said it was going to be relevant later, just, hold on. They said that the floors were old and wood, and they felt the vibrations of the ghost tapping, which means that, like, they're vibrating, like they're moving. So if you walk across the floor, it is going to move the floor. So in my thought process, that is 100% what happened, because it was right as Colby walked by, and like that's it. They themselves pointed out
and do an Estes method session
that the vibrations move through the floor, and they can hear and feel the spirit walking closer or whatever. I can feel it on the floor. Yeah, that's why.
If you don't know how the spirit box works, it's basically just a modified radio that scans radio frequencies and plays random words it hears across multiple frequencies. These words can be anything, but the important thing to know is that the words it plays will always be from a radio broadcast that it picks up. For example, it could play the phrase "no credit," and that would obviously be from a commercial. This is probably going to shock you to hear, but I don't consider the Estes method to be a scientific means.
So it says, bad credit, no credit, no problem.
I've seen it used, there have been clear examples of confirmation bias at hand. Confirmation bias is the tendency that we have to interpret things in a way that confirms our current beliefs. And I noticed that Sam and Colby do this quite a lot. In addition to that, even though they're using noise-canceling headphones, there's always the possibility that they'll hear a word their partner says and repeat it. For example,
This device he's holding, you should be able to communicate through.
Holding.
Oh my god.
now he may have legitimately heard the word holding through the radio, but look at how close Amanda is sitting. He could have definitely just heard her say the word holding just now and repeat it. This particular instance isn't a big deal or anything, but it's just an
I just thought about something, because I was like thinking that the noise canceling headphones that he is wearing look similar to the ones that I have been wearing recently for stream, the ones sitting on the desk over there. I don't want to touch them because I have dye on my hands. Those, when you have them on noise canceling mode, I can still hear people talking. It just takes out like the extra, like, fuzzy whatever. But as I was looking at the headphones that he was wearing just now, it's hooked in via an aux cord. Every pair of headphones that I've had that has a noise canceling capability, it shuts off when you plug in the aux cord automatically. Which means that they're not using noise canceling headphones, they're using standard headphones. So like 100%. He can hear them.
example of why I don't think this is a sound method. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pick apart the entire Estes session because, frankly, we got bigger fish to fry. But there was one part I thought was funny. I got to show it to you. Here it is.
Can you tell us how many of you are here?
Abigail, are there things out here that could be dangerous?
Well, that's why we didn't watch the section, I don't think.
Oh my god, she just wrote that down.
You wrote
I skipped through the majority of the Amanda stuff.
There are 7 dead soldiers buried in the wall. There are 7 dead soldiers buried in the wall.
Where did you get that number from? I
Did
feel like
I
I'm
miss
picking
a
on Amanda
spot?
a lot, but my overall problem isn't with her personally, it's with the standard of proof that they're setting. When they celebrate every single match or connection they make, it makes the actually big moments feel less special. It's also like sensory overload watching this. There's way too many moments where they're like, hey, the thing lit up, and not enough moments where they stop and analyze something. It's like I want
That's
to
a point out. They didn't analyze. They just yes and, you know.
Explanation for it. But instead, we just breeze past it onto the next thing. The rest of the video continues at the same frenetic pace, so I'll just show some highlights. They use the Alice box in the woods, and it spits out a few words. Solid, divided, attack, Dave, left, single, fit, stock, bad feeling, gauze, alphabet, candle, surprise, and able. There's a lot of examples of the power of suggestion and confirmation bias in how Sam, Colby, and Amanda interpret these words, but I just want to point out that these words are all coming from a preloaded dictionary on the Alice box, like I said earlier. I don't know what the full dictionary looks like, but I noticed there was a pattern of what I would call horror words.
Yeah.
For example, in the second half of their woods experience, they hear
stock. That's one they bring up all the time.
Alphabet, and candle all in a row. I thought bad feeling was a weird one to have in the preloaded dictionary, considering it's a phrase and not a word, but it's not so weird if you think about the Alice Box's dictionary as being full of words specifically picked for ghost hunting situations. Gauze was probably picked because it's a way to dress wounds, and if you're ghost hunting, a wound on a dead person is something that
looks like I don't have hair, but
Alphabet was picked because
my
ghost hunters
EDS hair
usually
when it's
have
bleached.
Ouija boards nearby, and candle was picked because ghost hunters.
That's why I did my
often use
hairline again after I got in the
Sam
bathroom, because I
Colby
looked in the
didn't use
bathroom mirror
Alice
and
box
like there's
long enough for me to pick up a
portions
meaningful
that aren't.
pattern, but still, out of just 13 words they showed on camera, there was enough of a pattern there
I
of
just
words
can't
that were
see 'em in this
clearly
layer,
handpicked
so-
to fit with a ghost hunting narrative that I thought it was worth mentioning.
Tiny
I
and
mean,
lacking
you're not gonna hear
protein.
the Alice box spit out words like Final Fantasy or onomatopoeia or something like that. It's going to be words like ritual or abandoned or linger or other words like that that are going to be far more likely to trick the listener into thinking that they're relevant. Just saying, it's absolutely not a scientific device in any way whatsoever, if that's something that matters to you, which I think it should. After Amanda leaves, Sam and Colby meet up with their YouTube friends, Josh and Seth.
Okay.
I don't spend too much time on this part.
This is where I'm going to pause that, because one, my hair is saturated as much as it's gonna get, and I'll use the rest for conditioner for now. I should get an each. So this is where I wanted to go to the cut of the podcast that I had. These are the headphones I was talking about. This is power ANC. That's the noise canceling. If you hit it, they don't have to be noise canceling while you're using like Bluetooth. But if you plug an aux cord into them, the noise canceling automatically shuts off. And they always use an aux cord to plug into the radios. Because I guess Bluetooth wouldn't make any sense. This one, I was not a watcher of this podcast. I'm still kind of not, but Jessie, I love her because I've talked about it before. She's one of the ones that has her accent, I think, is beautiful. You can hear it less when she's like around her, like when she's talking to like other, like white people, but when she's like around her family and stuff, you can hear it more, like when she does vlogs and stuff. And I absolutely love it. I think it's so pretty, and because it's just, I don't know. But it's a Spanish accent,
and the way
like,
they were faking it, in our
and they're drastically at a different volume.
opinion, was that they were like popping a joint, like the guy who's holding his wife, or
Okay, so this is the Do We Know Them podcast. Jesse used to be a Viner. Sam and Colby were also Viners back in the day, apparently. I thought they were like younger than that, but apparently not. They're among like the David Dobrik people who came over from Vine. I don't know who that woman is, but she referenced working at Clever at one point, so that's who that is. The podcast is Do We Know Them? It's a smaller podcast based on like the things that we have been watching, because this is 98,000. They're almost about 100,000. But they did an episode where they covered the Conjuring House. I watched it, and it was the same thing that everybody's doing, same thing that we did. You know, basically have very similar opinions, but this is the update that happened after when everything has been blown up. For context.
They're married, right?
They're at least romantically involved. I'm not positive they're married.
All right. They kiss on the lips. The guy is the one that pops his like joint or something, and it's just whatever. The point is they're faking it.
Allegedly.
Sam and Colby are two YouTubers.
Oh yeah, the stream is all my opinion, by the way.
Prank YouTubers who now do paranormal stuff. Long story short, they have a history of maybe not being honest with their content, or like, you know, just questionable stuff.
Well, and also not even necessarily with their content specifically, because a lot of people point out that are fans of them that they're super genuine and they don't think that they would do that. And I said in the last video, like, I'm not an avid watcher of their content, but they did used to collaborate with like Elton and what is it, TFIL, which they do a ton of paranormal videos that are like very clearly not real. So that makes me kind of like, okay, well maybe their videos, they could just be better at making it not as obvious that it's not real.
Yeah, but it's already like, if you're authentic to participate with people who are allegedly not, that's interesting, you know? But we didn't say even that they were faking this. We didn't say that they were in on it. We said that maybe there was parts that were a little, we don't know, you know, that's a little strange. But ultimately, there was a few parts we gave them grace, and we were like, you know, that seemed legit, that seemed real.
The biggest being that Sam has a very visceral reaction to supposedly his grandma being contacted by one of the ghosts, yeah.
So that's the TLDR of it. We left it off saying we think this couple that they're working with, that works in the Conjuring House, is a hoax. We don't think they're legit, and we don't know if Sam and Colby are for sure in on it. That's where we kind of left everything. And now, everyone and their mothers has come out with a video addressing this. The couple, Sam and Colby.
The girl of the couple, her dad, who is the Ghost Hunters host.
Oh, okay.
People were like, oh, daddy came out to defend his...
Oh yeah, Jason Hawes' kid. 4:45, so like half an hour would be 5:15.
Daughter, which I, like... That's fine. He's welcome to do that. Before we get to all of the responses that came out, which literally...
I should really leave it on for an hour, though.
We're filming this on Thursday.
But it's like, do I want to sit here looking like this for an hour?
The response from Cody and Satori, the couple, and the response from the dad all just came out yesterday. But before we get to that, I want to show you guys part of a clip that one of you actually tweeted me, and I kind of like clicked it being like, oh, what's this gonna be? Then I saw it and I was like, oh, this is some interesting context to add to the entire situation, which kind of confirms the suspicions that we didn't really lean all the way into. But
part of the video that is Sam and Colby exposed.
Oh, I sure will.
Okay, so this is a video. The channel is called The Side Eye Guy, and it was uploaded 15 hours ago and only has under 13,000 views. The title is Police Called on Sam and Colby, a shocking confession plus disturbing misconduct at the Belair house. Which apparently is a haunted property that people go to. And before we even watch, I do want to point out that these haunted locations, I feel like have gotten, like there's been a surge in people wanting to go to haunted locations in the last several years. It used to be like, even when I think of like properties, like the value depreciates if someone has died there. Now it almost seems like that would like increase the value because people are like, that's so cool.
Hasn't it increased the value for a long time?
Turn it into like a haunted experience that people can come pay and stay at. And for those kind of locations, Sam and Colby are, it's like
I guess depending on where.
Situation where they have the opportunity to totally make or break your business.
Your haunted business?
Literally.
Are you serious?
I mean, because
I gotta be real, I know nothing of the Keith Lean drama, and I don't wanna.
Think of, they have 10 million subscribers, and the reason people go to haunted locations
Something
is
about
because
food?
they want to see haunted stuff. So if they watch a Sam and Colby video and see that they experience some crazy
There was
thing,
not enough
they're
dopamine in
gonna
that rabbit hole
go
for
so
me.
they can also experience some crazy scary thing. Because at the end of the day, these are businesses. So even I touched on the fact that the Conjuring House, you can stay overnight. Like you could stay not in the house, but there is...
You could stay near it. You can't stay in it.
I looked into...
Yeah, there's
what
like
their
13
accommodations
or
are,
something
and
like that.
Just a doghouse in the back.
No, I shit you not. It's like a glamping experience.
I figured, yeah.
Like, it's called gamping, like ghost camping.
Is it like an RV, like a little trailer?
No, it's like nice looking tents. There's one that's like a cabin.
It's like a fucking
There are
yurt.
Several options. My point bringing up the, like, they know that they have a lot of power in this space, that if they give a place a good review, then the place is going to get a lot of business afterwards. I'll circle back to that, why I think that's important, but they don't show the best.
She might be the one that talked about
Okay. I just think maybe they are a bit
that
jaded
woman,
or potentially entitled.
like looking at everything from the lens like of the owner, like her entire interaction and how she influences everything is her, you know, it's a sales pitch or whatever. I didn't know if that guy, if John Wolf mentioned it in the previous video that I was watching that we'll go back to. I don't know if that was one of the topics he touched on, but it might have been her that talked about it and touched on it. But the more that you think about that, the more you see like every every like interaction, like them saying like don't go into the woods and whatever, and then her being unless you have good intentions, like throwing that in there because a lot of their camping things are in the woods around. So if you don't go in the woods, then you can't spend money to camp there.
Because they're like, I won't.
Somehow, they happen to find out about this video before it even gets uploaded.
This guy basically explains that he was making this video and then he got reached out to by someone on Sam and Colby's team before he even uploaded. Like somehow they figured out that he was making the video. They didn't know all the information he had in the video, but they reached out, and he goes into reading the email from the person on their team later. But
oh shit.
So basically what this video includes is security footage from when they went to do a video at this place called the Belair House. It wasn't like secretly recorded security footage. They were aware that they were being monitored by security footage, and they still.
I'm gonna grab another bottle of water.
Does call
because I just watched this last night.
If they didn't know they were being filmed, he says in the video, the guy that's making it says that the employee that gave him the footage wanted to remain anonymous, but that employee, I'm assuming is not the owner of the house, is not in the video. Also interesting that I'm like, was he allowed to do that, or did he go rogue and like wanted to be a whistleblower? So this is the first clip that he talks about, and he does break it down because the audio isn't like great, but it definitely, like, he explains what it says, and that is definitely what they say.
All right, how are we gonna outro this? We're gonna call Kristen back here. She's gonna blow all three of us, and then we're gonna leave. Yes.
So what they say there is Sam goes, how are we going to outro this? And then Seth, who's this other guy that's filming with them, says, we're going to have Kristen come back here.
That's what's going on.
We're going to have Kristen come back here and blow all three of us and then leave, I think he says. To which then Colby goes, yes.
Colby's the one that fake cries?
Oh,
that's the one. Okay.
So Sam was the one saying, how are we going to outro this? Then Seth says that, and then Colby positively reacts to the joke. And again, they knew that they were being filmed, so I think it was just...
For context, we did watch the Sam and Colby thing when it was blowing up, but we didn't touch on any of the aftermath or anything. I'm doing good. Oh, eggnog. I always forget about it. I should get some. I have to have like non-alcoholic though, and I don't know if I ever have, because I always make it myself. It was like them investigating the Conjuring house and all this weird stuff. So we're watching John Wolf break things down in a different video, but before he talks about them joining with Seth and stuff, I wanted to bring this discussion in as like a layer of context, because they're talking about how Sam and Colby act with their friends like when cameras are off, because they have security footage of him now. So that is where we are.
She was gonna go through the footage, but like, oh my god. So then he goes on,
and Colby really rubs me the wrong way for some reason.
Into the next clip.
Second clip needs a little explaining. Colby is sat on the sofa, and next to him is a Boo Buddy teddy bear. This is not a toy. They are paranormal tools to help detect ghosts. They're actually surprisingly expensive. Anyway, my source told me this Boo Buddy teddy bear was property of the Bel Air house, and they kindly allowed the boys to use this bear as part of their investigation. But it seems to talk a little too much, and this gets on the nerves of the ghost hunters. Which tells me they mustn't think it's a ghost touching it. They seem more annoyed that they can't shut it up. Funny enough, when the cameras are rolling for their YouTube video, every time the bear makes a noise, they jump up and down thinking it's a ghost or a demon.
I want to say, because earlier we were talking about how the REM pods or whatever, they go off when Sam and Colby are in there, and they're like, I wonder what it is about those two that's setting it off. I think it's Colby's phone. I think he's getting messages or something, and here he's like swiping. I think it's Colby's phone that sets off everything. I think he just texts and stuff the entire way through and like flirts with people the entire way through this. I'm not saying he has vibes. I'm not. That wasn't my. Because we always had this thing in my channel about like certain people have vibes, which means that they're like they got sexual predator vibes. He like we watched a little bit, like 2 minutes of one of his videos, and he's just it's like he's like acting like as a character, but he doesn't believe it. Maybe, but it's like him as a person and him to his friends and stuff is the same way, except in these security footage that we see, where they're not on camera and not interacting, and he is literally nothing. Like, he doesn't have a personality. So when he turns it on, it's like he doesn't believe that he has a personality. I don't know. Something about it, man. Yeah, so like that's who the Seth guy is that they're joining in the John Wolfe video. They're joining the investigation at the Conjuring house. It's not clear which one of them it was. That's fair.
So before I let the guy explain it, I just want to point out that you can tell that the energy, like this is when they aren't filming, the energy is very low.
They could literally be eating a Panera Bread right now.
Right?
That literally does not look like you're in a haunted house at all.
And Colby gives nothing.
Did you hear that? But like, this is not
right. So that's.
But with them, I don't think it's a natural phenomenon. I guess the fact that we all have static electricity on our skin and everything could imply that some would have more than others, and some people would touch things and have them break like that. But in this, it's their devices, because we were talking about how walkie-talkies set off the REM pod, and they showed a clip of the BuzzFeed guys doing it. I don't know their names. I think one of them Shane, not Dawson, the other one, the not creepy Shane from BuzzFeed. But they were talking about how the walkie-talkie set off the REM pod, and the guys in the video were like, no, because when you guys weren't in here, it like wasn't going off at all, and now that you're in here, it's going off, and like saying it in a way that they believe that the ghosts are causing this activity because of what, like Sam and Colby being around. But I think that it's either the fact that Colby is wearing a watch, a smartwatch, and you can see it in multiple things, or it's Colby's phone going off constantly, because he always has it in his hands. Even when they're like doing that Frank thing or whatever, they said he was pulling up Ancestry or whatever. We looked at the screen of his phone and he was in a messaging app. Yeah, the ghost hunting rabbit hole. Some of them scare me. The ones that really, really scare me are fucking cryptids, especially like Appalachian stuff. Oh, that shit gets me. But ghost stuff doesn't as much anymore. It's like a lot of it's not real. None of it's real.
Anytime the bear says
Skinwalker shit. Oh my god. Yeah.
Something is trying to communicate.
I'm in that. I'm in team that.
Oh yeah.
Hey Barry, can you solve a Rubik's cube? On the count of 3, I'm gonna need you to solve that Rubik's cube. 1, 2, 3.
The way he says "what" always gets me, because we saw just a moment ago when on the security camera, when they did not have their phones out recording or their cameras out recording, these guys were nothing. They were sitting in Panera Bread, like she said, and then the way he goes "what" it gets me every time.
Conveniently,
what?
they are not filming. No one seems fucks if the bear makes
Oh
that
yeah,
noise.
I don't know who long hair is, but
I got fucked up by
is giving me
Signs.
major ick.
I got fucked up by the movie Signs when I was young, so yeah. Yeah. It's hilarious the way they play it out, but I got fucked up by that, and now I have like the aliens is the biggest, and recently we discovered like I guess it's megalophobia, giant things, but specifically giant sea creatures like Rosie the Shark. I'm terrified of Rosie the Shark. Like if I knew that I was even in the vicinity, I would start sweating. Like talking about it, I'm getting chills in my body. Like I would probably just like turn into a puddle in the worst way. Like melting. I have my glasses on. Yeah, the closets, the whole thing. I couldn't handle
Stressing me the fuck out.
the age that I was. I couldn't handle the humanoid movement and stuff. Like when they're going through the party, and he's like, "Vamonos, vamonos." um, yeah, that one.
Like moaning.
That got
making
me
the
really
sexual
bad.
Jokes.
Okay,
It's
so
just
I
too
couldn't
much.
tell if that was Colby or him doing the moaning noises.
Oh, true. Yeah. it
But
could've been
either
one
way,
of them.
that gave me the ick as well. I'm like, okay, can we stop with the sexual moaning because that's unnecessary.
And again, you're gonna get haunted fucking around with shit like this. You're gonna like, this is not a game.
Well, apparently they maybe allegedly don't believe in any of it, so that's why they don't seem to care. So that's basically the vibe that this already sets up, and then we also have a clip later on that kind of confirms that, maybe. But now the author will go on to explain why this is problematic even beyond that. I don't know how much I really think this is important, but...
The knife you see Seth pick up is a display in the front room, and I would assume...
I
it's
watched
not
his
to be
mouth
toyed
too.
with. He then uses the knife
When
to
the
stab
moans
bear.
happened, I couldn't tell
From
who
the
it came
angle of
from.
the camera, we don't know if Seth is mimicking
But it would make sense if it was
this as
Colby.
a joke or is actually stabbing the bear with the knife. I'm not sure if Colby's reaction is in jest or actual shock.
I think that one's a bit of a reach. I don't think he was actually stabbing the bear and like poking holes in it, and I don't think Colby was actually shocked at him doing it. I think it was just like that.
Nothing that Colby does is real.
Continue the problem with
It
the bear.
just
And even the things that he was puppeteering.
it irks me. Dude, yeah, we Ren and I watched The Fourth Kind when we moved into our old apartment, the one that had all the issues with the roommate or whatever. That one was.
So, yeah, we might run into other spirits, but I have a feeling that it's more just be on the lookout because it could be a demon thing.
We got to be careful of one, Emily Davis, who's obviously the demon child, and then two, Lyde. Because I don't know if you remember this, but Lyde was supposed to be a protector and somebody that will help you through these situations. But if it is something that is puppeteering her, it could just be a giant trap for us to trust.
Oh, it is so... Dude, the Sally House all over again. Oh, you broke him!
The thing was like $600, and it belongs to the house. Not only did the one guy like punch it or stab it or whatever, but he fucking roundhouse kicked it.
Roundhouse that bear off the table. Imagine if it talks again.
It's like $600 bear, whatever.
In that clip, we see Colby.
I'd be like, that bear sits on the table and nobody fucking touches it.
And is not there.
That's
So he
crazy.
apparently breaks something because he holds up a piece. And later we find out that they are trying to say that that was just like a battery that came out. But to me, it feels a little weird that they would like hold up a battery. If that was all that happened, I feel like that wouldn't be the reaction. Like they would just go.
Just double checking I didn't have dye on my hands and wasn't smearing it all over my face.
Yes, but I mean, their videos are edited.
You can edit. Yeah, that's true.
So I'm.
See, I thought they were like super young, but apparently they're from Vine.
I haven't watched the video,
probably
but
not. They're not exuding a ton of like super respectful vibes of both the dead and their house, that person's house that they're in. Like it just seems like they're a bunch of like middle schoolers just running amok.
absolutely the vibe I got. And it just doesn't seem like they're even remotely on edge or like a little scared of what might happen because it seems like they think that this is all bullshit. One of them even mentions like, imagine if it talked after that. They don't think the bear is legit. Like they don't think it's actually spirits talking. It's very clear. So now let's fast forward to yet another clip in a different room.
None of this shit is real.
say none of this shit is real?
He said, confession number 1, none of this shit's real, and then they start laughing. So quick,
Yeah, I don't know.
upon first
So yeah, that's what I talked about earlier. How Sam and Colby operate under the, like their media, strategy. That's what I'm looking for. Is don't address it, don't apologize, don't even whatever. So like this whole thing, which they go into further, where they get in trouble with the police there, and the owner of the place because they damaged property. And they didn't apologize. They never addressed it or anything. But the Seth guy, who has his own paranormal hunt, he has this channel that's exactly the same shit. He had to put out an apology for saying in that security video, none of this is real. And the comment that when I sat back down at where he says, we're gonna, what are we gonna do after this or whatever? And he says, Kristen's gonna come back and blow all 3 of us, and then we go home or something like that. And Kristen is the owner of the Bel Air house, this person that they met like literally a couple hours ago.
Listening to this, and by the
Fucking weird.
Weird
things to
video we
say.
got this from. It is claimed that it is Sam saying that, but since filming, we've actually learned that apparently it's Seth who is the 3rd person that is on this ghost hunt with them, because Seth actually has put out a statement since this video started to gain some traction, and it reads as follows. I'd like to take a moment to address the current controversy in regards to a comment made by me. I also not Kristen.
It was on the screen long enough.
In any way excuses that kind of a joke to be made, especially while on her property. Not that anyone.
That's long.
Oh, you got
It was on the screen.
You got caught red-handed on candid camera. Oh shit! Yeah, that's it, bro. That's it, right? Wow. So wow. That's it. You totally got caught red-handed. Call the police. Like we had suspicions
funny
before.
you say that because the police do get called.
Dude, and what's funny is,
Anyway,
like, before they did the paranormal videos, which they do for money because they got bigger than the other ones, they were the guys who explored abandoned places and stuff. So filmed themselves trespassing, and that's how they got popular on YouTube.
I just
So
feel like this obviously confirms our suspicions before, and it's kind of disturbing because they are really weirdly good at faking it. Like, it's one thing to fake pranks that are stupid or whatever. This is a whole other thing. Like, you're fucking with things that, number one, people deeply believe in, and number two, like, it's kind of just disrespectful. Like, if this house is haunted because people actually died in it and shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, this is not the vibe. This is just not the right way to handle any of this. I don't know. It just feels icky.
Well, and when I watched it for the first time, all I could think of was how I like very much recognized the fact that this is them normal. They turn it on for the videos.
Yeah.
Any YouTuber that has been doing this a long time, I'm sure can tell you that they have turned it on for the videos. I was just saying to Jesse off camera, I don't feel like that really applies to us now because we're just being totally hear them. It's like
to go somewhere.
that's where she meant to work at Clever. I don't know who the girl on the right is.
Deserves to just
The
be, like,
lady, the woman.
understand, and they just don't give a fuck anymore. Like this much like up.
There's layers to it because there's one, the just blatant disrespect of the owner of the house, unrelated to all the paranormal stuff. Then there's the disrespect of the haunted aspect of it, where it's like even
That's
if you
like
don't believe,
people's
maybe
beliefs.
kicking the
Yeah.
bear and like stuff like that, that kind of plays
Right.
into both of those. Then the third layer is your entire thing is like, you don't have to believe this is what we saw and we believe it. And
This
like,
is our
that's
100% genuine
approach where it's like,
experience
you can
there,
believe
and
whatever
we
you want, but,
believe
like,
it.
we believe this because it happened to us. Do you though? Because it seems like you just turned it on for the camera and maybe it didn't happen, or maybe it did and you just think it's like there's a lot of interesting aspects to it, I think.
This was bound to come out. It's kind of funny the way it did come out because they could have pulled a Brooke House and just left a long ass clip of them like disrespecting the dead, but they didn't, and instead got exposed by security footage like a year later. That's interesting.
So that's pretty much it for that clip. And then the last one that he shows has the owner come in.
Do you think she was watching this live?
Good question. I don't think they were there. Like, I don't think they stayed overnight. They do come back the next day.
Oh, okay.
And Kristen comes in the room and she is less than thrilled, you might say.
So she saw the
Yeah.
footage.
Yes.
Oh, one thing in that guy's apology, because we didn't listen to it, was he said in the apology that they did not know that they didn't know that they were being recorded until the next day when they came in. So they're claiming that this is the point that they were told that they were being filmed the day before. But clearly at the beginning of the actual video, it says, "You guys knew you were on camera, right?" And they all say, "Yeah."
You brought the specifically those maybe 5 friends. I thought, you know, when you guys went there, he brought it to. I don't think the actual one there.
Like she's like kind of stomping and just like you could tell visibly annoyed, and then sits down to basically scold them.
So I reviewed a lot of my scenes. You know you guys are on camera.
Yeah.
She missed that. She goes, "You guys know that you were on camera," and they go, "Yeah."
Oh boy.
What? You do? And you're
What are they gonna say though? Like, no.
true, but like, oh my god.
Records everything.
Very important point here. Kristen asked the three boys
The layers of people pointing it out.
for misbehaving in class. You know you guys are on camera and on knowledge, and it makes me not aware.
If you can't hear it because it's low, she says, I was super fucking pissed off when I saw it. More Gamester, what's going on?
Said,
What is this? This is the second video. We're doing Sam and Colby still, or again, while I dye my hair because I needed to. So we're watching a John Wolfe video, and at the point of John Wolfe's video is where the guys enter the room with Seth and whatever. So I went to this video where they were exposed from security footage of a place that they went before the Conjuring house. It was like a year ago or whatever. And they're viewing the security footage of how they behave off camera. So I figured we could watch that as layers of context, or to add layers of context to what John is about to go into about being around Seth and all of that. So when we see their behavior in his video, you can see drastically what the difference is here. But I looked at like 2 minutes of a Colby video, but something is really off about Colby to me, and I can't put my finger on what it is. But it's not like he has vibes. Like, I'm not making those kind of claims. What it feels like to me is he's playing a character, but he doesn't believe in the character or whatever that he's playing. And when the cameras are off, he has no personality whatsoever.
I reviewed all of it, and I was
So I'm
really
like,
fucking pissed.
I don't
was up
know.
all night, and I can't tell what she says after that.
Oh shit.
We'll get into their acting. That's another segment. So far, we only reviewed episode 1 in John's video, so it wasn't very long. It was basically just reviewing things we've done this part. Oh, but if you do want to watch that, John goes into, in the episode 1 chapter of his video, he goes into what basically a REM pod is, what the Alice box is, and everything, because I know we had those questions when we were watching it. Also, welcome. If I didn't say that.
Yes, I think that's fucked that they potentially broke the bear and like that they're being rude. Do I think it's a situation that
This is yeah. So after they kicked she said I was up all night super fucking pissed off because she watched the video of them, those guys, the security footage is them joking around. They're like, what are we gonna do after this? And Seth is like, Kristen's gonna come back and blow all 3 of us, and then we go home. And then they kicked the bear, like one of those touching REM pod bear whatever's. The house let them borrow it, and it's like $600, and Colby Roundhouse kicked it and broke it. They did the response video, which I think we already watched and covered, so it was like super early. But no, Sam and Colby operate under the media strategy that they don't address anything. Like I've seen, that they don't really address anything.
said I reviewed all of it, and I was really fucking pissed. I was up all night, and I can't tell what she says.
So the cops come in.
Not the police. FBI, open up. He's like, oh.
Yes, I
right.
think that's fucked that they potentially broke the bear and like that they're being rude. Do I think it's a situation that warrants the police getting involved? I would maybe see if they would pay it first, and if they didn't, then involve the police. But it feels a little aggressive to just have the police come.
I agree. I mean, the bear is, I think they showed it was like around $600, something.
I don't know what the conversion is, but it tells us in a minute. I think they paid like $300 necessary, or she was concerned that they wouldn't. I don't know, whatever. But 2 cops have showed up now.
What the cop says.
Did you fill this out? This is for the damage to the property, and after seeing the video, Warren Police Department is recommending sexual harassment charges as well. So,
That's where I was like, oh shit. The cop said, we have you for damage of property, and since reviewing the video, I think she says, since reviewing the video, we're recommending sexual assault as well, or sexual harassment as well.
For damage of property, and then also after reviewing the video that they're recommending sexual harassment charges as well. To which then she says, can we talk about that? So maybe she like doesn't want to press charges for that situation, and she doesn't end up doing it, but
Yeah.
Teaches you not to make really gross, inappropriate jokes, especially when you're on camera.
That's a strange thing to say.
Some people are like, what the fuck? That's ridiculous. And again, she didn't go forward with those charges.
Yeah,
but
she didn't
what I will
charge
say
them
is
for that, but the fact that the cop in it, like, went in and said that, like, oh, it's just so sweet.
What does that mean to her coming from people that she doesn't know? That's like a really scary thing to hear from
Yeah.
random ass men or kids or whatever the fuck.
Last thing from this creator is that he, again, received an email from someone on Sam and Colby's team. It claims to actually...
Well, you guys weren't here for it, but I mentioned earlier because we were talking about the grandma, Sam's grandma. She was the one that came out like with the onward and upward thing. It's a big deal in this or whatever. I got a Snapchat ad a couple days ago from somebody who was like onward and upward 21 or something like that, and they sent me a message, but it was like, you look like the type of girl too, and like said this like gross sexual stuff, and I was like, that's a really fucking weird thing to say, dude. Like, that's what I sent back, and then I removed the friend. And I'm not claiming it has anything to do with them. It was probably just a random coincidence or whatever, but that was fucking hilarious, and I joked that it's fucking Colby.
Actually come directly from Sam and Colby, like that is how the email is signed. But
So it's a joke. It's a joke.
I don't think that they were personally emailing me. I think this was.
I don't think that was them.
But
That's ridiculous.
Hey man, just wanted to reach out and say we love your content. It's super funny and we appreciate what you do. Saw you've made a few videos on us in the past and thought.
But it was just like, it was a
hilarious.
funny
In your recent
coincidence
video
with
about
all of
Josh,
this.
You mentioned that you're working on a video about a channel who has destroyed someone's property. That is all.
Oh yeah, this is the side-eye guy, which they showed his videos like a moment ago. It's the one with the little dude or whatever. Basically they caught wind that he was going to, he said in a video, I'm going to make an upcoming video about somebody damaging property, and that's all he said was somebody damaging property. He didn't go into who it was or whatever, but Sam and Colby's team reached out to them and was like, hey, we just want to let you know, like, give some context on this because we think it might be about us. Like, what a way. Yeah, okay, here is where they talk. This is the only response video that Sam and Colby put out, and this, I believe that we've already touched on it.
Today, we're going to be talking about the Conjuring House, but before we begin, we just want to say thank you. This response to the series has been absolutely crazy.
It's like,
the last couple weeks,
and I said that Colby is like, I can't read him or whatever, but Sam, if you look, like when he does like the dead in the eyes, like in the camera or whatever, he looks like a Wendy's cashier at like 2 a.m. when they just really want to go home, and you're like, and they're like, welcome to Wendy's, can I? Like dead behind the, like that's what I see in fucking Sam's eyes.
Check
I don't know if you guys are gonna believe us or not.
Also, nobody's doing their job. We're gonna what? Well, yeah, but the fact that they think that they can say whatever and it doesn't impact the owner or whatever, and seeing like the cop making it a point or whatever is like, I like that. I think it's funny.
I'll say this, but when we were posting each episode, we would scroll through the comments and actually cry.
As like in the reason, one of the reasons that I went viral was once was TikTok about like revenge porn or whatever, and I told a story about it happening to a girl close to me, and it was my sister. And the guy threatened. He called, and he called on a different number, which was a work number, and he said it in the voicemail. He says, "This is first and last name. I'm using my work number since you blocked my other number. If you don't respond to me, I'm going to release these things." And I said, I looked at her and I was like, oh my God. I was like, you fucked up. Like, he just admitted to, like, it's a felony. And I looked it up or no, when my sister called the police or whatever, called the cop, the cop told her to talk to Nevada because the way that it worked out, it was not a felony in Arizona where we were, but it was a felony. It was a misdemeanor of harassment, of course, and threatening, but it was a felony in the state that he lived. It's a felony, not just blackmail. It's like releasing nudes or sexual texts or anything like that is called revenge porn, and it is a felony in most states and countries. So when the cop called him, the cop was like, you're facing a felony, right? And this guy just like, like, you can imagine. You can imagine how the rest of that call went. That's why I told the story on TikTok. I thought it was interesting. And like the guy, like, the cop didn't say whether he identified himself or not, but like, I am not encouraging crimes, although I don't think impersonating a police officer is anything more than a misdemeanor. Same with a doctor. Don't quote me on that. Again, not not urging crimes, but the point of the TikTok that everyone apparently missed was like, my sister never filled out any information. She didn't have to give a name, like her name and address and everything. He didn't really know who she was. The only information given was who this guy was that did it and his numbers. And, she sent proof that he had been harassing her, that he had called her like 21 times that morning before 7 o'clock. Like, it was bad. And the point of it was like, literally anybody could have made that call. Anybody could have made that call and said, "Hi, I'm Detective So-and-so. You're facing a felony. You got a brother?" Like, that was the point of the whole thing. But, the internet does what it does and filled in all the subcontext and everything. And I wasn't capable at the time to mentally handle everything that was happening. So I ended up having to get rid of that, TikTok and everything. But that was the point of everything, was to like not let dudes know, because it seems like it's helping, but like to face the shit that this is not just like it's not like fun and jest. You can say whatever you want like they did. It's not like, that you own this person who shared something vulnerable with you now, so you get to dictate their behavior and whether or not they interact with you or not when you make them uncomfortable. And, with the fact that they're like, these are little crimes and not okay things to do, men start going like, oh shit, like, I've done a bad thing. Like, so the fact that the cop came in is like, yeah, and it could be sexual harassment because of this or whatever. Like, the make a point of that, and like just seeing the soul drain out of the dudes who sexually harass women or harm women or whatever, to know the seriousness of what they're doing, like, to real face the consequences. Because even if they know, like, they know that trespassing is crimes and they'd commit them anyway, so even if they knew it was a crime. But when you're actually faced with a police officer or somebody who says they're a police officer on the phone saying this is a crime, then it's like, oh shit, like, no, police are dicks. And I've gone into my whole thing about cops and everything, which is one of the way that my TikTok got twisted was that I was pro-police or whatever, or I was a hypocrite because I'm anti-police, and my suggestion was to go to the police. No, my suggestion was the phone call. If you felt comfortable having a police person call, then yeah, but otherwise anybody could make that call and be like, hey, I already did the whole thing on police forever ago, so one of my first streams back. So if you want my view on police, it's somewhere in there. But it wasn't a pro-police phone call, and this is not a pro-police, like, instance or anything like that. I think it's just because the police carry the way that they do, when somebody says, like when a police officer or somebody on the phone who says they're a police officer says, hey, it hits different. I know all of that. I know all about the police. I'm not advocating for them. Again, I don't know how many times I have to say that. It is possible to be anti-police and anti-prison and at the same time still have to work within the confines of the society that you live in to keep the women around you safe. So that is my point with that. And the police acting in that manner of saying this is a seriousness of these things that you're doing to these people because it's just funny, It's funny to them. It's not like, so to have somebody who has authority that they would recognize and be like, dude, you're going to go to jail again. Again, because the video we watched at the beginning of the stream was Colby going to jail the first time. No, maybe not the first time. The first time in the stream in the context that we have addressed. I don't know how many times Colby's been to jail.
Some of the things
But that was the point of the whole, like, that moment. And that's why her jaw dropped and my jaw dropped, is because the policeman was like, yeah, and this is sexual harassment. Because, like, you just know that those dudes, like, their soul just went out of their asses. Like,
Separate rooms, like crying, like, are you crazy? Are you not crying too?
Sorry to interrupt so soon, but don't you find that kind of a weird way to open it when they're addressing whether or not they faked it or not? Like, to just be like, thank you for all the views, basically.
I don't know. I found the whole intro strange. They're like, thank you. Thank you so
like,
much.
and they're very,
Yeah.
like, very smiley.
2-3 weeks to say the least.
Our main goal whenever we make a video is just to share our experience with you guys. And yeah, that includes the funny, stupid jokes, the friendship stuff, as well as the history of location, and what we experience. The things that we hear, feel, and see. The Conjuring
tell me he
House,
doesn't look like,
what we heard, felt, and saw,
like, imagine him in a
unlike
Wendy's hat.
anything
And be
we've
like,
ever experienced
welcome to Wendy's. Can I take
Everything
your
that we shared with you guys and showed you in the 4 Conjuring videos on our main channel were our real experiences and reactions. At the end of all the videos, we asked for you guys to give us your opinions.
But as the girl said in the video, in the same reaction too, they don't think that it was enough to pursue, like, charges for that, and neither did Kristen or whatever in the situation. All of the women agree, but at the same time, all of the women are like, oh shit,
You guys gave us tons of feedback and dove deeper than Sam and I could have ever done, so thank you guys for that.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about everything. But at the
Well,
end of the day,
it
there are
depends.
still things that we saw with our
Harassment is nuanced, way more nuanced than that, I think, because, like, in the situation, when you go to courts and stuff, that's why my sister had to put the screenshots and everything of all the phone calls and all of the harassment in the police report. And I think we even had to file, me and the person I was living with had to file a harassment thing because a person who we blocked and said we do not want communication with kept getting those, like, random numbers from, like, an app or whatever and calling from those. And I'm like, once somebody blocks you, that's a pure, like, you cannot contact me. Like, if you go besides that, that's harassment as well. So we had to include that. Yeah, she was being harassed. And in this, the proof that they were being harassed would be the video, and in court, they would have to show the video, and then probably it would end up being, like, either they settle or a jury has to discuss whether or not it's enough. So there are instances where you can get off with harassment, and there are many, many, many instances where people harass women and they end up getting off with it because the women didn't have enough proof that they were being harassed or they were being threatened or whatever until the woman is actually physically dead or in the hospital, and the hospital documents it. So it's way too common for that to be a thing to say that anybody can say they were harassed and the police believe it. I don't. I think that's way too nuanced to do that.
that we cannot explain.
The main thing we want to talk about is Cody and Satori, a couple that we met the first day we arrived when we started our week at the Conjuring House. They told us about and then repeatedly showed us this insanely unique method to communicate.
Yeah, rinse my hair soon.
This method produces these knocking sounds and specific responses at a consistency that Colby and I have never seen before, and I don't think anyone has ever seen before. As you can tell from our reactions, it completely blew us away. And we just want to put it out there that if we didn't see this in person, we probably would not believe it. There are 4 main points that people want our opinion on. 1, the fact that our family's information is available online. The Cody video of him doing the knocking method about 10 years ago.
11.
Whether or not they are making
Oh, did we didn't discuss that part yet, but
4, the theory of popping joints. So first, let's talk about the information that we received from this.
but as I stated, I think at the beginning of the stream, and I don't know if I've said it since, this we're trying to cover, not only did Sam and Colby get exposed with like the security footage they don't believe, and they're just, you know, nothing burger assholes. Allegedly. In the opinion of the collective consensus, because that wasn't my opinion, that was just drawn from everything that we've been watching. And also Cody and Satori got exposed as well. So, or mainly Cody got exposed as well. So, this clip from the podcast was to add context to Sam and Colby's exposing, and it includes that. So, it's difficult to take them apart.
Including, yes, my grandmother's nickname. I mean, I was...
Also want to just do a quick caveat that I did see some people mention, even in the comments of our video, they say that the grandma, that Libby, the nickname and everything, and he reacts, he's like, no one would know that. Even after the name is spelled...
There's zero way.
Who is his business partner and best friend, and supposedly this grandma was the one that gave them the mantra for this channel, which apparently is onwards and upwards.
That's what I'm talking about. There was a Snapchat name that added me that was like onwards and upwards 21 or something like that added me and just sent me this gross like paragraph of like sexual stuff. I didn't read the entire thing because once you hit like a certain threshold, you realize what the fuck is happening and you nope the fuck out of that really quick as, you know, a woman who receives this stuff. But yeah, that's why that I thought of this when they mentioned earlier, they mentioned Sam's grandma and they weren't talking about the onwards and upwards part. But I was like, oh my God, Sam's grandma. Somebody added me on Snapchat. So that's how the whole circle went.
Well, I don't know, because didn't Sam say that was her nickname? So maybe he knows her by another name, perhaps?
Maybe. Obviously, I don't know for sure by any means, but I did watch that back, and the kind of obliviousness that Colby seems to have is a little odd, considering if she played.
She could have also played a role just in Sam, like Sam suggested.
I'm gonna take a second and rinse my hair anyway.
Grandma, but Colby doesn't really, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and he very much like maybe he just always referred to as grandma and not Libby, but just his reaction is a little odd.
Yeah.
I was having this full-on breakdown, so I wasn't fact-checking this, but yes, my grandma's nickname, Libby, is online. In the moment, I was just blown away from the fact that I was getting a message directly from my grandmother. So yeah, in hindsight, someone could definitely have looked that up before I got there. But that doesn't mean it isn't amazing that when we took them to randomized locations around Rhode Island, they could describe the people that died as well as dates and causes of their deaths. In our opinion, unless they...
So that is another aspect that we didn't discuss in the last episode where we covered it is...
but John did.
They're debunking it or attempting to. They bring them to random locations and have them redo it. And in those locations, the couple talks to other ghosts. One time they go to a park, for example. And the spirit, they told you that they would have been able to research that ahead of time.
Gonna have to take our word for that.
Now let's talk about the video of...
There's also another interesting thing to that, but I will talk about it when it comes up with the names, not knowing who we are.
With the story that they told us. Again, we met them on day one at our week at the Conjuring House, so all we knew about them was what they told us on camera. When we saw this video, we immediately called Cody and Satori, and they gave us more information on the timelines of their knocking method. On the phone, Cody said he's been investigating the paranormal for years and has heard knocking and rapping noises a lot in the past, kind of similar to our experience at the Queen Mary a few years
So the
ago.
defense that both Colby and Sam here and Cody will say later is the way that they talk about it is we've ghost hunted before and we've definitely experienced knocking before, and like downplay the fact that they like in the series said that, you know, they can only do this or whatever, but in the video exposing Cody, I'm I'm trying not to fuck up Colby and Cody. Cody does the alphabet method 11 years before before the 2018 that they claim that they could do this from the first time that they met, which is why I'm telling you he did it to get laid.
Different than what they experienced today when they're together. We can't speak for.
So they dismiss it kind of as being like, well, no, I mean, like, he's always heard knocking, like, blah, blah, we heard knocking too. It's not just that he heard knocking, and I actually didn't include the alphabet part of this clip for some reason in our last episode, but it's not just that he heard knocking, it's that he literally does the alphabet thing where he's having them spell something out. What do you mean?
Yeah,
It's
there's
not
that
the
video.
same thing as they're experiencing now. Like, that's my point. I'm like, the fact we believe it because we were there. But then you see that clip and you're like, but do you believe it? So that's pretty much it for their response. Oh, but they do say that they have asked Cody and Satori to do another video debunking the like popping things because they're like, we can't prove that that's not what they did. But they do point out that since they were there, it did sound like there's times where it sounds like someone's walking into the room. So like that doesn't exactly line up with joints popping, but we can't tell that because in the video you can't.
Later they talk about the joints popping, that it's actually how they can basically fake the joints popping sound, make it sound like it's like further away, closer, like it's moving around the room or whatever, how the trick can be done. I forget who goes into that, but they're gonna play a little bit of this response video, which is I don't know, it's a lot. I'm gonna take a quick break and wash this out of my hair, though. I will be right back. I will do music this time because I don't know how long. It's gonna take a couple minutes. I'm kidding. That shit freaks me out. I don't have a blow dryer because I don't use heat on my hair. So. I gotta put my socks back on. And I just put on a different PJ shirt. So what's the point of getting dressed at this point in the day? I put a little bit of conditioner on it and it like flattened. I haven't been able to find a conditioner that works for my hair. Because like if I shampoo it and don't condition it, it's like curly. Or if I'm in a humid environment, like when I lived on Lake Erie, it was curly. But like the moment I put like a tiny bit of conditioner in it, it's just like flat. My hair has no proteins. Okay, we're gonna get into their response, which, like, just pay attention to Satori. It kind of looks like, I don't know, like, I would say that's the uncanny valley. It kind of looks like.
And conveniently, guess who doesn't want to do that?
Oh, really? They said no?
Get ready, because now we'll watch Cody and Satori's quick response.
Oh, God.
It is really hard to understand something when you're seeing it from the outside looking in and you weren't really there in the room. It is something you do have to see in person to truly understand what we are showing you. So when you are seeing it from the other side of a screen, just know we completely understand. And of course you're going to have a difference of opinion if you are a bit skeptical of the paranormal.
Now there have been so many opinions circulating the internet.
She just
We're popping our joints, comparing us to the Fox sisters of the spiritualist movement, even that we're building devices that make knocking sounds.
And we just want to say that these opinions are completely valid. It's okay to have these opinions. We wish we could put everybody in the room with us to experience this phenomena for themselves and to kind of evaluate.
I wonder if her face goes red when she lies.
Now, to clarify the first one, we are definitely not popping any joints in our body to make knocking noises or cracking anything to make knocking noises. We can confirm that the sounds that you hear are actually moving around the entire environment, the entire room. We do have people that have been in the room with us and have claimed to feel the same sound and sensation across the room while people near us have not felt it at all.
Specifically at the Conjuring House.
Environment claimed to feel it on different floors of the entire building and different walls and windows and all sorts of things. So it happens kind of everywhere. So hopefully that clarifies that a bit for you.
Not really. You just telling us that does
I
not
don't really
confirm
know
anything.
what that means.
We can confirm that it's not. It's like, well, no, you're just saying that it's not. So that's not confirming it. You would just have to do it barefoot with your knees showing to confirm it. But okay.
First of all, it's completely
Barefoot
like
with your knees
who are these
showing.
people that have told you this? We don't know. Like, this is not evidence. But then also, people who believe in the paranormal and maybe more inclined to, like, if they hear
My neck needs
something,
to
could trick themselves into thinking they feel something or something's in the back of them. Like, when I am scared of something, I am tripping the fuck out. Everything is a sign. Shadows are demons coming for my soul. Like, literally, the mind is a very powerful thing. So I don't know how much of that means that you're not faking it. It's more so like, what? Like, they could just be people who are freaked out.
I don't remember if it's in their video or Sam and Colby's, but someone does say, could that be the power of suggestion? Yeah, it could. And
Yeah.
they validate that that could be like feeding into what they're being told and being in that environment, they're believing it anyway. But let them continue.
Devices that make knocking sounds. We definitely don't have time for that, first of all, and we're not rigging houses.
That's an interesting statement. Hold on to it.
You guys work. What do you mean?
Hold on to it.
We'd have some time to set that up.
Know who we're working with or where we're going until we're there. So we're definitely not getting any prior information.
That also, we don't know who we're working with or whatever until we're there. Put a pin in that.
Go into these locations, it's completely raw and it's completely natural. And on the Fox Sisters, a lot of people
And on the Fox Sisters. I am wearing shorts.
communicate with spirit via the sound of knocking and rapping noises. There's literally equipment that is designed to take the vibration of knocking or banging and associate it with letters. So it's definitely not a unique form of communication that has
So that was their explanation of that, which of seeing it before or with the Fox Sisters or whatever. It's like, yeah, this isn't new. Like nobody's ever, or people have assigned knocking to letters forever or whatever. It's saying that I guess they're going back on the fact that they're original in this thing that they do, that they call it, dismissing things.
Okay.
What are they?
There's a lot of similarities and differences between us and the Fox Sisters. But listen to then how they follow that up.
If you do your research, you will find that by certain accounts, the Fox Sisters wouldn't let people see
She just purred my last email. If you do your research.
There's also certain accounts that they would only do this for money. They would tell the future, things like that. So there are a lot of things that the
Bitch, I brought a textbook. What research do you want?
That's all they say on the Fox Sisters. So first of all, where's the similarities you talked about? Oh wait, you said those and pretended that they're differences.
Yeah.
Because the Fox Sisters not letting people see under their skirts is the equivalent of you not doing it with your shoes off.
She speaks so, like, calmly passive-aggressive. It's very interesting. She's like, and if you do your research, you will find that you're a fucking idiot. That's what
And also, it's like, they only did it for money. Well, again, we've pointed out that they might not
They
charge
do this for
these
money.
quote-unquote readings, but they do charge for other aspects of their
I'm sure
whole
they do
thing.
get
So,
paid
like,
to be at the Conjuring House, like, on demand.
they're employees. Like, on the website, they are listed as employees.
So they may not charge to do the reading in the Conjuring House because the Conjuring House already pays them to be there, but this seems like semantics to get around the fact that you are being paid
Thank
to
you.
do this, and that alone is a little, questionable.
And just the fact that she says there's similarities.
They
between
don't
us
do
and the Fox
private personal readings for money.
The alphabet thing. I think that's what they're saying.
But she doesn't even, she leaves that out.
To go further. Yeah.
Joints.
Language is completely unoriginal. It's been evolved and gathered through knowledge of the spiritualist movement, through the use of Ouija boards, pendulums, dowsing rods. There's all different forms of communication that people use to try to spell out names, words, and make knocking or certain movements.
Bro, I am literally tripping out. Why is Cody not blinking and he is like staring really, really hard? Like,
With
I feel
a
like we're
little
having
smirk
a
on his face,
blinking
too.
contest. This is
Because this was
weird. Yeah,
all
this is weird.
because he wanted to get laid. That's where we're going with this.
From around 2011, 2012 that show myself and the team that I was with communicating to spirit through knocking. Now, first of all, I think pretty much every paranormal investigative team out there, if they've been doing this for some time, has had some sort of communication through
Via knocking.
This is nothing new. Before I met Satori, I had participated on hundreds of investigations, and there were dozens of times that...
What if that was her first finding out that it was a line he fed her, and now she has to go on in front of people and lie to them? That she knew that, you know, it wasn't real or whatever, but she didn't know that he hadn't invented it for her. And now he had to explain to her, like, yeah, I used it before, and then I just said the thing with us making a connection so you would date me. And now she has to sit here and, like, basically lie and defend. And maybe that's why she's coming off so red-faced and passive-aggressive, is because she's pissed. That is literally, I'm just making up shit.
But that you also specifically used an alphabet to do so, which is exactly how you do it now. It's not just that you heard knocking.
And the only issue and the reason why people are even bringing it up is because he told Sam and Colby that he can't do it without her, right? That's like the whole thing.
And what if she was operating under the whole time?
They were doing stuff together. So now they're claiming maybe that was like the beginning of when he could do it.
You
and
told
it just
me
got
you were
stronger
special.
when he met Satori. That doesn't exactly line up with your explanation.
Weird.
This day, we're still trying to wrap our minds around how this works, and I don't think we ever will.
Those videos may have been the start of something.
Like, what, because she, so, like, because I say Uncanny Valley because,
The interesting thing is,
what I'm saying, she's smiling again. And there's a cut after she does that. It cuts back, and she's like, like, what if he wrote this script? And he has, like, she's still pissed at him about the thing. And he's like, no, we have to do this. We have to, we gotta save the business. So every time she says something, or whatever she, like, I feel like she, like, went into an angry rant or some shit. And they had to cut it. Because my dumbass husband. Because he doesn't have the same demeanor.
We may not be the only people that can do this, and maybe us coming out about this publicly is starting to get people to try this more. Thousands of
Like, the reason she's pointing to him passive aggressive is because she's like, is that how you wanted me to say the line?
So the reason they don't want to do another...
I'm completely making up shit.
Here's the thing. Low-key, I almost get that. Like, I understand that.
I would if it was like an endless list of things, but literally the main thing that everyone is saying is the joint popping, and all they would have to do to debunk that is literally just do it once without shoes and with their knees showing.
Yeah, that's true. I get their frustration because they already did a debunking video with them, and so it's like, okay, well, when's it gonna fucking end?
But that it didn't really address that theory.
I agree, but that's on Sam and Colby. I would be like, well, I'm not doing it with those fuckers again. We already did it, and like, people got more upset. So I don't know. I feel like I understand why they don't want to do it.
But I think if this was like the main thing that you were getting all of the backlash for, and you could very easily prove that that wasn't the case, interesting that you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, honestly, I just really wouldn't give a shit if it wasn't something that had so much attention on it. Like, this is not a small channel. This is not just random ass kids just going to a haunted house and running amok and being weird and disrespectful. Like, these kids have profited so much off of
They've
the
made
world,
fucking
and it's just
millions
weird.
off
like,
of
what
this.
they're doing, I don't know what they're getting at, but it's
Millions. Okay, and then that's the other topic that they talk about. Oops. Okay, so back to this. So the context was to paint a picture of basically who this Seth guy is. I don't really know about Josh because he's on a separate channel exploring with Josh, but Seth is another channel that's Seth and something. Seth and someone. Is it in the recommended stuff? No. As you can see, I went on to watch multiple John Wolfe videos.
Property at night, doing things like dance around the witch Bathsheba's grave.
Bathsheba Sherman was not a witch.
Oh, okay, my bad. They were doing things like dancing around a random person's grave, and the usual freaking out over REM pods.
Yeah, walk in front of that just to test it.
This part lasts about 40 minutes, and honestly, there's only a couple moments I found interesting. First is this one of a door opening by itself. Ooh, spooky. Now, the reason I want to talk about this moment is not because it's particularly noteworthy, but because it's one of the only instances in the series where you can see something actually physically happen. There's a lot of reasons why a door might appear to open on its own. Uneven pressure caused by an open window.
And we've already
somewhere
said
else
that
in the house.
floor
Closed or
vibrates.
latched all the way.
No, it's fucking not.
They probably caught it on the camera.
What?
There is no way. This is recording. Nah, I don't believe it. We gotta see the video.
Let's watch
no
it.
way that door just opened by itself.
There's no fucking way.
Let's go watch this.
I
right
closed
now.
it for
I
sure.
wanna see it.
What the fuck?
Oh
Oh my god.
dude.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
There was enough force to move the rock on the floor.
Enough force to move the rock on the floor. Smack.
True.
And that's it. Not gonna check the door at all. Once again, I know it's a vibe killer to like walk over to the door and start opening it and shutting it over and over like a caveman. Like, how did it open?
Opening and shutting it like a caveman.
Any investigation
That's
into
funny.
it makes me take them a lot less seriously when they claim other times that they found paranormal evidence.
I have to wait
So
a little
that's
bit
the first
after,
thing I
just
wanted
like
to show.
the hot one
And
in the
second
shower
one is
makes
something
my
that
temperature
happens
go
to
up.
Josh while he and Seth are
I have
investigating
to cool down
by
and then put my
themselves.
Can you tell us your name? Can you tell us your name? Whoa, what was that? Someone just touched my arm.
Josh claims that something touched his arm. And from the replay, it looks like his sleeve moved on its own.
See, I don't know how to
Considering
take
we've seen
anything
cabinets and doors
that
open on their own in the footage, I think it's
I don't
fair
know how to feel about
say
anything that Josh
this
does,
is
but
an
now I
extremely
know to
crafty
be
house.
extremely
You know, you're looking at the spirit box, you're listening intently,
passive of
you're in
Seth.
total darkness, you're already a little freaked out, and then some air moves by your arm, right? I can only speak for me personally, but I've lost count of the number of times I've sat at this desk and thought for sure that there was like a spider or a bug on my leg, and I've looked down and there's been nothing. The only explanation I can think of for that is that the circulation of air under the desk was such that it brushed my leg hair just enough to give the illusion that something had
See someone-
touched me. And it's confusing when that happens, but unless you're going to tell me that there's been a ghost under my desk pranking me every few months for my entire life, I'm going to chalk this one up to a non-paranormal experience.
That wouldn't be funny.
Oh, you can fucking see it.
You can see it. Wait,
If I was a spirit, I could commit to that level of petty.
Once again, there's not really any debate or consideration given to non-paranormal explanations. It's just accepted by the group that this was a ghost, which is starting to get frustrating for me. We've reached
I kind of feel like if they like genuinely believed it, they wouldn't be as like if they thought that that was really happening or whatever, if they wouldn't have as crazy of a reaction because they don't believe.
reached the end of episode 2 now, and my episode 1 impression of Sam and Colby has changed a bit. Their reaction to Kotori and
Yeah, I think
their
they're all in on
immediate
it.
interest in at least trying to debunk it was something I found admirable. Granted, I think they didn't do a good enough job debunking it for reasons we'll get into later, but I like that they seemed to have an interest in what was true and what was not. But after watching episode 2 and all the hokey devices they were using and just taking at face value, all the times they were impressed by things like Amanda writing the word 7, or all the times they didn't properly investigate something like the door or the cabinet opening, it all just flew in the face of how they were in the first episode for me. I don't think that Sam and Colby are necessarily faking anything, but they're also not taking any steps to give their investigations any scientific grounding of any kind, which is almost as bad. It's not a malicious deception, but it's still a negligent deception.
Yeah.
I'm guessing episode 2 is more like how they usually are in these episodes.
It's like everything.
And how they were in episode 1 was very.
Only serves
we're
to.
about 2.5 hours into this thing now, and the most interesting thing that has
Support
happened by far has
their
been
claims.
the
Nothing that
story
happens
magic.
ever.
Now, as much fun as it would be to spend the next hour of the video,
It's like
commenting
nothing.
on every little REM pod that
Inconsequential.
lights up or every door that opens, I would much rather talk about Cody and Satori. So we're gonna do a super speed round for the next 2 episodes. All right, I lost the beanie, but I still got the attitude. For episode 3, Sam and Colby brought their famous influencer friends, Lorraine and Bella Porch.
The reason that I'm not
They
skipping
fought
this
for a
is because
while, messing with lights,
Bella's
pretending
important.
to go into dark rooms and freaking themselves out in the basement.
Run behind.
Oh, what the fuck? Before they bring out the main attraction once again, Cody and Satori. Kotori introduced themselves to Larry and Bella, and Colby issues an open invitation to them.
Feel free to try to debunk this as hard as you can.
Do you guys honestly think we're gonna get any debunking? Because I don't. But Colby's an optimist. I like that. You know, I wish I had the same optimism for Larry and Bella to solve the mystery. They do the same routine they did before, much to Larry and Bella's
In the
amazement.
OBS, it looks like
Thank you so much.
white
I
spots,
appreciate
but
that.
Surprise, surprise.
it's like
talking to
a
Abigail
lot darker
again.
red in life.
Abigail spells Bella's name and says she touched her on the leg. Then Abigail moves right on to Larry and says their family was watched over while their dad was gone.
Does that make sense for
that's
you?
crazy. Yeah, my dad he was just in jail. He just got out recently.
The next part, Sam and Colby claim cannot be shared publicly, but
Okay,
from the reaction,
I have
it
one
was
thing.
Something related.
One thing about Lorraine in this, it's bad enough. It's so we haven't got to the part with the names yet, but if they are doing, which they'll prove whatever later, if they are doing deceptive shit, if they went to like his Twitter or whatever and saw that his dad had gone to jail, is entirely separate in my opinion to like getting his name and going to like state records or something to find that his father is in jail. So again, with everybody's intentions. Also, from the update from last time, I have completely changed my opinion, and I think everybody is 100% behind it, 100% complicit. The owner, the producers, everybody, and of course Sam and Colby, but whatever. I just got back from rinsing my hair, and then the girls on the podcast went over the Cody and Satori response, and in the entire response, her face is very red, but her neck is like white. And I was like playing with the idea that what if like, well, yeah, it's a public record, but then to further exploit that to use it in a haunting thing, that I think is very wrong. No. Did I close that? Yeah, in this statement, this is the only thing we've gone over is the statement.
They did ask if Cody and Satori would know.
Understand something when you're seeing it from the outside looking in and you weren't really there in the room.
She speaks in a very pointed, passive-aggressive tone. Like, if you did more research or whatever, her face is red. They keep doing multiple cuts after she does her lines. There'll be a cut and she'll be on camera, like, in this, like, passive-aggressive smile. I could probably go up on the audio if we need to.
It is something you do have to see in person to truly understand what we...
But he doesn't have the same demeanor. And what I was saying a minute ago and, like, laughing about was, like, what what if this was the first time that she found out, because he's been exposed, and I'll go into it more later, that he did this method with the counting and the alphabet and everything 11 years ago without her on camera. People have clips of it. And what if this is the first time that she found out that his motive was the entire time to get laid? Like, this is my, I will die on this hill, to get laid, and this is the first time that she's finding out that she wasn't the first person that he did this for. So she's angry, and like, what if he wrote this? And so like the reason she comes off angry and passive aggressive is because she's like, is that how you wanted me to do the line? She wasn't the first, no. They got exposed too. I think we mostly covered the Sam and Colby getting exposed. They don't believe in any of this. We saw them on security footage in like how the cameras are off and they have like no personalities. None of them believe in any of this. They specifically do it for money, whatever. And then most of this is now is going to be them. See that there? Look. This is all the way up.
What they did, but they do point out
Watch
that
after that
since they
cut.
were there, it did sound like there's times where it sounds like someone's walking into the room. So like that doesn't exactly line up with joints popping, but we can't tell that because in the video you can't tell the difference of where it's coming from.
Nobody was alluding to the fact that the Conjuring house isn't haunted at all. We were just saying those two in specific were full of it. I feel like if you disprove, stand there.
They pointed out.
Oh God.
It is really hard to understand something when you're seeing it from the outside looking in and you weren't really there in the room. It is something you do have to see in person to truly understand what we are showing you. So when you are seeing it from the other side of a screen, just know we completely understand. And of course you're going to have a difference of opinion if you are a bit skeptical of the paranormal.
Now there have been so many
See that? After she stopped saying that, there was a cut and now she's like smiling and like red-faced every time. So that's my like, I'm completely making this up, just whatever, to support my theory that this has all been because he fed her that shit to try and get laid. That's been my stance from the beginning, and I'm just looking for shit to support it and making shit up. So that's what I'm saying is going on here. Because she says, if you did some research, you would find that this is not the first time that people have communicated by connecting knocks to letters and things like that. She speaks in a very like angry, like per my last email kind of thing. But like I made up this whole thing of like, what if she's actually pissed off at him and he's like, no, we have to address this or we're not going to be able to keep doing the tours or whatever. And she's like, and she's like still pissed off because she just found out that she wasn't special. He didn't just do this for her. He's been doing it for 10 years before he met her. I just think it's funny.
Such as we're popping our joints, comparing us to the Fox sisters of the spiritualist movement, even that we're building devices that make knocking sounds.
And we just want to say that these opinions...
Oh yeah, that's another thing to put a pin in, was them making devices and not having time to make devices to fake these knocking sounds and whatever. Those are things we'll come back to. But yeah, that's essentially this. I was just pointing out her demeanor. They didn't really say anything in the video that was like interesting, important. It was just her passive-aggressive demeanor. That I was like, what if it's not she's being passive-aggressive at the audience for disbelieving? What if she's being passive-aggressive because she's pissed off at him? Also, my makeup is all fucked up, and I haven't been wearing eyeliner this whole stream because when I or mascara this whole stream because when I rinsed off the bleach, like the mascara I was wearing just like melted off my face, and it was just like the tiniest bit of water. So I haven't been wearing it, and I don't really feel like putting it on now. So I'm here in my PJs doing this. So yeah, this he says he's gonna do. He wants to get more into busting up Cody and Satori, which comes in the later chapters and when the like devices and stuff are looked at again. But I want to look at this part because Bella is important in this.
Related to Sam, Kotori asks Abigail if she has a message for all the people watching, and she spells out the phrase, "We are okay." Sam and Colby start asking questions about the afterlife. and they get one-word answers like light, good.
No, what they're
and-
doing is the whole say, because they, I guess when they give the pitch, they say it's like this unique thing that we do or whatever, and in their defense, they're saying like people have done this and whatever, like it's not unique, and like saying, because in the video he does the method where the A, B, C, D or whatever, he does the same method by himself and gets the same results that they're getting here, and he's dismissing it as, yeah, people have been associated knocking sounds with letters forever, and like people have been saying yes for one for yes, two for no, and completely diminishing the fact that it is the exact same thing.
Real, which gets a big reaction.
It's real.
Oh my god.
That's so beautiful.
And Sam and
I don't know why they
Colby
had such a big reaction to this part. Like, isn't the existence
don't
of the
address anything
afterlife
ever,
just
so
sort of assumed?
I
based on
highly
the
doubt
fact
that they'll make
you're
another
having a
one.
conversation with a person who died over a century ago, allegedly. Kotori transcribed one last
Who
word
hung
from
herself in
Abigail,
90-some?
which is love. And finally, after the last two sessions, where Kotori practically begged someone to do it,
Does somebody want to stand between us? Because if you stand between us, it can still work as long as we're on either side of you. We've had people go in the middle, and if we're on either side, it still works.
Larry offers to go in between them to experience their method. And then, in a surprising move, Larry moves in to debunk their whole operation.
I have no questions. I'm not going to question anything, but that was just beautiful.
Guess it's just not quite the debunking vibe with this group, huh?
Feel free to try to debunk this as hard as you can.
Sam and Colby have a heart-to-heart about how beautiful the experience was.
Oh, so I started doing this today because I wanted to chill and not have to like think and everything for stream because my brain is so foggy today. So that's what I just plan on doing, is just chilling, vibing, watching some videos.
Love you guys so much. That's why we do it.
Before we're back to freaking out at random sounds in the forest.
If we stop a little earlier than we normally do, it's
Come
not
on, guys. You're in the woods. There's wild
not
animals out
unexpected.
there. Squirrels, raccoons, deer.
It's a tree. Something's moving in the tree.
They pull out the Alice box and it starts
Yeah.
spitting out words.
So-
Knife, violent, land, spell, levitation, cycle, alignment.
So here's more of their.
Nikki periodically saying she feels lightheaded or something like that.
He's so skeptical. He had the same reaction I did to Amanda though, so that makes me feel better.
A dream she had of them staying in a creepy house. I don't know about you guys, but someone randomly
Dude,
calling me
Sam's
up
pants
and
are
telling me
fire,
the
though.
never-ending story about a dream that they had is my personal hell. I don't know what that says about me, but yeah, this was the scariest part of the video for me. Next, they build a Faraday cage outside to limit outside electromagnetic interference so they can have more reliable information from their devices like REM pod and everything, which is great, except then all four of them go inside it with their smartphones in their pockets.
Yeah.
Whoa! They end up splitting up into
Whoa.
pairs to investigate, although that doesn't last
What?
long before they reunite for the picture game ritual.
Hopefully we can get a little picture of a friend.
Where they sit around in a red room and,
And also
take pictures of
skinwalkers.
themselves holding a mirror.
Yeah, we skipped this whole thing because it was
They don't
dumb.
capture anything in the photos, but they don't let a little thing like that stop them.
Oh my god.
That's on me.
What the
Which is, as John points out, yeah, it's a common thing that happens.
Cameras like this when I was younger.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier with chat, like what, because like ghost stuff doesn't really scare me because especially with videos or like when you're doing your 3 a.m. rabbit holes or whatever, the ghost ones don't really scare me because you can tell that they're like faked or they're part of an ARG or something like that. They were shit in the ceiling. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what you mean by them, but if the question is about like John and stuff, that it'll be later. But with the
It's more likely to happen if either the photographer or the subject are moving
oh,
when
that's
the
it again.
picture's taken.
That's been really bad today. I just keep stopping in the middle of my sentences and I can't remember what I was saying. Like multiple times it's happened.
Even slightly. And
Brain
especially in
fog.
environments like what they were in, the flash can go a little out of control like that. To me, this is another nothing burger. They do.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier.
Session, except this.
He mentions that when Amanda was sitting next to Colby or whatever, like she could probably hear him. And the thing that I want to know, I guess, because it's every pair of headphones in my experience, but if you look at the headphones that Colby's using, they're like these, my standard headphones that I wear. These are my noise cancelers. And if I plug an aux cord in, they shut off and the noise canceling doesn't work. They're just regular headphones. And when they plug into the Estes box things, they use an aux cord. Every pair of headphones that I've had that has noise canceling shuts off when I plug in an aux cord.
This time, Nikki and Colby are both doing it. After seeing them do these,
I have way too much to say. I've been in my head way too much lately. My brain is doing that thing where I'm like constantly scripting because like I think it comes from a need to defend myself, like as a trauma response. But my brain is like constantly trying to explain and like rationalize things, so that's why it gets like mixed up. And I don't know why specifically. It like the scripting is, I think, causing a lack of sleep, which is causing more brain fog, and that's why I can't recall my sentences very well. My recall isn't as good, but all of that noise not canceled.
Approach these sessions are the same
I think.
Someone might approach.
Yeah, so that's why I think I have a lot to say and a lot going on in my head, and why I've been so like,
foundational tenets of
and why I don't think I could have done Fallout.
Yes, and the idea is that whatever your partner or group
Yeah, that was something I pointed out multiple times. I don't know if I use that term or not, but it's like when they get like words that come on like their boxes or whatever, and they just, so blood, it's got to be this and that, you know, like there's no, it's whatever. So it's like yes and, so it's like you take this and keep going with it. Be like, so he must be talking about this and this and this, and then the next person goes on and we're like, oh yeah, so you know, it's. They don't do any of the contrary.
Yes. You readily accepting whatever scenario they're building or whatever storyline they're furthering.
But yeah, I was up at like 9 o'clock this morning. Like I've been sleeping in a little bit later than that, and I was up at 9 o'clock this morning because I couldn't sleep very well, and my brain has been foggy, and it's just been like consistent. It's not like I woke up at some point and then I got kind of sleepy in the afternoon. I've just been consistent. Like my brain's half asleep, so that's why I haven't got any. I don't have a script. I don't have notes. I don't have anything.
And next thing you should
I'm winging it while I did my hair.
Trying to build upon what they've created. Now, this is a great method for creating entertainment, like an improv comedy show or a YouTube video.
And they call these movies.
Is to avoid dead air or a bit that goes nowhere.
Not the Conjuring ones. It doesn't say it in the title, but if you go into the other stuff, they call their stuff not documentaries, movies.
Statements and theories to be questioned.
Light.
We do have a
Careful.
We captured a photo.
Really good.
A really good photo?
Yeah.
See, hers is plugged in with an aux cord. His aux cord.
Colby does have a tapestry over his eyes.
As soon as I plug an aux cord into these, they stop being noise canceling.
Anyway, then George and Nikki go home. Colby challenges Sam to sleep in the basement overnight, which is roughly.
And it's been every pair I've had, so like I don't know if other people have had ones that do that.
This section is 20 minutes long.
But
the length of a half-hour TV show minus the commercials.
I don't know.
Maybe it's because we're a full 5 hours.
Those are beats. It looks like.
Point, but I kept wondering why they left all this footage in. Probably the most exciting thing that happens is at one point their walkie-talkies stop working.
Colby. Seriously.
Also, I think one of them was like the Witch Forest or whatever, and it was called The Movie.
It is just Sam groping around
which
in
is
the
just
dark
Blair Witch.
Freaking himself out.
Is that it? You got it. I'm scared. Are we good? Guys, what the fuck?
Don't worry, guys. Sam survives the night.
What were you
They review the walkie-talkie situation and find themselves stumped.
Can you test this?
Not only can mediums like not be certified or whatever, but like as I stated before with the Warren Museum and everything,
work this way.
Didn't hear anything. See, it's not going through.
You can't certify a haunted object like how you can certify like a historical object.
That's how it's possible.
You take it to a professional and they certify and everything, like whatever.
And for a
That's why you can't just take a plastic dinosaur and call it a fucking haunted object and put it on a show.
Like that, it could be anything from the push-to-talk button malfunctioning to the walkie-talkie being stuck in the wrong mode to it simply running out of battery. But in any case, asking the question, how is that possible, lends itself to a lot of different answers if you just look. And I decided to look. I don't know why this part got to me so bad. Maybe it's because they were being so dramatic about it, or maybe I was still so...
Earlier, he went into the technology of REM pods, and they're basically that, I forget what it's called, that musical instrument that's like a machine, and you just like wave the air around it, and it makes like the whirling noises. It's essentially that. So if like it goes off, it's like essentially a dude. Yeah, that. Theremin. I think he said theremin.
Salty about the dogs, but the walkie-talkies not working, being
But that's what those are,
framed
so.
as paranormal interference annoyed me so
And a
much
walkie-talkie
that
can
it
set it
led
off
me
from up
to
to
a
30
little
feet
investigation
or
of
something
my
like that.
own, and I'm happy to say that I solved the mystery remotely.
So I had a theory that they talk about Josh and Seth or whatever when they're in the room by themselves. The REM pods aren't really going off, and so when Sam and Colby come back and they start going off again, they're like, "Dude, it didn't go off the whole time you were gone." My guess, like my theory, is it's either the fact that Colby is wearing a smartwatch, and you're not supposed to be doing that, or it's the fact that Colby's phone is constantly going off because Colby is constantly on his phone. I think it's Colby's phone doing all of this shit.
Walkie-talkies they're using
Because
are the
even when we said it, he was checking his phone between that thing about like Frank Brock or whatever, saying he was on Ancestry.com when we pulled up the picked the phone and like blew it up. It was fucking messaging somebody.
Motorola T800s. The great thing about the products from major companies like this,
Dude's always on his phone, and like when they're sitting there, like when the guy stabs the bear that's property of the other place or whatever, he's sitting there on his phone like literally swiping.
the manual of the walkie-talkies they were using.
It's his
Under the section
phone.
titled Talking and Listening, you'll notice it says that when you press the push-to-talk button, the screen displays TX and blinks the two-way icon when it's transmitting. When it's receiving,
Yeah, this I
the
thought was
two-way
interesting.
icon blinks and the screen displays RX. And if you're wondering where these icons are on the screen, they've got a diagram for that too. You're looking for these icons right here. Now watch the screen on Sam's walkie when Colby talks to him.
I've been trying to contact you for the past 10 minutes.
Okay, now watch it when Sam tries to talk to Colby.
Hello? One more time, Colby. Are you there?
Oh, the light went off.
Colby, was that you? Are you fucking with me right now?
That was way too good of a catch.
Transmitting to Sam, the two-way icon blinks like it should, and the RX icon is on screen. But when Sam tries to transmit to Colby, the two-way icon doesn't blink, and the TX icon never appears. This is important because it means that Sam's walkie isn't transmitting at all. So it's not like it's transmitting but being blocked by something, for example. More importantly, in the upper right corner of the screen where it shows the battery level, it shows that Sam's battery level is depleted. His walkie even turns off from lack of battery at one point.
I truly do not understand why you can't hear this.
Because they didn't read the manual.
No fucking way.
Ugh.
Hello?
Did you read the dossier?
I don't understand why you can't hear this.
Colby's battery, on the other hand, is still at 2 bars. You may not know this about walkie-talkies, but if they have low battery, they'll go into receive-only mode and be unable to transmit. So Colby was able to transmit because he still had battery, but Sam couldn't because he didn't. So yeah, Sam's walkie-talkie just ran out of battery.
Because it's dead. It's dead, Jim.
Always so boring. You may be wondering why Sam's battery was so much lower than Colby's, especially since throughout this series, they've made it into a major plot point that the batteries of their equipment are inexplicably running out.
It's just out of battery dead. Dude, this is a new thing just for this Estes method. This is a new light. Remember? The last one died.
So that just drained all of our batteries.
They attribute this to the batteries being paranormally drained.
This light's still fucking dead.
That should not be dead.
Wait, really?
That's the new light.
Then it's broken.
I don't know if the bed shaking is working, but something is still draining all batteries.
So does that mean that Sam's battery?
I'm gonna make a wild claim and say that the only thing in the Conjuring stuff that was real was that one sentence that Colby said, "I want people to believe we're actually sleeping here." But yeah, other than like that, the Cody and Satori stuff or whatever, the only things that I've seen are they talked about the cabinet opening on its own, which he said could be a draft. But my thought is, earlier they pointed out when Cody and Satori first do their thing, they pointed out that they can feel the vibrations on the floor, and they said things like the footsteps or whatever, they could feel it through the floor, which means because the floors are old and wood, which they zoom in on real close, which means that vibration and movement does transfer. So him walking in front of the cabinet would 100% cause the cabinet to like vibrate, which would trigger like the open thing. Yeah, or something for if the house is rigged or whatever, but the floors do, like they say themselves that the floors do vibrate. And then the other thing was that one door opening or whatever, which I don't know. Some people claim that there was a head that popped up the basement stairs, but that's what this other video is here. Oh no, that's Cody doing his thing. This guy, Beardo Gets Scared, pointed out that it's the fucking producer dude. It's like, yeah, it's the producer who went up and then back down because he realized. All cats are good cats when you understand them.
Drained by the ghosts? How would you explain the discrepancy? Well, I think this.
So like those are the only like paranormal things I think that the claims are being made, because other than the REM pods and the other type of pods that they are, the other mechanical things that they already debunked and everything, the only thing standing would be the two doors opening and then the one guy's head popping up that fans found in the background, and it looks just like, I think it was Zach, the producer, who said, who did the ghost reading, is like, nobody could have known that about my family or whatever. It looks just like him. I think it was Barry Get Scared that pointed it out, but that might not be the right video. I didn't get all the way through the videos last night.
Let's go back to the manual. It shows that on the left side of the walkies, there are two push-to-talk buttons. The top one is high, the bottom one is low. The manual explains that it takes more battery power to use the top button than the bottom one. Now watch which button Sam is using when he uses push-to-talk.
Hello? One more time, Colby.
This is why you don't invite people to debunk your shit.
Pretty clearly holding the high power push-to-talk button. Now let's see if we can tell which button Colby's been using.
Smartwatch.
Can you hear me?
It's hard to tell because he's usually holding it in a way that blocks our view.
It's his phone constantly going off. I'm telling you.
Resting on the low power button. There are other shots where it looks like he alternated with using the higher power button too, so I can't be sure, but to me this would easily explain why Sam ran out of battery and Colby did not.
How is that possible?
One of them knows how to properly use the walkie-talkies.
Case closed. I consider this my revenge.
Yeah, no, we did all that.
Invisible wild dogs incident. I couldn't prove that there were
I'm adding.
dogs
I'm
out
yes-ending.
there, but I could prove this one. It feels good to actually stop and take the time to figure one of these out.
Because I had the theory that if the paranormal stuff does actually happen there, and if they are the way that they say they are or whatever, then it could be like a portal or like a weird spot on the map or something like that. Like that other place that I still don't know the name of. I'll find it one day. I'll come across it and be like, oh my god, here it is. But
cathartic for me to put my foot down and be like, no, we're looking into this one. We're figuring out details. It was a pretty easy one too. Like, I know that these guys are exhausted and running on very little sleep, but checking for low battery should have been like step one. Sorry in advance for continuing to beat the dead horse.
Using
but
the
for me,
the high powered talk
fact that
button
the response to
instead
this
of the low
scenario
powered
was
talk
like,
button.
"Oh, is it possible?"
That's ridiculous to me, man.
Just makes me trust them a lot less. In the earlier scenarios where they're perplexed,
My
by
trust
a
has gone
device not
completely
working the
out of
way
all
they
of them.
expect it to, you know?
I think they're all
Because
100%
there
complicit.
probably was a very simple explanation for it, just like the one I gave for the walkie-talkies. They just don't properly investigate or consider the non-paranormal
crazy.
explanation for things. Anyway, time for the final night. Sam completed Colby's basement challenge, so Sam challenges Colby to go out to some creepy bridge by himself.
Cody and Satori and Madison all said that the scariest part of the woods in general is just over the bridge.
Oh. I thought the girls covered it in the podcast, but I just realized that they didn't, that I didn't. So it might have been the first podcast that it was said. But before they were trespassing, basically exploring abandoned places, they were prank YouTubers between like Vine, and then they went to YouTube and they were prank YouTubers. And do you guys remember Sam Pepper? They were the ones that did the I fake my best friend dying. And I don't know. Maybe talk about it later with yeah, I remember it was a huge thing in like, oh my god, like 2014, 2015, something like that. Like a while ago. It was like a huge thing back with Sam Pepper. And they did this whole prank that Colby got kidnapped and like thrown, like shot in the back of the head, like with a bag over his head, and like thrown off the river or something like that. And supposedly Sam didn't know, and basically like has a freak out that his best friend just was shot in front of him. Yeah, and they got a lot of a lot of flack for that one.
She then makes a homemade Ouija board, and
Yeah.
even though Sam and Colby have apparently sworn...
Okay. This is the next chapter.
So, after watching over 6 hours
These
of
clips
Sam
are not
and
working.
Colby's paranormal investigations, I think it's fair to say that the most interesting bit by far was Cody and Satori's method. They're able to instantly, consistently...
In that room. Also, the thing I was pointing out, I don't know when the last time I said it. The woman on the couch next to Colby there is the owner of the property. She purchased the property for $1.5 million under the pretense that they would make money, make more money, make more than that, make that back, and then some. Basically, she bought it to commercialize whatever. So every interaction that she has and every input that she has on the shit that's happening in front of them or whatever, if like when you look at it through that lens, you can see it's entirely her sales pitch, which I pointed out in the last couple streams. Certain things that she does, like, you know, if, you know, don't go in the woods was their message, the couple, and then the owner added on, unless you have good intentions or whatever, that part. Because all of those properties that you can rent that the girls pointed out, the 13 different properties or whatever, that's all in the woods. No, it's not a nonprofit. It is commercialized. Yeah, we went over that tarot thing, and she was the one that said that Colby was gonna get cancer 6 months ago, but in that 6-month thing or whatever. But honestly, at this point, I don't even know what to feel about that. I didn't follow along on his journey on Instagram. I only saw like one thing of him in a hospital gown, so I don't know if that actually happened, because I don't believe literally anything that Colby does except for that one sentence where he said, "I want people to believe that we're sleeping here."
Accurately.
That's the only thing.
Not just in the Conjuring house, but also anywhere else they go. When they make contact,
It's
the
all
spirits
trespassing
communicate
between
with
your
them through
properties.
a persistent knocking noise that seems to travel.
It's not
around the room.
trespassing, is it? Because they own that land and they have like all those like yurts and like glamping and all of that, or they call it gamping, which is ghost camping. And they're like, you can hear EVPs in the woods, but you can't stream for more than 2 hours. And Cody and Satori were like, don't go in the woods. But the owner was like, go in with good intentions. It's like, because, yeah, they own them. That's the whole point of this. You can't stay the night in the Conjuring house, I think, unless you're a content creator and you pay the content creator fees, which are astronomically higher than the other ones. You can go and rent. There's like 13 different lots like on this Conjuring property that are like a yurt, and you can hold like 8 people in it, and it's like this big thing. Like there's a bunch of big buildings, like different buildings where you can do these things, but it's like $2,500 or something for like a couple people to stay. So if people don't want to go in the woods, they can't stay at these properties.
Physical vibrations that people nearby can feel. Additionally,
Like one of the properties is called Seven Soldiers, and you stay in like a cabin or something.
names that it seems only family
They're
members
themed.
will be privy to. Even if you believe that they're legit or you're giving them the benefit of the doubt, you have to admit that
Which I think we found on the
consistency and
second day
accuracy of their readings
when we
is
were reading their website.
unprecedented and a little too good
Yeah.
to be true, right? True. But if they are faking it, how are they doing it? Well, let's narrow down the possibilities.
That was one thing that I put together about the woods
knocking noise.
when they said it was the woods. And I'm like, oh my god, the camping all happens in the woods. So of course the property owner doesn't want you to avoid the woods.
Noise happen outside the house. In fact, they can do it anywhere. What that means is that whatever's used to make the knocking noise has to be on their person. But where? Your first guess would probably be their shoes. But remember how Sam and Colby made them change their shoes?
There's nothing in their shoes, everybody.
Cody and Satori are constantly pointing out that there's nothing in their shoes. They act
People
like they're
tell on
very
themselves.
open and transparent when it comes to shoe-based skepticisms.
And just for reference, nothing built into our sneakers.
They say it unprompted. They tell on themselves.
These are my socks, okay? There's nothing attached to my foot.
And yet, watch what happens in the uncut version of the footage.
Yeah, because I
when
put it out
Colby
before
asks
that,
them to do the routine without
you know, she
shoes
wanted,
on at all.
she was
First
like
thing,
the,
can-
oh,
can they
you know,
take off shoes?
you can
Is
go
that
in
okay?
with good intentions kind of thing. But I didn't know at that time that the properties were in the woods. Or the camping sites were in the woods.
Check the rule book, okay?
Who are you asking?
Now it's just like,
All of a sudden, they're not so open and transparent anymore. And actually, for the next half hour that Cody and Satori are in the dance studio after this question is asked, their body
Satori.
language completely changes. Look at Cody's reaction here. Suddenly, Cody's constantly touching his face and looking around nervously. A change in body language like this isn't hard.
but Satori can't do it without Cody. Cody can do it without Satori.
Me?
That's what the old videos prove.
Just hanging around.
Which makes me think Sam and Colby got a little too close to the truth here.
Too close. Okay.
Getting too close.
Alright.
Getting too close to figuring it out.
That's where they're like, no, no more.
So, okay, since the only thing that Cody and Satori have been even remotely hesitant to do is take their shoes off, it seems to suggest that whatever's happening is happening inside their socks. Otherwise, why would they dodge the question here? They acted so open earlier about the possibility of something being in their shoes, to the point
Yeah.
where they would repeatedly dangle their legs out into the air, as if to say there's nothing in there for sure, so why not go all the way with it? A rational conclusion is that it's because
Which I did say
they're hiding
it's-
something in there.
in the beginning.
Remember in episode
I did say that it's like the magician or whatever when he says look here but don't look here, but it's like so close that you can't really tell the difference or whatever. So if Satori is the one that says nothing in our shoes, look, and she does the big gesture, you don't look as closely at Cody's feet.
episode 2, when Cody said after they do their sessions, he, quote, feels it in his ankles.
I kind of feel like shin splints in my ankles.
There's also this small moment in the park where Satori
This was
is
a
having trouble
great
detecting
notice, too.
knocks until she makes
Yes.
one
Oh, okay.
key adjustment.
So?
Well, he's calling them Kotori instead of Satori and Cody. He's putting them together in a ship name so he doesn't have to keep saying the full name. So he's calling them Kotori, which is probably why it's all getting confusing. Oops, I muted it.
Teach?
Your teacher? It's a little thing, but she touches her shoe to Cody's shoe, like she's trying to feel the vibrations he's making so she has a better idea of when the knocks are. It just seems like all signs point.
So like what I mean with the magician of it being the same thing but different or whatever, he'll like have, you know, this and be like, look at this sleeve, when actually the trick is in this sleeve. Like that's what I mean by it's the same thing but different. Like it's both the shoes, so they're telling on themselves by making it the shoes, but by her making the bigger gesture, she's doing the misdirection. That's the word.
And that's exactly what professional debunker Dustin Dean Mentalist thinks too. He says they're using a device called a solenoid.
I'm going to show you
There's our tappers.
And it's something called a solenoid.
Which, as when we went to Cody's reaction video, not Cody, Colby's reaction video, Colby and Sam, they showed a picture of the screens during editing, and what it looked like on the middle screen was that there was a sound wave, like sound, whatever, like a tap, so you could see where it spiked, and then it spiked bigger, and then it spiked bigger. The thing is, it looked exactly the same in every thing. And they didn't say anything. They just showed a screenshot and said there was a couple things that could be weird, so we went back 2 months later or whatever. But what I paused it and I looked at it and I'm like, that's not how sound waves, like sounds like that would work unless it was a manufactured sound or you were copy pasting it. Like real sound would have different shapes or whatever depending on how it was hit. It wouldn't be like exactly the same unless it was like manufactured like this.
A solenoid is a device that you can plant anywhere. You can hide this on yourself. You can hide this under the floorboards. You can hide this in the...
Let me pause that. To engage the starting mode in your car. Yeah.
walls. You trigger this with a...
I think we talked about him, but we didn't know the name of him.
Let me show you. Okay, I'm gonna leave that here.
That's why we were calling him tappers.
Hopefully you guys can still hear me. No one else in the room with me. It's just me and my dogs. I'm gonna leave my hands up here. We're gonna have my feet, everything, so you can see I'm not doing anything. If there's a spirit here, please give me 1 knock for yes, 2 knocks for no. Okay, well that's a little bit confusing. That was 2 knocks. I'm not sure what to think. Okay, here's how I did it.
Yeah, but I said something about I was talking about when I didn't know what it was called. How you can make it like an arm. Or like make an arm. Or something like that. We were talking about something like that. So I know that we were on the topic of solenoids, just weren't calling them solenoids.
Use my feet.
Because it's a similar. Like when robot things fight.
This toe switch.
They can put something like that on the outside so it like
activates that knocking noise,
hits
which I
the other robot.
in this wooden plank.
Without context, if nobody knows what I'm talking about. Robot Wars. Okay.
Simulate a floorboard. Power source is just a small little battery pack. And the thing that...
But yeah, that's what he's pointing out, is it's in the sock, not the shoe. So if you look at Satori's feet or whatever, you're not going to look at his socks. That his sock might be a little lumpy.
Okay, well, that's a little bit confusing. That was 2 knocks.
I'm not an engineer, I just watched Robot Wars.
Okay, here's how I did it. In my sock, connected to a power source, excuse my feet, we have a toe switch.
Yeah, so it's like this little thing.
This toe switch activates that knocking noise, which I put in this wooden...
Which, if you were lifting your toe up, would cause shin splints in your shin.
Battery pack. And the thing that makes the knocking noise, again, can be hidden anywhere. It can be hidden in your body. It can be hidden under floorboards, on the wall, anything.
Now, this Dean guy is legit. He's been featured on a show called Penn and Teller Fool Us, which is a competitive magic show where they debunk magicians,
so cool.
and psychics,
That's
or
so cool.
anyone who has some
I
sort
love
of
Penn and Teller.
trick. And he tours around the country performing fake seances and such. So he definitely has a lot more experience.
Dude, Houdini
debunking
did
this
too.
kind
I'm
of thing,
learning
and
way too much
with
about
that
Houdini.
said, I don't quite see how a solenoid would explain how Cody and Satori are able to make the knocking noise outside the Conjuring house. And I don't think that Cody and Satori would be as confident as they are with their so-called abilities
Yeah.
if it were all dependent on a device that...
Yeah, what that guy does is point out that it's solenoids, and the way that John explains it, that I also feel, is that like places like the Conjuring house, where they do this regularly for entertainment, you can use something like a solenoid that's in the floor, which would make the floor vibrate, which would, you could put it at different points so it feels like somebody's walking in and out of the room, that kind of thing. But when they're out and about, the noises are different, the vibrations aren't there, things like that. So it would have to be something different when they were outside, which would be toe cracking. Which he probably did for 10 years. Then he met Satori, and then another, year or two before they moved to the Conjuring house. And then he's like, my shins really hurt. Can we, like, do these sounds in a different way? And then they installed the tappers.
Could malfunction or stop working at any moment.
I'm just making shit up.
Maybe there's another trick in addition to the solenoid that could help explain that. Check out this
I don't
video
know.
by Dead Oak Paranormal showing how you can pop.
That was the thing. I thought we were being, like, kind of ridiculous and dramatic with being like their timeline didn't make sense and everything. Because, like, we were only given pieces of the story, and we were only, like, kind of paying attention or whatever. But yeah, it turns out it doesn't make sense. So I don't know. Apparently they met in 2018, and then in 2019 they started working at the Conjuring house or whatever. But I do think it's a mixture of methods. It's like I don't know, I guess that kind of how a magician would keep doing something, and then if they found a way to improve it or make it easier, then they could upgrade that thing, and giving him a place where he could, do it repeatedly. And also, like we said, there's a specific on knowledge.
Your joint on command to make a similar knocking sound.
I have no idea.
There's a trick you can do with your toes to generate a knocking sound while producing no motion. So
Okay, my problem with this is I have not seen somebody barefoot do it. There's a guy in the boots, and then there's a guy on TikTok and Crocs who does it, but nobody has shown you, like, their toes and how they do it. Because nobody wants to put their fucking feet on the internet. I'll do it. My feet are already on the internet.
you can control the loudness. However, the louder it is, the more motion you do cause.
Joint popping was my pet theory when I was watching episode 1, mostly because when I heard the noise,
Because they're not
I
physically
thought to myself,
popping
wow,
the
that
joint.
sounds a lot
Yeah, I don't know
like
the number
sounds
either.
That my brother's jaw
But also,
makes
it's shady
when he's
and doesn't
eating.
really
Not
line
that my
up,
brother
so-
was bust or anything, but when he chews, his jaw pops in and out, and it makes a very similar noise to what this so-called knocking sound is that was happening around Cody and Satori. Now, if that wasn't enough for you, here's a
It's not
TikTok
like
from a username.
it's not like you're like popping or like that or like this, repeatedly popping them. It's not like that. It's like if you set your toes down and you go like and you press really hard, then pop one of your toes out. Obviously, it's more difficult for me to do with my hands, and because I have EDS, my muscles don't work as well. But you can control it so your toes basically pop like that. If you can see my middle finger. And that's all it is. And to make it softer, you don't go as tight and you do a pop. And to make it louder, you go tighter and you do a pop. That's what he means by if you want it to be louder, you're going to see more movement in the ankle and shit like that. That's what it is. Like, I'll stand on my fucking desk. But yeah, it's essentially this, and you, like, bend them out, and it makes a snapping or popping sound in your shoe. It's not literally popping your joint over and over. And the only reason I can do that is because of the connective tissue. It's like how my middle finger is doing, and it makes that sound. It's this habit I used to have when I was a kid, and it always freaks people out because they're like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, it was just my toes. That's what it is. It's just popping your toes that way. And you can, like, do your other toes so it's like your sound can move. It depends on how much muscle control you have. And because I don't have any, because I haven't been dancing in a while, and with the EDS and everything, I wouldn't be as skilled to do it on command to the letters as Cody is, but he's been doing it for well over 10 years, so...
Save Us Barry, showing the toe
Yeah, I
popping
squeeze my toes like
again.
that sometimes when I'm nervous, and then if I move at all or whatever, they'll pop out and they'll make, like, popping noises. And that's what he's doing with his toes right there. Just nobody wants to put their feet on the internet. I only did a year of ballet. 2 years. That's what he's doing.
Okay, first of all,
you can
I
hear
just
it.
gotta say, nice sempiternal tattoo, bro. The only thing I find a little surprising about this video is how easily he makes the sound appear that it's moving around the room. He says in the comments the way he
Different
did it was with the
toes.
power of
Like I
suggestion.
said, you go
Basically
around
just pointing and
to
changing
different
the volume
toes,
of the joint
and it
pop
can.
tricks your mind into thinking the sound
And then
is
if you
coming from where
point,
he's pointing, which is really impressive if true. These clips aren't the only
again,
examples
if
of
you're
impressive
tired
joint popping, though. In
or
fact,
tighter,
in the
it makes it
19th
louder.
century, a trio of examples of
Amazing.
impressive joint popping.
So how are you doing it? And his comment says, pushing my toe joint towards the floor, and it clicks against the shoe or hits the floor. Plus, I'm wearing Crocs, so it's even more dampened. Take your shoes off.
In the 19th century, a
Yeah,
trio
that's
of
how it's
performers known
easily
as
done.
The Fox sisters popped their joints to make knocking sounds that they claimed
I
were
had to do
spirits
ballet in
communicating with
college.
them, too. Reports even indicated that the knocks could be heard moving around the room, just like Cody and Satori's knocks move around the room. Harry Houdini, arguably the most famous magician of all time, claims that the sounds seeming to move around the room was an illusion.
Like, yeah, I
caused
could
by sound
repeatedly
reflections.
crack my
Apparently,
foot
and I didn't know this, but Houdini was
like
an
that. I don't
enthusiastic
know if you can hear it or
debunker. I
not,
don't know
but
about you, but I'm inclined to take
like,
his word for it. There's
if
a
I move
reason
my feet certain ways,
Houdini
they
is a
can
word
just
synonymous
continually
with
pop
magician.
because of
Finally,
my
if you're
disorder.
wondering how we
But
know
it wouldn't
that the
be
Fox
able to
sisters really were
produce
popping
it
their joints,
as easy
because
to
they
on the
confessed
demand
it later
as it
in
would be
life
to like
and
tighten
even
and
held
snap
an
your
in-person
toes.
demonstration. I'm not saying that this proves
Dude probably
anything
has like
about Cody and Satori, but
jack
it
feet.
is important to note that there's a precedent for this kind of act.
Which
Two
again
last
would
clips I
cause
want to show you. The
shin
first is
splints.
a clip of Cody and Satori doing their routine in the Conjuring house years ago.
See, and that's way too loud to be toes cracking. And they said years ago.
The clip
That could be
uploader
the
claims
solenoids.
that the sounds are too loud to be toe cracking, and I agree. It's not just really loud, it also sounds mechanical. Now,
Yeah.
can you think of anything that could cause a loud, mechanical sound like that?
Like the
Finally, here's an observation.
like the sound waves that they momentarily showed in their response video when they said that they went back to debunk it. The sound wave looks like that.
Sam made during the uncut footage of them in the dance studio.
Well, as
Natural
we're saying,
sound
the house,
doesn't
the Conjuring house, you can feel
isn't
it.
that clear.
Everybody can feel it. We could feel it at the park next to the school.
I love this.
On the concrete, but here we can't, which is very interesting.
So according to Sam, someone who has spent multiple hours at this point listening to the knocking sounds in close proximity, says that the knocks aren't making the vibrations anymore in the dance studio.
That's so weird.
It's actually not that weird if you consider the possibility that solenoids were primarily responsible for the vibrations they felt in the house. It's worth noting, however, that even though Sam makes this observation in the dance studio, Sam and Colby insist they could still feel the vibrations in the park.
And you could feel it on your feet.
What she does is like when he's like, I can't feel the vibration. She's like, oh, and she starts like feeling the ground and whatever, and basically explains that it's because the ghosts are standing like above the ground. That's what I said by like this part. Like I get such secondhand embarrassment from that. For justifying that there's no vibrations because the building is different or whatever than where the ghost is standing.
Like the vibrations were going through our shoes.
Like, how do you explain
Hello?
them being able to do that in a random park? Random pavement, we can still feel it on our feet?
Listen, I'm not saying
Yeah, you
I
can't
have all
stream in the
the
woods for more than
answers
2
or anything,
hours
but
at the
it still
campsites.
strikes me as odd these vibrations were totally absent.
But
in
you
the
will
dance
hear
studio.
EVPs
I
and
feel
whispers.
Like that's a slip up on Kotori's part. I mean, after Sam says that he notices there's no vibrations on the floor anymore,
Secondhand
Cody and
embarrassment.
Satori spend the next 5 minutes trying to explain away how that could be.
You're here.
The bottom of you is there?
What, the ghost isn't
The
standing
bottom
on the floor anymore? What? Yeah, Sam, my thoughts exactly. In my opinion,
I
after
get
hearing
so-
both the
oh my God,
solenoid
that's
and
so
the joint pops
embarrassing.
in action,
It's so
combined with the fact that
embarrassing.
Cody and Satori refused to take their shoes off in the dance studio.
Oh, yeah.
And Sam's comment that it sounded different outside the Conjuring house
What,
makes me
baby?
think that Cody and Satori are mainly using joint popping, with the additional help of solenoid devices when they're inside the conjuring house. So that's how I think they're making the knocking noises, but frankly speaking, it's just a theory. And if you're still on the fence after hearing the joint popping and solenoid stuff, I totally understand. As evidence goes, it's not very strong on its own. But I think that in combination with a series of other red flags, it starts to become a pretty compelling argument. Let's start getting into those other red flags now, starting with all those names.
You know how much I love a
it,
red flag.
How did they know all those names?
What I was thinking about making
How did they know, Sam?
one of the other emotes, because we have like a tier 2 slot and a tier 3 slot, I think. I don't know if we have any more for tier 1, but I was thinking about making like an emote of Madam President holding a red flag, because we always do the red flag. I always do the red flag.
How did they know Amanda's family name? How did they know Larry's
There it
family
is.
members? Well, there's actually a pretty simple explanation for all this. If you want to visit the Conjuring House, you have to book a reservation. You're not even allowed on the property otherwise. As part of booking a reservation, it clearly states that every guest needs to provide their first and last names. This means that not only did Sam and Colby need to provide their full names, but so did all their special guests, which makes moments like this one seem a lot less impressive in retrospect.
Nobody knows my last name.
But Amanda, in order to visit the property, you had to give your last name.
I'm not.
They need to be naked.
No way that anybody in this room would have known anything about any of these people.
But Zach, in order to even be on the property, you
condescending
have to
but
give
Zach.
your full name.
We just need your full name so we can figure out who you are.
Once they have your full
So
name,
that's what I was thinking about with the Lorraine situation, is like, yeah, it's pretty gross to be exploiting people's dead relatives to do something like this, but also they did it with his dad who was in prison, and like it's different, I guess, if they were, they typed in his name and went to his Twitter because he's an internet person and they saw him say something about it. It might be a little different, but if they went in to like look at public records, they couldn't find anybody who had died, so they went in to see what was going on and they found like his dad's arrest record or something. That is so unbelievably fucked up. That's like, and even though it's public record and even though everyone has access to those things and the rights to all of that and whatever, like, I wouldn't know about his dad if they hadn't done this. Nobody in this area would have known about that kid's dad. Like, you expose that shit on such a wide platform for like this. It's so like you watch what I say? Like, yeah. Exactly. They said they don't do any research, but they also said that they don't do this for money when they do. They book tours, they book sessions. You just have to be able to put your name on it first. When they say you don't do this for money, they mean like private readings or whatever, where you don't submit your full name ahead of time. That is so unbelievably gross to me, to do that with somebody's like jail shit. Like, I don't know if you meant to mix up their names, but that's funny. That's not Colby and Satori's fault. Simon could usually edit out the reveal. That, yeah, being on that platform, sure, they could have edited out, yeah, but I'm not expecting morals from anybody in the situation at all, but like, they were doing everything that they could to prove it. So when him saying like, yeah, it's not a big deal if you include it or whatever, or they just included it without asking him and just, I don't know. I don't know what the permission was on the situation, but I know that his dad did not consent to that. They are responsible for what is on their video, but I think that it's gross as an action to still do that. Like, I guess even if it wasn't on a different scale, it's still unbelievably gross, even if they didn't expose it to that many people. Because it's gross when it's a dead person, but it's even worse when it's an alive person. Like, I don't know. Like, That, it just is so fucked up. And maybe I can't put it into the right words yet or whatever, but like, I don't know how you can justify standing there and like giving people these emotional things over a dead person, but over like somebody's like living struggles or whatever. Fuck that. No, I'm not saying he's gonna sue. I'm not saying any of that. I didn't say he can sue. Like I said, it's public record and it can be looked at and everybody has a right to that information and all of that shit. We're operating from that as a base understanding. That's a fucked up thing to do.
Do is Google to find an obituary. And for Sam, his
That's fucked up thing to do.
obituary has her nickname Libby on it. It also has the names of all the other
And if you want to separate it as like, and then exposing it or whatever on top of Sam and everything, like all of them are 100% complicit in what they did or whatever. But that is still a fucked up thing to do to somebody, whether or not they agree to it or their son agrees to it or whatever.
Members that Cody and Satori mentioned on that first night.
That's not something that you should even ask, I don't think.
Of Googling to find these names. And for the most part, they had no problem finding the family names of every special guest that they entertained at the Conjure.
Like every single person that's in prison like knows that it's public record or whatever, but we don't personally know every single person. We don't know like their son being an internet figure, all of that stuff. Like obviously it's going to be known on a more wider scale and there's personal responsibility in different places or whatever. I just mean ethically. No, there's no ethics here. None. None.
With one notable exception.
Regardless of whether they consent to things or not, you still don't do harmful things.
Never knew her biological.
This is why Bella is important.
Bella Porch. Bella
Negative
was born
ethics.
in the Philippines and never knew her biological parents. Instead, she was raised by her grandmother until she was adopted at 3 years old. Now, if you remember in episode 3, Bella didn't get a reading from Cody and Satori. She didn't have any family members show up. You might explain this away by saying her family would be over in the Philippines, but based on the info we get from Cody and Satori about family members and the afterlife, this shouldn't have been a problem.
Do you guys know if they can travel wherever they want to at any time?
That's what I mean. So them saying that they don't take this for money is them attempting to like separate themselves from defrauding, frauding, whatever. Separate themselves from that action, but that is exactly what they're doing.
With them?
Yes.
So they're always with you and they can travel anywhere they want, so Bella's family should be around no problem. Now it couldn't be that the reason she didn't get a reading was because...
And like I'm gonna because I just put this together. How we say like if you're not allowed to stream for 2 hours in the woods, you're definitely guaranteed to hear EVPs, whispers, and drumming sounds of the local tribe or whatever. I swear to God, if somebody finds a fucking tape of that somewhere in the Conjuring house, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Because that's beyond exploitation at this point.
You couldn't Google her biological family, right? And this isn't the only suspicious moment that supports the Google.
Why didn't she ask?
Remember when Cody and Satori met this ghost
Or
at
like
Globe Park,
Bella just
who
didn't say
spelled her
anything?
name as Terry Fauci?
Fossey?
Terry Fossey.
But then later, Sam and Colby pull up her obituary on screen and discover her last name was spelled Fika.
I think one of you guys pointed out
There
that
are two possible
the name was
explanations for
wrong.
this. The first is
And
that
I didn't even
the
notice.
ghost simply misspelled their own name, as one commonly does, as you do, I'm sure, routinely. We've all been.
I
there,
jokingly
all
said
right?
earlier because
The
I'm
second
dyslexic
explanation
or
is
whatever.
that
Like,
Cody and
what if
Satori-
I was a spirit and like I was trying to communicate and they dismissed it because I spelled my name wrong?
memorize the wrong name.
That would happen to me,
Because you see,
but
when you Google
obviously.
Globe Park, Rhode Island death, the first
Dude, Rhode Island's
7
not very
search
big.
results all have the name Terry Fauci, which is a typo.
Their
You have to scroll
recent
down to the
or
actual obituary,
important
which has
death
her
list
real
or whatever
name,
can't be
Terry
that
Fika.
long.
This explanation would also answer the question of how Cody and Satori were
It's
able
not
to
story.
come up with a hyper-localized
Of
name
the teacher?
like this. How they were able to come up with the name of someone who died at this seemingly
Oh,
random
this, yeah. Yeah,
were
that's
prepared
what
to
he's
be
saying.
taken to nearby areas as tests. So they
This
memorized
teacher.
some names that could be verified as belonging to those places. And by the way,
And
Royal
Cody spelled her
Park
name
is
wrong.
only a 20-minute
I mean,
drive from the Conjuring House.
the ghost spelled her
And
name
it's
wrong.
not like there's a ton of places to go in a rural area like
Yeah, all
this.
that area
Add in the
around
fact that
is camping
Satori's
sites.
family, including her dad, Jason Hawes from Ghost Hunters. Yeah, that's right. That's her dad. Wild, right? Anyway, they've been living in Warwick, Rhode Island since 1979. I don't know if you've seen a map of Rhode Island, but it's pretty small. It's definitely possible that they memorized a list of names associated with various locations in northern Rhode Island, along with a couple of keywords like
If that
teacher
was
and
something,
globe,
like,
and
if
had them ready at a
spirit
moment's
communication
notice
was
in
something
case
that was
someone
common
wanted
and
to
that
test them
happened,
like
like, yeah,
this.
that'd
The
be
locations don't even
funny,
need to
but
be that close.
that's
For example,
this.
in the
This
uncut
is
footage at the dance studio,
Cody fucked it
and
up.
Satori make contact with a spirit named Terry Robinson. Sam and Colby's team confirmed that this is a real person who died several streets over. According to Google Maps, he lived
Yeah, she's
20
lived there
minutes
her,
walk
like,
away from
entire
this dance
life,
studio
so-
and died about 10 minutes away. You know, it's interesting that this spirit that Cody and Satori instantly connected with was just kind of
They're like
wandering around about 20
haunted
minutes away from
tour
where they lived. No
guides.
connection to the dance studio.
Of course
or
they're gonna
anything.
know,
They were just hanging out there.
like, all of that.
I guess Kotori didn't have a name memorized for the
Kotori?
dance studio specifically, so they just took the best one they had. Now, if you think it's unrealistic that they would go to the trouble of memorizing a list of names like that,
You do it
I'm
for
gonna ask the obvious
for a
question.
profession, like,
do you think it's more unrealistic than the idea they're actually communicating with spirits? Because for me, the former is way more realistic than the latter. And think about it. If they are faking this, it's a pretty elaborate thing to fake. Like, they're already jumping through so many hoops just to fake the knocking noise. And compared to that, memorizing a little list of 20 or 30 names and keywords isn't really that much work. I'll put it this way. If your entire career revolves around talking to the spirits of dead people, and you spend your entire career in Rhode Island,
Yeah.
then don't you think it would be important to know the names of some real dead people from Rhode Island? Now, you may wonder, what happens when a stranger asks them to do a reading? They can't memorize names for that. And you're right. Which is why Cody and Satori have a strict
maybe
policy
one
when it
of
comes to
them,
And we only
what
do
year
this for
was
people
it?
who cross our paths naturally.
I'll go ahead and
2007?
translate that for you. They're only gonna do it if they know your full name and they can Google your
2007,
full
I was
name.
in
We just need your full name so we can figure out who you are.
8th
I know
grade,
earlier
and they
I
look
said I had two
a
more
little older
clips to show
than
you, but I
me.
actually have one more in addition to those.
So it's
I
possible
saw a
them
few
or a
years
younger
ago.
sibling went to that
I just think
school
it's an interesting clip. I'll go
or
ahead and
had
just play it.
something at that school when that teacher died. So not only would they have to know.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so that was a clip of Cody and Satori synchronizing the knocking noise with fist bumps. It's from a channel named I'm Troy if you'd like to see the full original video. It's about half an hour long. When I see that footage,
I didn't
to
watch it
me,
'cause-
it's just another sign. Again, I'm going to present the argument, what's more likely? That this is footage of a ghost that is able to time their knocks to the fist bumps? Or is it footage of Cody being able to control when the knocks happen? What's the simplest explanation? This footage wouldn't mean much on its own, just like the joint popping footage wouldn't mean much on its own. But all the red flags together start to paint a pretty suspicious picture. So, in summary, we have 1. A plausible explanation for how Cody and Satori can control the knocking noises with one or more of their bodies, possibly with the aid of mechanical devices. It's not a foolproof explanation, but I'd say it's more plausible than the idea that ghosts are making them. 2. A very
I know
likely
I pointed out
explanation for how
the way
Cody
his
and
face
Satori
looks
were able to get the names of
multiple
family members,
times
and why they gave everyone a reading except Bella Porch, who
when they were
put in
doing
Google.
this, and I'm like, it's 'cause
3,
he's
Another
focusing.
plausible explanation for how Cody and Satori were able to come up with a relevant name in Globe Park, but somehow ended up misspelling it. But the
Because
most
if you,
compelling
your
argument
only
for
job
me has
was
to
to
do with
hold
their response
her
video.
hands or
Yeah,
whatever.
That's right. They made a response video, and yes.
Okay, he's gonna play the response video. Remember my theory. This is her first time finding out that he has done this before her, and it was just a ruse to get them together. And she's pissed at him. This is my context. She's pissed at him that she has to deliver these lines to save their business or whatever.
They did double down on everything.
We do want to start by confirming with everybody
Watch the cuts.
here and just saying it on record that we are absolutely real. What we do is absolutely real, and we don't know how it works fully, and we're still learning things every day about it.
I just want to jump in here real quick with more of an editorial moment. I've noticed that Cody and Satori say this a lot. They don't know how it works. They don't know
Is that
why
how you
it
wanted me
works.
to deliver the line, honey?
They don't know.
I don't know why.
We don't know why this works.
It's weird that we don't know how it works. Cody and I found, for some reason.
Have you ever asked why you guys?
I don't know.
Have you
Yes,
asked?
that's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't know if we've outright asked that.
And we don't know how it works.
Now, the reason this
Her
is
face is so
significant to me
red.
I've noticed in my personal life that
But
this
her
is
neck
how
isn't.
people talk when they're lying.
I was gonna say, it could be because she's lying. Like, it could be because she's lying, her face gets flushed or whatever. It could be because, you know, when she's delivering lines that you can see it's clearly written out, like, and planned ahead of time, that she might get flushed or whatever. But I think the funnier thing is that he wrote it, she's pissed at him, but he says we gotta film this video now to save the business. And she's like, I'm not done being fucking mad at you for doing this. So we don't know how it works. Is that what you wanted me to say?
Or even ask basic questions about the lie, they'll say they don't know. And they'll act completely unbothered by it. For example, a former friend of mine was telling me a story once of something pretty unbelievable that supposedly happened to him. We'll just say there's a person in his story who acted very mysteriously and irrationally. And I had the suspicion that he was lying about it, that the story wasn't true. And so I asked him, I said, that's a really strange thing that happened. Can you think of any reasons why that person in your story acted that way? And he just shrugged his shoulders and said, I have no idea. No clue. And he was so casual about it. No clue. Like he hadn't even thought about it. And then I found out later through
Yeah,
his
that's
friend
what
that he was lying about the whole thing.
That's what I said about what I was talking about earlier, is like he has a completely different demeanor about it. So it's like he wrote it and he wants her to say it.
And I keep thinking back to that moment where I just...
Yeah, so this guy lied. His friend lied and basically said a bitch was crazy, and then found out from another friend that...
personal theory. You'll notice every time Sam and Colby or anyone else asks Cody and Satori, why
We
do
don't
you think
know.
you're able to do this? Or how does this work? Why does this work? They have the same shoulder-shrugging attitude that I saw in
He
my
probably
friend
tells her
when
it's
he
because
was
we're
lying. How does it
soulmates.
work? No clue. I haven't thought about it. Haven't asked that question. Don't know why. Let me ask you this, okay?
We're
If
meant to
you
do this. You're
discovered
Jason Hall's
that you
daughter.
had the ability, the power to instantly, consistently, and
And then they
accurately
cut, after she does her lines, there's a cut every time, and her face looks like that. Again. It looks like she kept going on. Like, my dumbass husband is a fucking fraud. And they just cut that out until she's smiling again.
Is there any world where you wouldn't be obsessively
4
thinking
years.
about and theorizing about why and how you have this incredible science-defying power? Again, this is just a little editorial.
I'm telling you, the reason that it has not been investigated further is it's a lie that he made up to get laid.
Such as we're popping our joints,
Should have a
comparing
counter.
us to the Fox sisters of the spiritualist movement. even
Yeah,
that
and
we're
then she's
building
back to this.
devices that make knocking sounds.
Hang on. Let me stop you right there. You actually don't need to build
Yeah, this is something that I said before, put a pin in that, when he said, we don't have time to be making devices to make knocking sounds. Put a pin in that.
solenoid devices. You can just buy them. In fact, they're very cheap. But I get it. Using the term building makes it sound like a much more ridiculous claim to make. So I understand
Dismissive.
why you chose to frame it that way.
We are definitely not popping any joints in our body.
Damn, look at Cody shaking his head at the camera here.
He wrote
As if
this.
I'm the one popping my joints or something.
Now, we're definitely not building machines or devices that make knocking sounds. We definitely don't have time for that.
She's like, I'm gonna kill you in your sleep.
Hang on.
We don't have time
Did
for
you
that.
just
As
say
she
you
laughs.
don't have time to build machines and devices? That's weird, because isn't this your company, Cody? Des Tech? Paranormal research equipment? Hey, look, here's one of your products. isn't that your name on the packaging? Cody Ray Desbians? Now,
That
is
was
your name on it just
beautiful
because
find.
it's your company, or did you actually build these yourself?
We don't have
Oh, the sign
time
right here really
or
clears it up. It
knowledge
says,
to build these
"Designed
things.
and built by Cody Ray Desbians."
Blatant lie.
Huh. That really
That's why she
clears up a lot
laughed.
of things. This is a tweet from 2018 showing some prototype devices you were working on. Pretty cool stuff, man. Can't wait to see them
2018.
in action.
The same
You know,
time.
It says here in this article by Kenny Biddle that your now deleted Facebook page says you, quote, specialize in audio and investigation technology with knowledge in electronics and physics. Wow. Impressive, Cody. You know, there's a device out there that combines all of those things. It's an electronic device that produces audio through physics. It's called a solenoid. So it's an incredible coincidence that this device just so happens to combine everything
The shade.
you claim to specialize in. You know, all this information makes what
No, I got
just
you.
said about not having time to build machines or devices sound really strange.
I just let it keep going.
Because not only do you have time to build devices,
If I disagreed with it, I probably wouldn't let it through or
listen,
something.
even if you're a Cody and Satori believer, you gotta admit, this was
How
at
do you
best,
get
an
the
extremely
daughter
suspicious
of the
thing to
most
say.
famous paranormal investigator?
Oh, good. Here we go. They're going to talk about the Fox sisters. This should be interesting.
A lot of people throughout paranormal history and even today try to communicate with spirit via the sound of knocking and rapping noises. There's literally equipment that is designed
diminishing.
to take the vibration of knocking or banging and associate it with letters. So it's definitely not a unique form of communication that hasn't been done before.
Well, first of all, that equipment you just described that translates knocking vibrations into letters sounds
Speakers, but that wouldn't put
incredibly
vibrations on the floor.
unscientific. And I would guess that you feel it's unreliable as well, because otherwise, wouldn't you use it instead of reciting the alphabet over and over? So why even bring
Right?
this up? I don't know. Carry on.
There are a lot of similarities and differences between us and the
Ghosts
Fox
don't know
sisters.
Morse
If you do
code.
your research, you will find that by
That-
certain accounts, the Fox sisters wouldn't let people see under their long skirts at their
If
feet.
you do your research,
Oh, so the difference between the two
That was
of you
your-
is that
per
they
my
refuse
last
to take
email.
their shoes off. Are we just gonna pretend like you two don't have similar restrictions? I seem to remember you refusing to take your shoes off in the dance studio. So thank you for listing an incriminating similarity, I guess. But as confusing as this point was, the next one is even more confusing to me.
By certain accounts, there's also certain accounts that they would only do this for money. They would tell the future, things like that. So there are a lot of
He's
things
like,
that the Fox
"Believe
sisters
me."
did do that we cannot and will not do. So we highly
believe
recommend looking into them a bit further.
that
So the point she's making here is one
They
that
highly recommend looking into them
the
further.
Sam and Colby footage too, and that's that. Hey, the Fox sisters did this for money. We don't do it for money, and we never.
Why is her
will.
face so red though?
We do this for money.
And we only do this for people who cross our paths naturally and don't do it for
It's
money
never-
or anything like that.
We're not taking money for this or anything.
But they are doing it. For
She's
money.
lying.
Right here in this video. Do me a favor.
She can't
I'm
look at
old,
them when
and
she
I
says
can't
that. She
quite see
turns
it
her
from these
head.
days. So can you tell me what it
She looks
says
down and
on
turns
their
her head.
shirts? Oh, it says The Conjuring House. They work for The Conjuring House. They do this act primarily at The Conjuring House. There's tons of clips of people visiting The Conjuring House and seeing this personalized routine from Cody and Satori. And every one of these people are paying customers. A little background info on The Conjuring House. The current owners,
There it is.
I don't know if that's Jacqueline Nunez or a company she's a part of or what, but they bought The Conjuring House in 2022 for
1.5 million.
$5 million.
With-
And when you pay $1.5 million for a house that you don't live in, it's so that house can make
Wait,
money.
I think I remember what you mean now.
Preferably more than $1.5
With the
million.
2018-2019 thing,
So,
because we
The
looked at it.
Conjuring House
You're right.
is understandably
I remember that now because I looked at this page.
now, I mentioned this way earlier in the video, so you may
I
not
looked at
remember,
those.
but remember when
That
I
information.
talked about the Annabelle doll? Remember how the Annabelle dolls have nothing to do with the Conjuring House? And yet, everywhere you look in this place, there's a Raggedy Ann doll. There's multiple Raggedy Anns.
And I couldn't
in
tell if
glass
something
cases
was,
downstairs. There's giant Raggedy
if something was the museum of items that I said would be fun to like go into like the actual stories of them. Like they claim it's this little boy or whatever, and look up if that little boy ever existed as to why they had this toy dinosaur. And I was like, I couldn't remember if it was the Zach Bagans Museum or if it was the Warrens Museum. I think it's because Zach Bagans owns the old Warrens Museum now, and he has all of the items and everything. I think Zach Bagans is the one to have it.
Raggedy Ann's in the bedrooms upstairs. And the reason for them being strewn around the place isn't for historical accuracy, because again, they weren't at the Conjuring house. It's to make the house look scary, to attract the ghost hunter
It's an attraction.
Ed and Lorraine Warren enthusiast clientele. I mean, look,
As we came to that conclusion, I think it was in the second
random
stream.
dolls in the background. Like, you think these lights are flickering by accident? They're not. This house.
I'm just not sure if I was gonna say if Sam and Colby reached out to them to film there and filled out like the content creator thing, but I'm thinking actually it's more likely that the owner reached out to Sam and Colby to promote this shit, knowing that they do this and have been doing like the paranormal investigations for years now. Windows right no. Yeah, I think we said that before. And they couldn't use the Raggedy Ann in the movie, so now the movie's a different one. But they didn't want their doll to become Scary Clown. That's funny. But yeah, I think it's more likely that after they set up all of the, I think it's 13 different camping locations, and each camping location can hold like, I'll say an entire family. I'm thinking like 8 to 12 people can sleep in these campsites, and they're nice. They're like cabin plumbing camping, I'm pretty sure. So
Mistakenly designed.
and they're like, oh, now that we have these lots, let's reach out to these guys, and then we'll get so many people in here.
Designed to make money. Check out the prices
Just
on the
turned up Doom
website.
King's it.
If you're a content creator,
Imagine being that guy.
the prices.
Yeah, this was the site that we looked at that day. I don't think I put it on the screen, but it's $1,200 a night for up to 6 people, $1,500 a night for up to 8 people, $160 per person for additional guests. These sites are huge. This is not like when I say like a family, what it can fit like a family or whatever. I'm not saying like a family of 4 or whatever. I'm talking about like a big group of people. This is like a yurt with like 8 to 12 beds. And the content creation package, if you think this is high, is astronomical. Let's be Symphony Club. Yeah, the price list. And this is, I believe, in the rules for this is where we found the information that you are not allowed to bring a metal detector. You're not allowed to live stream. Even if you sign up as a content creator for the content creation package, you cannot live stream for more than 2 hours at a time. I don't know if it's 2 hours in total for your night there or if it's 2 hours at a time, but that's where we found that information, that there is a whole bunch of restrictions on what you can bring and what you can do. That is just, the only explanation is that the sites are rigged.
At $1,200. Even if you just want a tour,
And
the cheapest ones are
non-profit
$25 a
means-
guest.
yeah, not a
Do you know
non-profit.
how many tours they do per day? Satori does.
We do like 3 tours a day with 14 people each walking through this room.
3
Holy shit.
tours a day, 14 people each. That's 42 people, which at $25 a pop is over $1,000 a day just on tours. And that's not including overnight stays or content creator reservations, which, by the way, are booked solid through January.
So she's just talking about, or the tours being like $25 a person or whatever, and doing 3 tours a day of 14 people. That is just to walk around the house. That is not to rent space. That's not the content creation package. That's not to stay there, anything like that.
My point is, the Conjuring House is a business.
Yeah.
And Cody and Satori being on staff means part of their job is drumming up that business. Satori even outright admits this to Sam and Colby.
If it's helping people, then that's why we're still doing this.
That's what it's about for us, and getting the house out there and showing that the house is more than what some people just believe it is. That's the important thing.
That's the important thing. Getting the house
People telling
out
themselves
there.
constantly.
Right. So here's the business model. Cody and Satori work for the Conjuring House. When paid customers come for a visit, Cody and Satori do their routine. They get the paying customers to talk about what a life-changing event it was. Tell their friends, hey, You gotta go to the Conjuring house. You won't believe what these two people on their staff
The
can
money
do.
may also
I have
be
more faith
important.
in the afterlife now. I mean, that's exactly
That's the
what
most
Sam and
important
Colby
thing.
did. They were so impressed that they insisted their friends who visited get a reading too. And everyone came away from the experience believing even more strongly in the paranormal.
Why did no one
A
question that
belief
Bella
that
didn't
can
get a
be
reading?
monetized, not only in the Conjuring house, but also through their paranormal couple brand, which has a Patreon.
How did nobody
as well
notice
as an
that?
online store. As much as they deny it, money is definitely a motivating factor for them. The fact that they're so insistent that it's not makes me trust them even less. Because one of the key factors that you should consider when you're trying to determine whether something is
Like, back to the Lorraine thing or whatever. They said the message was, we watched over your brother while dad was gone or whatever. Instead of thinking about it as someone in prison, like, what if it was like somebody in the hospital? Like, would you technically want people to know? Like, what if he was gone doing something else? Like, is that your business? At all?
true or not, is asking the question, who stands to benefit if this is
To
a lie?
exploit a
And
live
Cody and
person.
Satori stand to benefit quite a bit.
We know what we do is real. And we know the thousands of people that we help know what we do is real.
See, when she's in the Conjuring house, when she lies, she like darts, she like looks down and, we don't do this for money and like looks away and things like that. But in this, she's staring into the lens with a red face. I don't think that's her lie tell. Being tarot cards for someone in distress. Well, yeah, that's also an ethical thing. And what we've been talking about is that none of the, there's no ethics here.
We just aren't in the business
There are
of
none.
doing experiment after experiment.
Maybe that
We're not a
tarot
lab
lady,
rat for the
she
purpose
might
of trying
have,
to
but she's a
prove
separate
something to
person.
people that may
She
never
just
believe
came
it
in, did her
the
thing, and
first
left.
place. We truly feel that there's nothing we can do without people coming up
Yeah,
with some
that's one of the many reasons why tarot readings are being so exploited on the internet right now, and with all of that, is because people ask very ethically edgy things, and people will do anything for money sometimes, and take advantage of those people, and stuff like that. So that's why it's become like such a big problem, is that it's predatory. And there is no oversight. There's no one keeping anybody protective. There's no BBB, Better Business Bureau for, TikTok people or anything like that. You have no licensing, like you said, no licensing, no certifications of anything. There's not even, like, I can say that I'm a fucking pro just because I have, like, a manual of what certain things mean. And if I had the mind too, I could persuade it into something that sounded more professional, and from somebody who doesn't know anything, it's going to sound like they're more knowledgeable than they are, especially if they speak with confidence. So like, people get screwed over and scammed constantly, and one of the reasons is because they're preying on vulnerable people who are going through distress, who are going through difficult things, struggles, anything like that. They're flat out exploiting people.
an excuse as to why it may not be real.
Literally just do it without
But an
shoes on.
ethical
You act like
tarot
people
reader
are
wouldn't do
making
that, but they're not the ones that are the problem.
humiliating requests. Literally just do it without shoes on at a neutral third-party location. I find this
At a neutral
defensive
third-party
attitude to be
location.
truly bizarre if what they're doing is real, because it's an attitude that you simply wouldn't realistically have.
Wait a minute, question. If, say that the ones in the Conjuring house are strictly solenoid, whatever, why wouldn't they do it barefoot in the Conjuring house? What's the reason not to?
If you actually had the ability they're saying they have.
That would only
Because here's the
further
thing,
prove,
and
well,
for
further
me, this is
prove
the
in
most
your,
convincing evidence of all that Cody and
because he said
Satori
at a
are
neutral
lying.
third-party
Forget
location.
the joint popping, forget the solenoids, forget the Google
That would
family
support their
members, the
case,
name
but they were
memorizing,
adamant
forget
that they
all
would not
stuff
do
we've
that
been talking about.
anywhere.
Let's say that it's real, okay? It's real. So
It's
Cody
joint
and
popping.
Satori are able to instantly, whenever and wherever they want, communicate with the spirits of dead people. And not just communicate with them, but allow them to communicate with their living loved ones or anyone else in the room with them. If that's the case,
Even the
then
grocery
this is
store.
literally the biggest scientific discovery of all time. It single-handedly clarifies the
I'm sorry,
answer
but
to
like,
life's
it doesn't
greatest
matter
mystery, which is
like
what
where
happens
or
after
how
we
you
die.
die or
The answer to
whatever.
that question changes
Who
everything.
would haunt a grocery store?
Science and religion. There's an argument to be made that it's the most important thing that's ever happened. It really cannot be understated how significant this would be if it were real. But listen to how they frame their abilities and their significance at the end of this response video.
In the end, tomorrow morning when Satori and I wake up, we're going to continue doing what we do. Help people with this gift that we have. Bring closure to them and maybe a little bit of faith in the afterlife.
This, to me, is the greatest evidence against
He's like just smiling through the video. She's like, is this good enough for you? Is this good enough of a smile?
The significance of this ability to process what it could mean, not just
My
for
brain's
them,
just fucking pissed
not
at
just
him.
for the people that they show it to, but for the world as a whole. They've had years to think about the fact that this ability, this power.
Because think about it, it's not even that they built their relationship off of this, they built their entire business off of doing this thing that only the two of them could do. Their entire livelihood is on this lie. And like, imagine finding that out through this. My face would be red too.
Drastically change everything we know about the physical world. And yet the way they frame it here,
So this thing that we built our entire business on
is that they're going to use it to make individual people they show it to set aside their skepticism and have more faith in the existence of an afterlife. A belief in the afterlife that they actively
I would probably be like, is this good enough for you? Like, I would probably feel like that too.
Now, does that sound like the mindset of someone who's discovered they have an incredible, scientifically significant superpower? Or does that sound like the mindset of a con artist?
So we'd love to see if we held up.
Tori, blink twice if you need an out. This building the foundation of your relationship off of a lie is a perfectly good reason to leave. If you need the permission, here it is.
One of these cards, if you could tell us what the shape is. So we're not
Oh.
going to say the word aloud. We want you to see it and then kind of tell us what shape it is. Is that okay? You can help prove to us that you're here with us. So actually, by playing this game, you would be really, really
Our
helping
face.
those messages.
Our face is getting red.
Communicate with us. Does that make sense?
All right, so I think that's your way of saying you're not comfortable.
Like, you're not supposed to, you're supposed to have faith. Is it about faith?
Ooh, that was loud. That was really loud.
It's about faith.
Okay.
True.
Welcome to my knees to take your order.
So, what are my final thoughts on Sam and Colby's Conjuring House series? Well, to be blunt, I thought that 6 hours of content was a bit much. I was getting kind of burned out by episode 3, but then again, I will admit, I'm not the target audience at all. But hey, 10 million views on each video? That's a massive success.
That's so much money.
Who am I to argue? Considering how successful the series was, though, it makes me turn my attention to Sam and Colby and ask the question, what role, what responsibility do they have in making sure that they're providing valid information to their young and impressionable audience? I've focused a lot on Cody and Satori this video, and that's because Sam and Colby themselves focus a lot on Cody and Satori. Throughout the series, Sam and Colby have multiple conversations where they reverently talk about the paranormal couple and the impact that their method has had on them.
This is something that we are going to be talking about for the rest of our lives. It completely changed what we believe in, you know, how we approach the paranormal, spirituality, everything.
They mentioned several times that they recognize how groundbreaking Cody and Satori's communication with spirits is.
It could change the world, like view of spirits and stuff.
Yeah.
This is so special.
Probably the most undeniable thing anybody's ever seen about the afterlife.
And those thoughts echo my own that I just shared a few moments ago. If this were real, it would be, as Sam said, the most undeniable thing anybody's ever seen about the afterlife. But while Sam and Colby seem to have a basic grasp of the gravity and importance of what they're showing, they don't fully explore the consequences of sharing it on a wide scale. Instead, what they focus on are the feelings and emotions that their videos on it are going to elicit from the people they're showing it to.
That is the reason why we do this. That is going to give millions of people hope.
There's gonna be a lot of people out there that are just like, that's corny. But like, guys, that is like the sole purpose of life, is to spread positivity and love. That's what it's all about. That's hope. That's
Dude, Sam, I'm gonna point out, Sam is a dangerous person to date because that boy can cry at anything.
We're so buried in our phones. Instead of giving someone a real smile, we send an emoji.
The potential danger that they didn't consider here, though, is that when you give people hope, but it's based on a lie,
It's false
it becomes
hope.
false hope. At that point, instead of spreading positivity like you wanted,
Yeah, they just
you
dismissed the
spread
claims instead of
misinformation.
they didn't.
And I know that they genuinely believe
That was their
that
strategy,
what they
and
were showing in these videos.
Sam and Colby buckled down on that as well. But was
Come about nothing. I see your point.
he's the one that
do.
had.
I see your point. So instead of anger, I have now looked with logic and a bit of research, because that is what us debunkers do. And you wouldn't believe what I've
This
just
is that
couple, the paranormal whatever
Beardo
they're
gets
called. I don't
scared. He's another smaller one, 20K. And again, this is after this is a month ago, so he probably wasn't that big of a creator then. There's been a lot of. There was one like debunking video that I liked, but I didn't really want to share it because I went back to the guy's channel, and in the video that I saw, he says something about how he's had videos up, or he's done things like that. But when I went back a couple days later to try and find that for this stream, I guess it was like a week later, to try and find that to bring up on this stream, I went back to his videos, and he had like 10 videos, which first of all is way too much. I think it was like 10, maybe been 13, something like that. Videos, and they all had like bright yellow text in the thumbnail and whatever, and they were all about the Sam and Colby thing, and it was like kept like pulled, not like in a yeah, it was odd. I didn't want to platform that kind of behavior for anybody to look at now or in the future, because these live on YouTube. But it was like 13 videos of like Sam and Colby, and it was like he made 6 videos about the same thing, and they were all like 20-minute videos or something. It was, I don't think it was ethical content creation, so I'm not gonna go with that. What happened here for Beardo was that I think he made a video response about the Sam and Colby thing as of just like an emotional reaction to what was going on, and the fans attacked and whatever, so now he wants to lay out his points. But the way that they attacked their audience, the loud portion of Sam and Colby's audience, because the majority of, like, whether somebody says, oh, they have like a toxic fandom or they have a toxic following or whatever, everybody has like there's outliers in every group, and that is way more prominent in like the following group or whatever. So it might be a majority of their audience don't say anything or won't say anything or would never attack and would never even leave a comment. You know, they might watch a video about Sam and Colby or whatever, but not attack or anything. And I think that's how the majority of people who watch these videos are. However, they do have a very loud, the extremists of their group that attacked this guy, and apparently they were there was like racial shit thrown around and stuff like that, which was really bad. And of course, Sam and Colby never address anything, so they don't address when their audience does stuff like this, but apparently they do stuff like this. But when I say like their audience, I'm talking about obviously the extremes of the end. I'm not talking about like the regular people who just watch stuff, which is like how I am.
And before you start off with, you can't call them fake with no proof. You couldn't see their toes moving. The entire story that they tell you in the Conjuring House video is a lie. Watch this. So, we will play Sam telling them, can you introduce yourself? And they give a story. Watch.
Alright, well, I'm Satori.
This might answer some questions I don't remember.
Caretakers here at the Conjuring House, and we also communicate with the other side, I guess you could say.
In a very interesting way that we kind of found out by accident.
We found out by accident. Now listen to how they describe where this gift. This
It wasn't
power,
extremely like it wasn't like I saw a bunch of paranormal people do this and like have those kind of videos and try to like make a base off of reacting to Sam and Colby or whatever just because the name was hot like that one guy was doing. It was just like one or two. It wasn't like I'm actually surprised that there aren't more videos, especially by paranormal people, saying something about this. So it's not like everybody's doing it. It's just like that one guy was doing it in a really weird way, and it did not rub me the right way.
Gene, whatever the hell they want to call it, came from.
So the first day we met, we were paired up with each other. To
Again,
investigate
extremes.
a private residence.
There's extremes in every
Things are
group.
Really active. And then the next investigation we went on, the same activity, a lot of footsteps and banging sounds, and then the other.
See, she's
people
smiling.
were like, "Maybe
She's
it's
not
you
red.
Guys, you should go experiment.
She believes this shit.
Colby's face there was like,
She doesn't know he's been doing it.
Found out that eventually, over time, that when we hold hands or hold wrists, it's
eventually, over time, when we hold
Smiling
hands or
over
hold
so
wrists, very important.
almost like
It's
flipping
such a
on
cute
light switch
story.
and kind of draws them in a little closer. So we're not mediums or anything. We can't sense anything. Whatever happens,
That's a good
everyone
point,
is here
dude.
to witness. We can't control it, and we only do this for people who cross our paths naturally.
But again, I can't read
And
Colby
don't
for
do it
shit.
money or anything.
Yeah, he's
Except
just
for your bullshit website, your tours, your seminars, and everything else you charge a fortune for. You're doing this for money. Don't lie about it. But when this entire thing is based off a lie, then yeah, you're going to try and pull that card as well. Peter, what do you mean is a lie? So they have basically said they have to hold hands or wrists for this to work, and they discovered this whilst together investigating. This is not me putting words in my mouth.
Imagine
You
she
just
didn't
said
know
the
that he's done this
exact same
before.
thing
Imagine,
I
like,
have.
it'd be embarrassing to show up at fucking work and be like, I have to show up every,
This
like,
from 11 years ago.
and now everybody knows.
Try to find out his name like we did in the past with the alphabet.
Try to find his name like we did in the past using the alphabet. That sounds very familiar, doesn't it? This is
such a-
Cody.
it's-
11
Cody's
years
such a
ago,
fucking
and some guy
con
is
man.
saying, do that thing you did in the past. How long has he been pulling this shit? Maybe the horse girl is completely unaware that this guy's gone up there and go, hey, if you touch me, we can bang. We can hear banging. I'm sorry. I'm not even sorry. The guy's a
He said it.
scam artist, con artist. I hope she's not in on it, but I fail to believe that people haven't done their homework. And that includes Sam and Colby. They must have done their homework on this couple to bring them
See,
onto the show.
I'm not saying that she doesn't know. Again, I'm not saying that she doesn't know and she's being authentic or anything like that. I'm saying that she doesn't know that he's used the method before. She thought it was something special that he did for her or whatever to try and get her or anything like that. Like, and it turns out that it's not, and like all of that's a lie. It's like,
I ask you, try figuring out your name here. I'm gonna go through the alphabet, and when I get to the first letter of your name, I want you to give me a knock.
Also, look at the way this guy stands when he's doing this. You watch this video earlier on. It's called Chasing the Unknown.
am I reading that in her face? I'm kind of reading it in her demeanor as somebody who's been in similar situations. The same way that someone could say that, you know, say that she was being passive aggressive at the audience and using this point to, you know, to prove it or whatever as like a, I don't know, body language thing, because I'm but because I'm a hypervigilant person who has, you know, been in situations like that and been in like situations that kind of activate your nervous system because they like threaten your understanding or your sense of safety or things like that. I could be reading that in her face. But again, like I said, it could be she's flushed because, you know, it's the camera. But the thing is, she doesn't have the same demeanor when they're making eye contact in the room when he's explaining it and saying this is the thing that we do, and she's like, and he just started happening when we met, and she's like all smiley and stuff. Her face isn't red, anything like that. When she lies in the Conjuring house, her face isn't red. It's like darting and like, we don't do this for money. Her demeanor is different. So if it's something that is like a betrayal, or like if you find out like, I don't know, like you find out somebody's cheating on you or something like that, and it like gives you that like, it's like your body leaving, you're like cold, like your soul leaving your body kind of feeling, and your face gets like really red because it like means like my whole understanding of this thing or whatever is like not real. And it just like it's like your stomach falls through your ass. Like, I don't know how else to say it. And then you have to, your brain goes into like self-preservation mode and everything. So if she was angry or whatever, like I could be reading, instead of she's passive aggressive and pissed off that people are questioning their method, as most people are saying that she is, I'm reading that she's passive aggressive and pissed off because she's being made to read those lines, or she's being at least asked to, and she doesn't feel like she can't, or doesn't feel like she can say no or anything like that. Like in that, no, I think, I do think that they both know, but I think it was like something like that. Like there's like, she didn't know that there was like going to be a video of him coming out and doing the alphabet thing because that was an idea that he had only come up with her or something like that. And now she's seeing that there's something that could, there is evidence that exists that could, you know, I guess undermine their entire business. You know, I'm saying everybody. Yeah, she got blindsided by this information, but it's not because she didn't know that they were faking it. She was blindsided by the video existing of him doing it with this guy or whatever 11 years ago, because he said that he only started doing it with her or something like that. Like, she didn't know that. I'm not saying that she didn't know that they were faking or whatever. Like, it's, you can't, and especially with her trying to like be like, oh, maybe the floor is over here, you can't like say that she doesn't know that that's not real, she, or why the vibrations are happening or anything like that, unless she really really wants to lie to herself to stay in that relationship. It's fear of abandonment.
06 Bill Park.
But that I'm thinking like that's, and it's just like it's like a wild theory too, like, you know, nobody can 100% read anybody's body language or anything like that, but I'm saying if you look at it from this lens, that's what it could be, like as a silly like whatever. I don't actually want anybody to be like hurt or blindsided by this, but also they're not nice people, so. You never told me about the other videos you made. You never told me that you did this with other ghost hunters. Like when you're, if you find out that like your special dinner spot with your husband was actually found like when he had his ex-girlfriend or something, and he used to take his ex-girlfriend all the time, and he just never told you, and then you find that out, it's like, it could be something like that.
1A. Watch him earlier on in the video. Every knock that comes in the house comes from near him, and he stands in a very specific way when he does it. He has got the hammer toe, he is popping his ankle, his knee. There are people that can pop the joints in their hands and stuff. I mean, I hope my microphone picked that up. But, you know, show the proof. Proof.
1 for yes, 2 for no.
There were other knockers.
Why is this guy looking at his feet?
That's funny in both contexts.
B. First letter is B. B. First letter is B.
That for Bill before anyone says, but they got an EVP.
Like, just, I don't know, imagine this. Satori seeing this video for the first time and not knowing that it existed before you guys were together.
After the pop, he turns and twists.
You
That
embarrassed
video
me.
device is turned up so high you can hear air moving. When it turns, they've just used...
Yeah, so I said I was
paragon
working
for
late
the
at the
clothes.
office. I meant that I was working out with this chick I met 2 years ago. Yeah, that kind of thing.
From friction from the
And then it's
clothes
like you
to say,
question every time something now, or every bit of information now, because of this one thing.
One for yes, two for no. Is it
But chances are, if
B-I?
he's lying to you about one
Is it
thing,
Bill?
there's tons more you don't know about.
That was a flaw. That wasn't the flaw. So his name is Bill. Bill.
Because him being like, we get
11
crazy
years ago,
activity.
he wasn't quite as good at it, because you could hear a little tiny tap just before that loud one when he didn't quite get it right, and he looks, and the look is, fuck, that didn't work. And he goes, that wasn't the floor, Bop, that was the floor. So for everyone that said that I was wrong about Cody and Satori, was I? Because they have lied. They have lied about how this gift works, where this gift came from. It's not a gift. It's just a poppity ping over there, cracking his ankle
like,
and cracking his toes. Amato.
An explanation, throwing it out there, because again, I'm getting wildly weird with fucking conspiracies today. When, what did he say? I just bring it back, like,
Poppity ping over there, cracking his ankle and cracking his toes. Hammer toe, ankle cracks, whatever the hell you want to call it. They did it in their socks. I was wrong about Cody and Satori, was I? Because they have lied. They have lied about how this gift works, where this gift came
like, what if she's asking him, like, or she went through a period where she asked him often, like, why do you think this works with just us? Or, like, have you ever tried this with somebody else? And, like, she's trying to get the information. He's just, like, you know, shutting it down. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just, you know, whatever. Like, dismissing or, you know, blowing it off or things like that. So then she's just like, we don't know. And, like, eventually just goes with it.
from. It's not a gift. It's just a poppity ping over there, cracking
That
his
could be
ankle,
why
cracking his
the two of
toes.
them have never
Hammer toe,
investigated this
ankle cracks,
connection.
whatever the hell you want to call it. They did it in their socks. I couldn't see his toes moving. No, but his ankle was moving, wasn't it? How come in the gym it sounds different? Because the gym is a hard floor, and the room in the Conjuring house is above a basement, and it
See, he
echoes
says
more.
it's toe popping
How
for
does it
both
sound
of
like it's
them.
walking through the room? He's
But
popping his joints.
the reason that I think it's a combination of the two is because of third-party videos of the Conjuring house of the two of them doing it that aren't Sam and Colby, and they aren't, you know, they aren't Kotori videos. There's somebody else who visited, and the knocks sound as loud, and the vibration does exist, and things like that. That's why I don't think it's always the joints, but I do think they play a factor.
Differently. Quieter, louder. He has had 11
Tapping
years
sounds.
practice that I can prove, so he can learn how to increase and decrease volume. The
So
sound
essentially,
isn't coming from over there,
his
it's
career
just sounding quieter,
has been
and then he
flexing his
progressively
feet.
taps louder and louder to make it sound like something's coming towards
For like,
him,
what is it, 3.5 years
this.
now?
He's
5
doing
years.
that with his ankles and his toes. The guy can crack his joints. It is as simple as that. Now, other people have been calling me out for other shit. Apparently, back here is not the basement. Nobody could ever hide back here.
Oh, this is what I was
Nobody's
talking
coming
about.
out
Okay.
of the basement.
No
I'm not
basement.
entirely sure what's behind there or there, but say it's not the basement.
It's a 4,800 whole week book
Somebody
solver.
sent me a photo of the stairs.
Yeah.
And said nobody could hide here. Well, you can. There's a fucking stairs and a wall. The crew member that accidentally got into shot, because that's what it is. Now, logically, look at it. Is it a ghosty woasty?
And that's
scooted
not what
across the
they're...
floor, and for some reason,
I was in space because I'm like, that's the 4,800 because they do like 3 tours a day or whatever. That's not including like the overnights, but they wouldn't get paid for the overnights because they're tour guides. However, if they're bringing in more traffic, they probably have a higher salary than that. So are higher, at least weekly, than what is being brought in from the tours, because it seems that the campsites are the big money thing. So it's probably way more than just the tours that are booked that they're getting paid.
Sam and Colby, who I'm now told
If
by you
if
guys,
that
edited
business
their videos,
lady's
go, "Shit,
relatively
flip the camera
fair.
up from." Not a chance.
Imagine
in
they're
hell.
still doing this for minimum
Or is
wage.
it a crew member realizing he's just getting into shot and crouching down and trying to stay out of the way? Now, I have since been told that this area here is not where the basement is. It's not somebody coming up.
Yeah,
out
this
of
was
the
a clip I
basement.
tried to find
Fair enough.
earlier, and I didn't
Now,
see it
the Sam
when
and
I was
Colby
scrubbing the line.
Some of the
So
Sam and Colby fans have been in. Some of the XLPR, whatever, I don't even know what that means, have been saying, "Hey, that's not the basement, you idiot."
and now, because you lied about going on
You claimed
investigations,
it's
we're
the
not going to be able
basement.
to live this
There was
lifestyle.
something behind them in the basement. There it is, little peekaboo.
Yeah, that's one that fans found. So I can't believe Sam and Colby missed this.
They were completely alone. Clearly not as a third person there. So the XLPR fans are like, that wasn't
I don't
the
think
basement.
I don't think it's just
You
3
guys
either.
claimed it was the
I don't think it's just that
basement.
Josh guy.
You guys are claiming it
I think
is
they have more people
Dave
than that
the prankster,
there.
and then other people are going, it's the crooked neck lady. So which is
I'm
it?
gonna say that they
Or
have
was it simply
they have to have at least one more person, because they have a lot of tech equipment that they have to maintain that they obviously do not know a goddamn thing about and don't really care about because they don't even know how to use the walkie-talkies properly. So I'm gonna say that there's like the producer dude, and then there's at least one tech sound camera person. The amount of angles too that they had of that door shutting, and so the amount of cameras they set up, that is not Sam and Colby at this point. It cannot, I don't believe it for a second, with the amount of views that they've been pulling in for the past few years. That is a hired person, at least. So claiming that they're completely alone because it's just Sam and Colby, and these are movies. The Conjuring House isn't claimed to be a movie, but they have never claimed one of their videos to be a documentary. They have claimed their videos in the past to be movies. This has a team. Yeah, I can't do all the text and everything, but yeah, that's a lifestyle to maintain. Like, if you don't keep bringing in that over years, so he could have just soiled the business. Soiled it. But yeah, so they're saying that they're alone or whatever. There's people that they don't even know about.
They stated that they were alone in the basement. A third
That
person
thing,
has
and
come
they had
out
like a
of there,
tablet that had
realised
like
their head is
multiple
in
camera
shot, and
angles on it.
ducked
I
down
don't.
really quick out of shot. Which one makes more logical sense? Andrew George, thank you for the subscription. Which one makes more sense? A head popped up out of the basement that belonged
They
to a ghost.
could have maybe lasted a bit longer if they didn't do this.
Logically.
But then when it comes down to business stuff at that point is who was it that did it? Because was it Cody that sought out Sam and Colby? Was it the owner lady who is not in relation to Sam or Satori, whatever, is not in relation to them, is only their technically employer? If it was her idea, and then she just technically tanked their business by doing this, tanked their name. I don't know.
It's a crew member, right?
These is my wild theories are just ridiculously silly things. Also, I've done it on a table. Cut for their 16 million views income. Maybe they won out. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what if they thought that this was going to be a sustainable business until the owner brought in YouTubers or whatever, anything like that. So I thought it was more likely that the Conjuring House reached out to Sam and Colby and offered them something to do other than the money from views. Like, I think that they did get something for that. I think that makes the most logical sense. But all of the stuff about, like, the wild theories or whatever, I'm just making shit up. I am just imagination land. None of this I can't say is true. It's not even alleged because it's not something I heard. I'm just making up shit. But yeah, say that it had just stayed or whatever they do. Yeah. So, like, for her to improve her business, which is the Conjuring House, she would have to get she would have to keep the name up because, like, the Stanley Hotel, it's no longer booked year round, but probably around the time that, like, Ghost Adventures went there or things like that, it was probably booked year round. So that could be a way for her to sustain her business, but platforming Cody and Satori, like, destroyed their business. So if it wasn't their idea or whatever, there could be some stuff going on.
Also, look at
but
the
again,
face of it.
making up shit.
It looks like the producer that was in episode 1. It's the same
Or shortly
guy.
than we know.
There are other things that the fan base have gotten wrong about me. You don't believe in the paranormal. Yes, I do. That's why I do this.
Because, like, again, another argument that could have been had is, did my brain just lose it? Speculation. Yeah, I'm just making up shit. Speculation. Well, I'm not, like, because I feel like speculation is, like, I'm actually believing what I'm saying. Do I think the reality of the situation is any of these things? No, probably not. They're probably all just con artists. They're probably all into it. Something like that along those lines, because the most probable answer is usually the right one. But they gave numbers of, who's going to be, how many tours they do and stuff, and you can check the website for what the prices are to make, those things. Whatever. It's based on what I'm seeing or whatever, but it's wild theories. Like when you start watching a movie and you automatically start guessing about how it's going to end or whatever. That kind of thing. It's just jokes or whatever. I hope that nobody is in anything ridiculous. But yeah, one argument that could have been had is like, I don't know how to say it right yet. Because if I say it just now, it sounds like the same argument.
I don't have a basement. I live in the UK. Basements are about as rare as common sense at a Sam and Colby convention at this point, because everyone has lost their goddamn minds about it. You've never been anywhere scary, and if you did, you'd shit yourself. Would I? I've been to 30 East Drive, the home of the UK's most violent poltergeist. The most violent poltergeist.
You would
house
hope
in
that they would
Europe,
know
according
that
to
people
some
would ask questions.
I've been there. I stayed the night there. I stayed upstairs on my own. Not long after one of my friends was actually forced down in a bed by an unseen object. I stayed up there. Secondly, my haunted hotel in the UK. I have stayed there twice. There is what people say.
I was her being blindsided by the video existing. Maybe she was blindsided by a decision that the owner made, and she's pissed. Like you said, they want out. That was the other argument that could have been made, like the blindsiding that could have happened. Now she's pissed off that she has to go on there and defend herself, but she's pissed off at the owner, which is another thing, just because she seems pissed off, pointed, and passive aggressive in the video. But I'm reading it as it's not at the speculation, it's at something else, because he doesn't have the same demeanor, which means that they didn't have the conversation of like, this is really fucked up that people are saying this, right? Like, they didn't have that conversation of like, I can't believe people are like not, something like that. So that conversation didn't happen. The kid told your face too. It is always when it's concealed. Yeah, it's the parts that aren't revealed. But the fact that they claim that they edit their own videos, but the amount of cameras and stuff they had on that one door makes me question, because that's a lot of angles to put in. That is like a paid job. Most YouTubers don't, after a certain point, edit their own videos, which means whoever edited the video, whether it be Sam and Colby or not, thought that him coming up out of the basement would be a normal thing.
What people say is
Back
a
on this.
cursed doll. I went into the room with the cursed doll. I stayed in there and I provoked and talked and whatever. And I sat in that room and I made a comment about the doll not having any power, and something growled at me. Did I run out of this shit in my pants? No, I did not. I looked for the speaker. I couldn't find a speaker, and then I went, fuck.
That's what I mean by, if they actually thought it was real, the response, they probably wouldn't be going, oh, that light's going off. He would be doing that. That reaction. You'd have a calm reaction. And you'd be like, what the fuck?
You keep saying all these things and you don't know the first thing about me. You're like, oh, you'd be scared. If you knew my background, if you knew my history, there are only certain things that scare me.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
The child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And somebody saying...
And you start to find a reason why that sound could be made, or that, like he said, a speaker. I was looking for a speaker or something. And when I couldn't find something, I was like, oh shit. You know, it wasn't like, oh my god. And they don't even do like, I gotta get out of here, like, kind of thing. Like, they'll just go, like, gasp and point at the REM pod forever every time it goes off. And it's like, you would look for a solution
You have no idea
instead of looking for a reason of why your thing fits the narrative of the place that you're investigating.
Some of the comments have been borderline hysterical. And I
Children
worry about your
do
mental health, because people are absolutely losing their shit over it.
But it's shown that deep down, those guys, or when they're off camera, whatever, those guys believe that as well. That is their belief, is that nobody has ever been killed or injured by a ghost. All of this is made up. We don't care about any of it. They know that it's just for entertainment, it's just for views. That none of it is real. That's literally what the guy got caught saying. Confession number 1, none of these are real. Was what he got caught saying and had to give the apology for.
What about theirs? That video that I was reacting
Which
to
wasn't Sam and Colby, it was the
their
friend
opinion.
with them.
They've had their say, I've had my say. And if you can't get past that, maybe come back to the internet when you can grow hairs on your chin, or when you've developed breasts or some shit.
The only reason people are scared is
arguing with a bunch of tantrum
stories.
toddlers. Some of you guys have actually argued quite well, quite respectful, and have tried to talk others down out of saying stupid shit on the internet, and I appreciate that. Are people that don't know how to use full stops, commas, any sort of spelling, and before anyone says I'm being a dickhead, I know that sometimes I rush my titles and I rush this and I rush that and I make mistakes. But I don't call people stupid while making those mistakes. To come into the comment section, spell everything wrong, call me racial slurs and all the rest of it like you're holding some sort of moral high ground, is
I'm guessing it would be
Absolutely
cultural
laughable.
impact because
And
of
the final thing,
people.
you know nothing about the Conjuring House, you've never
I guess it
been
all
there.
goes back to people like the
You'd never
Warrens.
go there 'cause you don't believe. I
Go
would
there
go
again.
to the Conjuring House in a
Because none of the
heartbeat.
Conjuring
With a
stuff,
bit
none
of
of
luck, a good friend of mine
like I think A Haunting in
was gonna arrange me to
Connecticut
go
or
to
one of
America
those
and do
other
some
ones.
top locations with him.
Which A Haunting in Connecticut was originally part of this TV series called A Haunting that I used to watch all the time when I was younger. And they had this episode about the haunting in Connecticut. And then that ended up being popular, so they turned it into a movie based on the story, because A Haunting is like people tell their real ghost stories and then they like reenact it. or whatever, and The Haunting in Connecticut was so popular that they made the movie. And then the movie was even more dramatized, which is why I guess it's supposed to be scary or whatever. Like, it's cultural, I think cultural impact in that way. Christianity happened to the world. And suddenly, which again, suddenly everyone is scared because they believe that it's like the devil or a demon trying to get you or manipulate you or whatever. Then why is it not, if outlandish, if Kotori was like doing that or whatever, why wouldn't it be a demon that pretended to know everything about, or knew everything about people or whatever, to get more people? Hey, I got the keef tray out and stuff. This is not gonna happen. Like, why wouldn't it be a demon trying to trick you? If it's not a human trying to trick you, why wouldn't it be a demon trying to trick you if you believe that that's what's scary about the paranormal? But just because they say, it's me, Ma. You're like, oh, this can't be bad. My Mima would never. Being an ass. Oh, here it is.
Don't disbelieve in the Conjuring House because my friend has done a documentary there.
He's a believer, but he's a debunker, so.
At the Conjuring House. I believe what he experienced.
And he was willing to go up against the.
He didn't get a crooked neck lady that was really his producer in shot. You've got the wrong opinion of me because you can't see past your love of Sam and Colby. You can't accept in your teeny tiny brains that Sam and Colby are fake.
Yeah, but she was a kid when
Sam and Colby are fake.
Like Ed and Lorraine came in and all that.
You say things
so
to me like Sam was really upset. He can't fake that. This is Sam and Colby pranking each other,
and
with Sam is
at the same thing that we point out about like older people when it comes to mental health and certain things is that her admitting that these things didn't happen means that she would have to completely re-understand her childhood and what happened to her parents and things like that. Like if because of this they had money struggles or anything like that, or you know, any of it, if there was any kind of, you know, trauma or anything like that happening, which so that something happening to her mom when she was that little might have been a trauma. And it's extremely difficult for the human brain to accept something like that because it would have to, you know, like shake their understanding. So if you're like waiting on a person who is like adjacent to an abuser in some way or whatever, and you know, you're like, I want you to understand that this person's not good or anything like that, but they can't because they would have to fundamentally understand like everything they know differently because they're adjacent to this person and have been for so long or whatever. So in that way. So, you know, and she also has something to profit off of it. So again, 100% complicit. Calling it a portal. But yeah, you can't, if somebody's been telling a story for so long, especially if they've been profiting off of it or whatever, or been telling themselves a story for so long, that it's very difficult it's very difficult at all for the brain, but especially in like older age and whatever, to like undo all of that in their head. And typically the brain like won't let it happen because it's just not good. So so her believing to me doesn't mean much except something crazy happened when she was a kid.
About to get shot in the head by someone. Great acting by Colby and Sam.
When something
either
becomes your
is
life
genuinely
story,
upset,
it's
or
very
he's a
difficult
great
for a
actor as
person
well.
to
Now, I
overcome
am
the
pretty
shame
sure
of
this prank
undoing
is
that.
all staged beginning to end. They started off as pranksters. And as far as I'm concerned, all these years later, they are still pranksters.
This is the pranksters.
Look at the tears. Look at the freaking out. Great acting.
So when somebody mentioned bad acting before earlier, and I said it would
I'm not gonna share
be
the rest of that because that shit ain't funny. That is really
that was the prank. That was the Sam Pepper prank. I believe that one or both of them was put into a trunk. This is just based on memory of living through that time. I believe one of both of them was put into a trunk with the bag over their head or whatever, and then they end up in like the kidnappers take them to this thing where, as you saw, Sam was just fucking crazy, and yes, dear, and did you poop? Put him to this place where they're like freaking out, and he's like saying, we're just kids, man, we didn't do whatever it is that they think that they were doing. And then Colby still has the bag over his head, and he gets shot, and then I think they throw him over the back of that thing or something like that, or they make it look like they're gonna throw him over that or something. It's all like, they claim that it's all fake. But
a prank to each other. That is not a
I don't
prank
know.
to their audience.
Yeah, if that was real, that would be extremely traumatizing. They have said since then, I can't remember if he shows the clip or not, if he doesn't know, whatever, but they said since then that it was all three of their idea, which was Sam, Colby, and Sam Pepper. Sam Goldbach, Colby, and Sam Pepper.
That is twisted. That is really twisted. That's going too far. But people are like, Sam was crying. I have been sent a grand total of about 18 clips of Sam crying in different videos. The guy's eyeballs leak more than a knackered fridge.
Dangerous
He
person to
couldn't
date.
possibly have acted that. His reaction was genuine. And before you start, I said his reaction looked genuine. But I've looked into the old Sam and Colby.
I said
They can
his reaction looked genuine as
Sam
well.
can seemingly cry on demand. Another argument people are having with me is, hey, you like Joe Rogan? Yes. They were on Joe Rogan. Did they fake that? Well, no, they were really there. Don't be so stupid. But they were on the Joe Rogan podcast because they are huge influencers. Joe Rogan interviews and podcasts with people that interest him. And he was interested in the paranormal because he's a disbeliever of the paranormal. Or he was. He's heard enough about UFOs and ghosts and all the rest so that he started to have a different opinion on it. But at no point did he say, wow, you guys are real, for everyone to hear. He did not say that, so that argument is again nil and void.
Also, if Joe Rogan said, yeah, you guys are real, like,
fourth.
the fuck does that prove?
Dropping the N-word everywhere to anyone that disagrees with Sam and Colby and agrees with me. And even when people were saying I'm a huge Sam and Colby fan, he was saying N-word.
I wanted to do this. I'm looking for the clip of them on the podcast talking about it, them and a podcast talking about it. And I saw a few re-uploads. Jesus. It was like 12 seconds, whatever. There's one that's 4 minutes and 28, and that's probably what it is. But can you not? You tangled in my headphones. Hey. Oh, I think it was Zach saying.
Hello, beautiful human.
Let me try to find.
Months is like forever ago because we just keep moving. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We know a lot of explorers that do the same thing, even the same locations, but they don't. They do it more of like a documentary. They're like, oh, here's this place. It was made in 1926. Like, here
They're
you
not
go.
going to take a slip and slide
Yeah,
to it.
we try to
insane.
go that next step to make it interesting for our old fans as well as new fans, as well as older crowd, as well as younger crowd. Try to make it more universal.
So, what's the dumbest thing you've done for views?
Back to that.
And is there any
Other
limit?
than killing people ourselves.
Yeah, other than that, I mean, because like bringing a slip and slide to a haunted dam is pretty ridiculous.
I'm covered in your hair.
The other day,
Is there anything you regret?
There was one time I thought I was going to regret it, and that was the closest we've ever been to getting
when we
arrested.
broke into the jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The like about over the summer.
Oh, when we broke into the
We
jail?
broke into an active jail through a air conditioning unit on the side of their building.
Wow. What jail?
It was in Pennsylvania. So when we say active jail, it's not really active. It was a recently shut down jail that now they use as a filming space. And so like there's security there, there's offices, like lights on, everything. Like it's working.
I'm not shocked that they did this. I am shocked at the amount of I don't know. Holy white boy privilege? To be brazenly bragging about this shit, smiling on a podcast that gets 2.4 million views.
Today, like 9 to 5 every single day, but there's no like prisoners in it. So we just like jumped in there, and we even saw like notes and dates of like that week. So obviously we knew there's still.
I don't know. It's just I've always been a kind of an edgy person, I guess you could say, like
edgy.
Call yourself edgy.
So now you're not doing 10 things my crush do. You can now finally expose
exactly. Yeah,
yourself.
no, people look at me.
Girlfriend challenge.
I got the rings, I got the tattoos now. Like
You
I
look
have
hard.
the X on like my back, like our logo.
Not a
first
thing
on
about him is real.
my back and
What is this? Like if I'm reading based on visuals, I feel like you're a changed man.
The Chris
I'm just-
Angel of YouTube.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not a phase, Mom. My mom actually doesn't know I got this tattoo.
What is the tattoo
does
of?
now.
It's a crown.
There you go.
A crown?
Yeah, it's a crown. It's so. Have you ever heard of the game Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah.
I love that game. It's like my favorite, and it like
Classic.
literally shaped my like perception on the world because I played it when I was like 10, and so it like always taught me like to take chances and go see the world and stuff like that, which is kind of ironic because that's what we do like on our channel. So just wanted to get a little crown to like always remember that.
That's cute.
Thank you.
What about this nose ring?
There is irony in
Nose
the
ring,
fact
Mom didn't
that
know
he
about
has
either. But I mean, I don't know. It's just
Kingdom Hearts
I've always been
tattoo
kind of
on
an
his
edgy person, I guess you could say. Like
edgy.
Call yourself edgy.
So now you're not doing 10 things my crush do. You can now
That's
edgy
the
guy.
nerd.
Yeah, we definitely have a much different dynamic, but it's good. But same thing with him is I feel like we were both very like teenager, like everything was a strategy from day one. Like we planned it out, had calendar dates, like written down thing. Like it was not.
This sounds more like it's getting in there.
Your whiteboards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Way to do it.
Absolutely nothing was.
If I would have known, I would have had it
just
prepared, but I didn't
by
think about
accident.
it.
We were like, we're going to do this. This is how it's going to happen.
This
and
wasn't
we
planned. This is
followed
just
through
me
and just
bullshitting
kept
and making
working
shit
until
up.
it happened.
obviously it's not easy because you put in a lot of work and it takes a lot of effort and focus and energy to make something like this actually happen. But then it's also, at least in my situation, going through high school and doing radio, it wasn't really easy on the social side for me.
We were the band kids too, so it's like they always saw us in that band kid like nerdy light. They
I
didn't
was the
really
video club kid. I totally get it.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I might be lower than you on the totem pole. I got
just
tackled on the
clocked
side of the field,
Colby.
shooting football games.
And like I said, no one in
This
Kansas
podcast.
did social media. So when one person has 20, let's make fun of, but
Our school.
it's in there, and then obviously there's a million other ghost stories about the Queen Mary. Hundreds of people died, seances, and like contacted spirits. And
Yeah.
we would do this multiple times for 20, 30. Just keep it to ourselves. And so we did. And so we
Liars.
sat there for another 15 minutes.
No,
and
no.
Be like, let's try. Everyone be completely serious. This is not filming. Make sure no,
No,
one's filming.
it's-
Like, we got this. And it didn't work again. And so we're like, okay, let's leave. And as soon as we got up from that,
If Colby
the
was
faucet,
standing in
15
a
feet
line
away,
of
turned on full
people
blast
that
for 4
I've
seconds.
dated,
cry. I hate ghost stories.
I wouldn't be able to do
Yep, he cries every time.
Every
about
time
ghosts.
somebody ghost story.
I'm
Keep going,
shaking
loving
right
this.
now.
Yeah,
Like
keep
I'm
going.
freaking out over here, but
Keep going.
yeah, immediately Sam like lunged for the camera and was just like, ah, and like grabbed it, turned it on, and right as he turned it on, boom, like it turned off.
Of course.
But you can see on our video that everybody's crying, like in the room, like especially our friend Corey, who's like
The window, and this is a ship.
things up a little bit. We're very skeptical people. Like we never really believed in ghosts until that night, and we've been
I mean,
Bullshit.
like, in a sense, like most of the places we go to have like asbestos, and like you know, if the dirt and stuff gets in your lungs, it's bad. But
And they never wear
you really should
respirators.
have like a professional like gas mask. We just have, you know, also the paper thin like doctor's masks, but it's more like you said, like for a statement for merch. I kind of get the whole look of the Explorer.
You watch like any other explorers, they
It's
have
a
those
wild
gas
change
masks
in me
are, like,
that
huge and
I'm
like, "Hey, guys."
off put by it instead of being like, ooh, mystery. I know exactly what you are.
And that was our biggest platform. We were like, what are we going to do? Are we going to have to move back? Like, it was stressful, you know, like when money's not great, like you only see decline in numbers, and it's just like, I want to blame you, and he wants to blame me, and it's just like, So that caused a lot of tension, but
I understand that.
Did somebody say one? What are you talking about? Those are tags are fangirl tags. They're like, look how cute he looks here. I want to know. And I don't want to listen to the whole thing.
The next step.
Do you
Exactly.
think you would have had a fan base though
Streamlined.
if you didn't do those basic, you know, challenges?
I mean, those challenges honestly didn't get hardly any views at all. Like we had our fan base
Comparatively.
from Vine, yeah, comparatively. But yeah,
Vine,
actually,
they're-
as soon as we started posting the abandoned like videos, like those are the ones that blew up for us.
Hey, I want to talk to you about the S word, school. Best qualified and learn to exit.
videos that are like how to deal with like transit.
I mean, that is the case sometimes, but they're
Like
Pretty sure it's
almost
on those
every single year. It's a lot.
I think I like faked my death.
Yo.
for a video one time, and it went viral. It wasn't on our channel, but it was pretty dumb.
Licks
I remember
all over it, and then I
that.
put it in my ear, and she gives me wet
You all
willy.
remember this too? Is this guy Sam? What's his
Yeah,
name?
Sam Pepper.
I got it.
Killing best friend prank.
It was it was like the a kidnap thing.
Oh yeah. That was
I
you?
forgot you
That
were
was
in
us
that.
too, yeah.
Maybe that's why you look familiar.
Did I see you in that Sam Pepper killing best friend prank video?
Exactly. If you could just imagine me teary-eyed and crying the whole time.
Okay,
Does
so
that look familiar?
yeah, in this they tell a story of how it was all planned. Hypothetical theory as to why Sam seemed genuine if he's in other situations not a good actor. Cut back to the part of the stream where he was like, "What?" And I was laughing about that because I was fucking It was ridiculous, and every time he does it, it makes me laugh because it's the bear that they were showing like off camera, they didn't care about, and on camera he's like, "What? That happened?" Like it was wild. But to say like that looked genuine or whatever, they could be saying that it was all planned to like save face. Yeah, it is gross and everything, but like if that was real and they did pull that prank on Sam or whatever and his reaction was real, or it could be an agreement that they came to about this whole situation that he was in on it. So one doesn't look as bad, but two also gets his like Colby doesn't look as bad for doing that to his friend, and Sam doesn't look as bad for having such an emotional reaction to the situation, I guess, because it's embarrassing to Oh, the wet willy, yeah, that is really gross. She does it all the time. And because I sleep with headphones in, like I'll get up to go to the bathroom and she'll do that, and then when I come back and lay down and I go to put my headphones in, they're fucking wet. And it's just because the cat was playing with them. Yeah. So, again, that's another I'm just wildly making theories about stupid shit.
I mean, that's probably the most viral thing you've ever done.
Very viral, but very
that's a
fake
theory of
as
why
Yeah.
people or fangirls can say he looked so genuine in that.
Yeah, well, you're here, so we know.
Maybe
you're
he
not
was
dead.
genuine and they're just covering it up.
And I don't hate him either.
But,
Oh,
did
good,
you,
good,
but at the time, you thought he was dead.
You would hate him.
No, that's the thing. Is
Oh,
'cause
you-
on Sam's channel, like he just came to us and wanted to get a viral stunt, and we're like, okay, cool, we'll help you out with this viral stunt. So we actually all three came up with the idea together before we even.
And
filmed
he
it.
gets to
So I
tell
was
the
like,
story.
Yeah, okay, I'll watch my best friend die. That's cool.
No, Sam's the blonde.
We also, like, at the time, only had, like, 100K subscribers, and Sam Pepper had, like, 2 million, so we were like, this is our chance. This is our break. We have to do something crazy. Like, we didn't really care.
So we basically listened to, whatever we had to do. Let's go for it.
It
Do you
wouldn't.
consider that video
So
being
Sam
a
is the
break?
crier.
Um,
Colby was the one with the bag over his head, who's the one that I couldn't clock, but got him now. Sam would cry and Colby would laugh out. He's the blonde is the one that cries like on command about everything, which is why we thought possibly his reaction could have been genuine at the Conjuring house, but now seeing the act with Sam Pepper, and again the most the most likely scenario is probably the real one, in which he was faking in both situations and he's just not a very good consistent actor across all things, and he's just good at this one thing, which is emotional breakdowns, which is probably the likely scenario, and that's why he's such a bad actor when he's like, what? And like ghosts and stuff. But it would be kind of funny if, like, in the prank, Colby didn't tell him, so his reaction was real. In the Conjuring house, Colby didn't tell him, so his reaction is real. Like, it's just a pattern of Colby exploiting Sam. And it's funny just because they're fucking exploiting everybody. I don't know.
It gave us momentum.
Funny because they're
I
not
would
great
say.
people.
We gained like 100K subscribers after that, and like Sam honestly got like the short end of the stick. He got like all the hate. Like we were scot free, so we just gained subscribers and we were like fine.
Mhm. But I mean, I would say our break was the video you were talking about, the 24 hours in the Target, because that rebranded our whole channel.
So that was the clip. That was all. He said that that they all planned it. Sam Pepper came to them and said, we want a viral video. I said, I want a viral video. Will you help me? And then the three of them wrote that, and he acted in that. Probably what it is. So there. Exact movie perfect. Yeah, that's fair. And like what, like, I guess they don't have multiple camera angles, but they do cut a lot, if I recall, in that scene of him, because they do, and there's a whole point that he goes outside, and there's cuts too. So it's probably probably was more than one take. But directors occasionally, like, it's a rare instance of like where they do something that evokes a real emotion out of the actor, knowingly or unknowingly, that they're doing this technique, and it's because it produces a better result. So if Colby wanted to be that shady to get that kind of result out of Sam, that would be the argument, like, director wise. But yeah, him being directed to do it. I don't know. Yeah, it's like movie quality because that's what they're attempting to do. I mean, they didn't call this one specifically a movie, but they do make movies. That's what they're called. It's, Sam Colby. Dun, dun. Where were these? Chernobyl, the people who saved the world, full movie. And some of their explores. This was an explore video. It wasn't. Yeah. See, like, this is Chernobyl's most reactive room. So, like, it looks like they're interviewing a guy in this clip or whatever, but it is not documentary style. It's the same as, like, they do in the Conjuring House. There was a witch one. But, like, the shorter ones are, like, videos, but anything that's, like, an hour and a half. The Lost Treasure of... I did watch this one, and they ended up finding something that was significant, because, again, another genre that they did in the middle is treasure hunting. Yeah. And if you remove the context from any photo of, like, people hugging or whatever, you play scary music behind it or whatever you want, it changes the feeling of that. Full movie, The Graveyard, The Night That Changed Us Forever. The Origin, full movie. Even Colby admits that one's boring, though. The Witch's Forest, full movie. It seems like if they get enough footage to do, like, an hour and a half to 2 hours, that it's a movie. But if it's less than that, then they just do it as a video. The Stanley Hotel, full movie. They got an hour and 50 from that. But not one of them was ever listed, like, documentary or information about. And as you heard him explain before, the other explorers and adventurers and whatever like to get the history of the place and do it, like, documentary style, but they like to do it entertaining, and that's what makes them special. You watch this, Stanley? Yeah, they're all actually boring, but it's if they get enough to clip together to make something ridiculous. But yeah, that was the expose on everything. Bella Porch. I still don't understand why, like, nobody questioned that, or why even I didn't question it. But yeah, she didn't get a rating because they couldn't search up anything about her family. That's funny. Yeah, the goofy expressions. But I don't think the movies. Yeah, the movies usually have like that, but full movie that has a decent thumbnail, and when you hover it, it looks like it's gonna be informative about the area. 4.7 million views. Horrifying night at Dracula's castle, real vampire, 10 million views. Easy. Like, that's the answer. It's scary without the jump cuts or for movies in the colored lighting. Yeah. A lot of people make similar arguments about like certain horror films and stuff now, because a lot of it is just like jump scares, random cuts. No reason. Yeah, there's no reason. Which I guess I kind of liked. There was a period of, I think that movies were all like were jump scare for a while. Gosh, why does my face look like that? But the thing that I liked about like Gen Z in the teenage era of like horror and thriller now is that they're not useless. So, like you said, there's no reason to in modern times to have a dark room or whatever. So, like in the movies, like the horror movies that I've seen recently or whatever, it's like the kids will just turn on the light or whatever. Like they'll do the logical thing, which is why I like, you know, why I liked quite a few of them. Instead of just like what was that noise, and exploring in the dark, they'll actually just like turn the light on and stuff. So I saw that change happen. But yeah, I was around for the everything is jump scares and bad cuts and horrible angles and things like that. So but like I said, I'm also a fan of like the either computer screen or like vlogger style movies. Off the top of my head, Cam was one because it was her window on the screen. She was cam girl. Dash Cam was the unlikable female streamer. Then there was another one that was by Bloomhouse that was an unlikable male streamer that was like a Logan Paul type, and it was like a I guess like a parody, a parody kind of thing. Yeah, she's very unlikable, and that's the point. I hate that there's certain movies that like the point is for the main character to be unlikable or be disliked, or do something and either have a different view or have, I don't know, character development, anything like that. And this, she doesn't have character development because it's a slasher. Tonguing. So you can if your mouth can't stop watching. Yeah, tonguing. I'll say that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, then a lot of the notes that I put for those movies were teenagers aren't useless. Which I liked. But I cross them and now they stay, but I'm about to end it because it's already past my time. I don't have any more. I think that was all that was covered. They explained pretty much everything through those videos, the clips from the podcast, from their prank, the clips from the shop exposing Sam and Colby for being literal skeptics. Like they, I mean, even not even skeptics, like disbelievers, whatever. I have not paid attention. I don't pay attention. I follow a couple people back from the community that like our friends and stuff, like, you know, Manny, whatever. But I don't engage pretty much in any social media, by the way. Oh no, I don't care about it. It's not. I saw a video of the updated rules because of that one thing that went viral, that one girl that went viral. I have not, in any circumstance, looked. I don't know if it's partially out of fear. But I assumed the conversation would come up at some point because of what is happening here. Like, yeah, it's all social media, pretty much. I go in and check my messages like once or twice a day on different ones if I'm lucky, I guess. But if you see me like posting on there, things like that, I don't. Everything's scheduled at least a month in advance, so I'm not aware of like what's going up. I'm not engaging. I don't follow many people. I don't engage in social media because it's just not good for my health and stuff. That's also why I don't raid people, because I just don't have the emotional capacity to go through and look for somebody who's not doing weird shit or has some kind of, you know, because I did raids before and I did, you know, meet people that way and stuff, and they turned out to be bad people, and then I carry this guilt of like I introduced, you know, the people who care about me to this toxic thing, and I just don't have the emotional bandwidth for that, so I am not going to engage in it at all. So no, I have not seen them. But maybe we can talk about that Monday. We'll get back into BioShock and you can see ridiculousness. Just remember to keep misogyny and stuff out of it. Analyze internal misogyny and sexism because of the society that we live in. We all have it, so just make sure to do that. But yeah, I am very limited. I am not on like anything, any of the sites. The only thing I see is like I'm on TikTok for less than an hour a day, and sometimes the topic I'll see on the YouTube, like people talking about it on YouTube as well. So that's when I say people are talking about this. That's exactly what I mean. Is I saw maybe one person on YouTube, and then I saw it on another platform that multiple people have pointed this thing out. So so I just keep it small into myself, and I'm having a much more peaceful time, less noise, less access to me in general. I really like it, and I love showing up for these streams. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I really appreciate it. I try to have fun. Yeah, I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with I was gonna say heavy censorship. I don't have a problem with moving censorship and stuff. It's the conversations that I have around that people have around these types of things. They're saying women are exploiting because of their body, whatever. Like, it's not a thing, and I don't want to hear about it just because you don't like women. So that's the worst, like, worst shit. Yeah. I'm great. I do like that the censorship is getting better. I do think it's better to have more platforms and access and stuff for sex workers, because I have always stood by that. It keeps them safe. It should be decriminalized kind of thing, so it can be regulated to keep women safe, or at least like regulated-ish, because at a certain point, like, you don't want to be doing that job for like minimum wage, you know, that not that regulated, but you know, it's always better, and it's better. the whole internet in general, I think, is moving more towards authentic people, so, and authentic experiences and stuff, and people want to learn, which is like the majority of what I see, which I think is great. So it has been a wonderful time. I'm glad that I had more of a relaxed day today and got to talk some of it out because my brain is just going so, just doing so much all the time. Yeah, and you can just, I don't know, you can tell when people are authentic and whatever, which, I don't know. That's why I just show up and do whatever I'm doing for the day because I just, I think it's too much work and too much energy to put into being inauthentic, that it's just easier to just be authentic. So in reality, I'm just really lazy. No. I'm kidding. I'm too lazy to manipulate and lie because I don't want to keep up with the lies. That's too much for my brain to hold on to. I don't need extra information floating around up there. I got way too much going on. But I'm glad for the side of the internet. Next week I would probably expect the same thing. BioShock, Skyrim, and then we'll either do Skyrim, Fallout, or Fallout. Since we didn't do it this week, we might do 2 next week. Unless somebody wants to do something else and we make plans, but I haven't made plans at this point yet, so we'll see. But Monday, BioShock, 3 p.m. I've been on time, and I've been 3 to 9 every day this week. And I got my sick new mic stand and set it up on myself. I didn't need anybody's fucking information or whatever. I put it exactly the way that I wanted it, and it worked out great. It sits just above my keyboard and mouse when I'm gaming. It's so nice. So I'm proud of me. But I will see you guys on Monday. I appreciate you hanging out with me and supporting me and everything. Yeah. Sometimes I can too, but I don't know, sometimes I don't. I didn't fix the focus on this, but if I was out of focus every fucking whatever. I don't know. But I love you guys, and I will see you on Monday.